One day, a huge tower appeared in the middle of the city. People started saying that the apocalypse or a global catastrophe had come. The tower sent a sign to people that they could prevent the fall of humanity. Those who had the strength and power to resist the tower accepted the call. These people began to be called walkers. Just before the raid on the tower, an interesting object appeared. It was a return stone that allows you to go back in time, and to activate it you just need to break it. Captain Kodakov decided to check this stone and return to the past. He squeezed the stone and broke it into several pieces. The light of this stone immediately blinded everyone present. The walkers noticed that their representative had disappeared, and in his place there remained only the light of the stone. People could climb to the top or die, and there was also an option to return to the beginning. Many walkers decided to go back in time, to the very beginning. Those who return to the past can correct any mistakes and change history, but now it is unclear what will happen to humanity when all the walkers have disappeared. The protagonist understood that no one had ever reached the 99th floor before. He decided that he would never return to the past, but instead climb the tower. The news reported that recent sandstorms had left the sky covered in dust and smog. People were advised to stay indoors for the next few days to stay safe. There was an earthquake in the area, but fortunately there are no casualties at this time. According to information from authoritative sources, the earthquake is starting to gain strength. Suddenly, the news was interrupted, and the shoppers in the store saw something terrible. There was a powerful explosion, and the store was covered in dust. A huge tower appeared near this building. Because of this, all the glass in the room flew out and dust got inside the store. Lin grabbed the little girl who was running around the store and decided to save her from this dangerous place. The child asked what had happened, but the hero could not explain to her what had happened. The entire store was destroyed and people didn't know where to go. These towers appeared in almost every country, all over the world. People called this phenomenon the Nightmare Towers. The tower sent out an invitation to people to become a walker to save humanity. Strong and courageous people were the last hope of humanity. Everything was like a game. Things and skills could be developed. However, people soon realized that this was not a game at all. Soon the tower will reveal itself and create horror for people. Those trying to deal with the aftermath of the tower's appearance worked tirelessly. The workers saw something strange in the tower window. There was a creature there that looked like a man or a beautiful thin monster. When it became fully visible, everyone saw that it had huge fangs, wings, and claws. Besides this creature, other types of monsters appeared in the fire. All the radios in the city reported that the monsters were leaving the tower and attacking people. The military brought in their vehicles to deal with them with fire. There were explosions, noise, and corpses everywhere in the city. The monsters were so big that they could easily crush any army equipment. Because of the monsters that came down from the tower, a third of the planet's population was destroyed. Inside the tower, people could only watch what was happening. They were given an invitation to become a walker and save humanity. Strong and courageous people were the last hope of humanity. The walkers began their assault on the tower to prevent the end of the world. They had to fight huge, bloodthirsty monsters. Soon their passage was blocked by a huge wall. They tried to clear the passage with weapons, and they succeeded. In the hole in the wall, they saw a glowing stone and did not understand what kind of object it was. The system informed them that this stone allowed them to return to the past, and that it needed to be broken to activate it. The captain of the walkers, whose name was Huang, said that he would tell you how to use the stone. At that moment, he crushed the stone and blinded those present with light. Everyone noticed that he had disappeared, leaving behind only a bright flash. It was unclear to everyone whether their captain would be able to return back to the present. Among those present was the former scientist Sakamo, who informed everyone that due to the large gap in time, the captain would most likely not be able to return back. Sakamo explained what happened based on scientific theories such as the multiverse theory. According to him, there has now been a rupture in time-space. This means that the Huang who went to the past is no longer the same person known in the present. This man was sure that Captain Huang had entered a different time-space, and that his trip to the past would not change the present in any way. He said that the stone would send everyone into a time rift, and everyone who used it would probably end up in a single world. The objects in this tower go beyond the human mind. Then another tower strike occurred. Numerous monsters rushed out of the tower, killing people. Before all of humanity is destroyed, the walkers must find a solution. It was unclear whether they would use this stone to travel back in time and change the world. Otherwise, they will simply remain in the tower and wait for the end of their lives. Quite a few people have already suffered at the hands of monsters on the city streets. The walkers, who could no longer fight, relied only on this blue stone. All those who did not dare to use it fell into the jaws of these predators. The main character decided not to go to the past and wanted to fight to the last. He couldn't believe that all those who called themselves heroes had fled into the past. Those who did not use the Hearthstone were the only hope for salvation. This was the detachment that bore full responsibility for the fate of humanity. The main character and a few other people nicknamed their squad seized the moment. When the main character woke up among a pile of stones, he could not understand what was wrong here. He barely had enough strength to hold his weapon. With great effort, he rose to his feet and rushed at one of the nearest monsters. One of his companions asked him to stop and shouted his name, Jae-hwan. Jae-hwan asked the boy not to worry, and assured him that he would be able to get rid of this freak. And soon the hat flew off the monster's head. The destroyed location was filled with the blood of this brute. After this small skirmish, there were no wounded or killed among the detachment. The allies understood that they had every chance of reaching the top floor. There was a sword lying on the ground next to them, and the system said that it was needed to kill the dragon. The main character immediately took this weapon for himself and thanked the tower for such a gift. He thought everything was going in their favor until one moment. He lost faith in the best when he reached the 98th floor. Bloody corpses of people were scattered everywhere. The monster swung at the main character and pushed him into the ground. The frightened young man was covered in blood and understood that his end was coming. He was upset that the end of the story that they had all gone through together had come. It was all done in vain, and now they will just die. On this floor, Jae-hwan was confident in his words when a huge monster appeared in front of him. There was wild rage in the eyes of this monster, and he was ready to kill people to the last drop of blood. Yoon-hwan came to help Jae-hwan. He shouted to his comrade that he could not match this creature alone. Ji tried his best to pull himself together and get up from the ground. The monster pierced the hero's cloak and wanted to swallow the young man. The main character became scared and shouted to this Yoon to save himself. The scream was so powerful that the stones under the monster's feet flew in all directions. Yoon-hwan remained on the giant's horn, and the monster simply left with him. The main character found the strength to grab the sword and go after the kidnapper. In front of the monster's face was a huge stone with a strange light. It turned out that the weapon that Ji wielded emits incredible energy. This energy is capable of capturing an object and holding it. Hwang managed to deal with the monster and knock it to the ground. Hwang sent Yun to go further, but he was unconscious. When the young man came to his senses, the hero noticed that for the first time the smile had disappeared from his face. The smile never left his face, even in that ill-fated tower. The walkers even gave him the nickname Knight of the Smile. This young man asked Ja to leave without him. It turned out that the young man did this only because the stone he had in his hand was in too bad a condition. He was grateful to Ze for giving him the confidence that it was possible to reach the top floor. The protagonist heard that Yoon had gone out the window, and now Jae had to go the whole way alone. It was painful for him to remember those moments when he was together with Yoon-hwan. He walked up to the next door and opened it to see a bright light. Looking closer, he saw a snowy location and assumed that it was a snowy plain. Despite the bitter cold, the hero had to fight the monsters hidden in the ice. The young man had no strength at all to move forward, and he tried as best he could. He was being pursued by a huge creature that looked like a block of ice. Oh persistently asked Zo to surrender immediately. The main character's entire body was covered in ice, and he could barely move his limbs. Looking into the monster's eyes, he said that he would never give up in front of someone like him. She managed to hide in one of the ice caves. The main character calculated that he had been on the top floor for about 10 years. There is a main boss on this floor called the Ice Dragon. If it weren't for the equipment he found on the lower floors, he would have died long ago. In addition to the suppression sword, Z had the Ice Demon armor and the Flame King bracelet. All these things were given to him by his departed comrades. The hero felt guilty because he couldn't save the girl from the team. It was she who gave him this significant bracelet. Ji was stuck in his memories and didn't pay attention to reality. Someone from the outside asked him if he wanted to try to go to that floor again. It turned out that the main character was visiting a blacksmith he knew. Ji said his faith has not left him, and he hopes that this time he will be able to cope. This older man's name was Jake Lin. Jake was the blacksmith of the Atobis settlement, which was retaken after defeating the boss of the 50th floor. Despite the fact that every day they brought in dead or wounded walkers, people did not lose hope for a bright future. Priests established rescue units to save wounded soldiers. Blacksmiths forged equipment for those who fought in the name of all mankind. After thinking for a while, Ji said that Jake was the last blacksmith of Atobis. Jake asked not to be reminded of this, because Z is the only one he tries for. He told the protagonist that there was too little ore left, and a couple of months ago there were enough reserves. This was to be expected, because there were almost no people left in the village. There have already been more than 10 powerful tremors from the local tower. At some point, people stopped climbing the tower, and the first floor became empty. Jake asked Ja if he had noticed anything strange while he was studying the tower. The main character thought and remembered the place where he found the Stone of Return. There were strange writings on the wall that meant a tower within a tower, and a nightmare within a nightmare. It could be a message from a person, but Z doesn't know what it means. Suddenly, he was informed that Grandma Halen had gone missing 2 days ago. Time doesn't pass in the tower, so if someone goes missing, there could be 2 reasons. The missing person either returned to the past or jumped from the tower. This is exactly what Yunhuan did, having lost his strength to fight. Halen and Jake from the local workshop were the few remaining walkers. She asked Jake to teach him the craft of blacksmithing. When Jake reached the 99th floor, the creature informed him that he was the first person to do it alone. The monster recognized him as an amazing person, which is exactly what Jake wanted. The monster acknowledged his skills, but still promised that he would die here alone. She took out his weapon and said that this would not happen. He pointed at the monster's armor and said that even this highly durable armor was already showing cracks. The monster got angry and decided to stop this childish behavior. He opened his mouth to release energy at Zhe, but Zhe immediately flew inside. The battle between the monster and the main character lasted for a long time. After a certain moment, drops of human blood appeared on the ground. The main character lay on the ground among the ice floes and was bleeding. However, he did not give up, and the monster liked his determination. As he was losing consciousness, Jae Hwan heard his deceased friends waking him up. The monster promised the boy that even if he held out until the end, he would only find emptiness. Ji got angry and asked the monster to close its mouth and not say unnecessary words, and then rushed towards the monster. The creature asked Jae to surrender because he could not defeat it alone. Despite these arrogant phrases, the young man still struck at the monster. It turned out that he went to raid the tower later than the others, and because of this, he missed out on various skills and abilities. He decided to give up these skills and focus on just one. He practiced his lunges on the artificial monster over and over again. With one lunge, he killed over 50 million monsters. Jae Hwan gradually noticed how the skill was changing and becoming stronger. As a result, the skill gained such strength that it became more effective than the hidden abilities of other walkers. This technique did not take away strength, and therefore never tired in battle. However, it was still difficult for him to fight. After 100 attacks, he only made a single scratch on the monster's armor. The moment the monster opened its mouth and Zhe flew into it, he realized that it was too late to dodge. Through his fear, he saw a beam of light flying into the monster's mouth. It was the same light he had seen on the 98th floor. He had some guesses about this, but he wasn't sure about them. Then the monster became covered in incredible energy and began to disintegrate into pieces. Half dead, he reproached the protagonist for this attack. He quickly regenerated and said that for this attack, he would wipe him off the face of the earth. After that, he opened his mouth again and released an incredible beam towards the young man. This beam zigzagged as it tried to overcome the man, who quickly dodged it. The main character understood that he had very little chance of survival. Behind him was a huge monster, and in front of him was an obstacle in the way. The monster told Ji that if there were 10 more walkers, they would be able to fight him. He added that if people had not been deceived by the Dream Demon Stone, everything would have been different. Hearing this sentence, Ji couldn't understand why the monster said something about the Dream Demon Stone. He asked the monster about this, but he remained silent. The monster began its attack again, and Ji had to move out of its line of sight. He managed to run to a certain building and hide behind a door. The main character understood that he was one step away from death, and the creature could kill him at any moment. The phrase about the Dream Demon Stone just wouldn't leave his head. 5 years later, Ji took over this floor and reached the limit of all his abilities. He fought this monster for many years, and only now he managed to defeat it. When the monster was still alive, the hero asked him about the Dream Demon Stone. He said that the hero already knows the answer to this question, and he will understand everything on the top floor. The giant closed his eyes, and an ice weapon appeared in front of him. This ice dragon sword is imbued with the breath of the dragon, and it understands when its owner is ready to fight. Taking it in his hands, Ze realized that it was not a long sword, but an ordinary dagger. Suddenly, he looked away and saw that a black puddle had appeared in front of him. This puddle grew in size and turned into a portal. She showed the number 100, and this meant that the last floor awaited the hero. The man was quite confident in himself, and decided to go there without rest. He stepped into this shadow and found himself on the 100th floor. The system reported that he had moved to the control room. On the screens, the hero was able to see what the tower looks like now. Suddenly, a strange voice called him. Thinking that Ji would first return to the village, he asked the hero not to panic and wait until he showed him something. A message appeared congratulating him that he was the first to complete the training of the 294th world. This message was quite strange, and the young man did not understand what it meant. One might assume that everything that happened over all these years was just training. An energy monster appeared from the black shadow and said that it was too late to think about anything. He praised the hero for achieving a brilliant result despite being a human. Ice and strange splashes appeared behind the main character. The hero asked the creature who he was and what he wanted from him. He apologized and said that he simply forgot to introduce himself due to Jie's overwhelming success. He put on a serious face and said that he was the Devil Bistron, who was the master of this Tower of Nightmares. Ji asked him that this was all training and the game had not yet begun. The devil agreed with him and said that the game was waiting for him ahead. To begin with, he showed him old footage of how the walkers had just begun their journey. Ji saw his friends deciding how they would go about their future trials. The devil explained to the main character that he would never see these faces again in his life. There were also shots of Jie fighting monsters alone. The demon asked the protagonist not to experience useless emotions when remembering the past. The devil said that he was willing to give Ji a second chance, and he was confident that he would be able to beat the game again. He said that the young man should be grateful to him, because such things only exist on the pages of books. Ji couldn't bear the thought that he would have to go through this path from the very beginning. He thought that after the 100th floor, he would save all of humanity. But it turned out that this was not the case. All these long years he was simply deceived and led by the nose. The people had no chance to escape, and all the walkers could do was continue trying to take the tower. The salvation of humanity was just a false hope. The protagonist told the demon that he would never return to the past. The demon laughed and said that no object or phenomenon could send him into the past. There is no such powerful phenomenon or object that could turn back time. The main character said that he saw the Hearthstone with his own eyes. The monster explained that if people had not been deceived by this stone, everything would have been different. The demon showed the very same stone, which for some reason was painted purple. He said that it was not actually a return stone, but a dream demon stone. The dream demon stone is not capable of sending a person into the past. It simply locks him in demonic dreams. The demon could not even imagine that there were people who were too concerned with correcting the past. It was only on the 77th floor that he realized that only humans could have such an obsession. The protagonist agreed with the demon, and he suggested starting a new game. He was sure that Ji would make a reasonable decision, but for some reason he pressed no. Ji said that thanks to the demon, he finally understood everything. He said that he had already been in the dreams of the dream demon. That is why he decided that he would kill the devil right now and move on. He was sure that this time too he was being deceived and led by the nose. He said that he would go further, but the demon explained that there was nothing further, and this was the end of the tower. The young man said that he would never trust anyone in this tower again. The devil said that he was ready to give the hero whatever he wanted. The young man grabbed the weapon and said that he didn't need anything. The demon extended his hand to him and offered and asked if he wanted to return to normal life. He said that all this time the hero was in the demon's dreams, and there were no monsters. The location changed, and Ze saw the moment when people were late for the movie. The main character could not understand what was happening in this world. The demon explained to him that none of these people died. The demon almost forgot to show him the most important thing and created the next frame. In the hospital corridor, there were patients who still couldn't come to their senses. In these patients, Ji saw himself in an unconscious state. Decades had already passed in the tower, but only a month had passed in the human world. The demon believed that the young man would never defeat him because he had somehow completed his training. He explained that there is a large, unbridgeable gap between humans and dragons. Only now did the man realize that in front of him was a real dragon. He told the dragon to his face that he had already fought with his kind. He grabbed his weapon and rushed towards the demon. Wounded, he returned to the blacksmith Jake, but there was no one in the house, and only that very candle that illuminated it had not burned for a long time. Then the main character took up blacksmithing himself, as Jake had taught him. He fought the demon for 72 days, but still could not leave even a scratch. On the other hand, it wasn't that bad, because he didn't die in that tower. It was strange that the demon didn't want to kill him and just tortured him. The dragon believed that he had to keep this hero, because he was a successful product that could be sold. He watched all his actions through his mini-screens. It was the first time he had seen anything like this, a person fighting for his life like that. As a cultivator, he believed that he had to deliver the product to quality soil. During secondary processing, low-quality elements are filtered out and the best ones remain. It is through training that the best products are selected. After training, approved products will begin to mature in the real game. Secondary processing provides the selected elements with water, fertilizer, and nutrients for growth. However, the demon was faced with a product that refused to move to a new stage. The demon was afraid that he would accidentally damage the soul of this hero. The soul of the deceased remains alive in the tower. The demon could not understand how he could quickly grow this product and sell it. Enough time has passed, and it's time for him to pay off the debt for purchasing the tower. Ji was such a special product that even the gods contacted the demon. The demon asked Ji if he was tired of fighting and not getting results. He suggested that he listen and start playing for real. At one point, Ze lost sight of the demon. He found himself behind him, but the hero reacted immediately. This fight ended with the man being thrown aside and losing a lot of blood. The demon persistently asked him to answer what he was trying to achieve. He didn't know what to do to get the young man to agree and join the game. He promised that in return he would give him special skills and weapons. The main character waited for this moment and told the monster that he wanted to ask him for something. At the negotiating table, the demon told him that other worlds and universes exist. There is a main dimension called the Almighty Earth, and from it, many alternative ones branch off. The Earth is a small planet in a large system of dimensions, which consists of a large number of alternatives. This planet is commonly referred to as the 294th world. In the Tower of Nightmares, walkers can gain skills, obtain items, and by leveling up, can adapt to the structure of the Great Land. This way they can get a chance to get into a completely different world. Devils like this can control the entire game. The main character asked his interlocutor why he should do this. The demon asked in return why, out of all the alternative worlds, the Tower of Nightmares ended up on Earth. The main character should be interested in this, and not in his goals and objectives. The demon gave Xi some ideas about why he and his family were facing these difficulties. The demon said that the human world was chosen by chance. Xi asked him to shut up and tell him about the management of the Nightmare Tower. He wondered what the demon's benefit was in this and in this system. The demon laughed and said that it was just his hobby and nothing more. Suddenly, a sign appeared on the wall that the Lord had sent a message that there was no more time, and that there was no need to kill the demon under any circumstances. The demon asked the main character if he believed him now. The young man considered this message and the demon's words to be complete nonsense. The hero woke up in the ice and saw that all his indicators were at maximum. He realized that now he had nowhere else to strive for. He decided not to retreat from his goal and destroy that demon. Time after time, when he attacked the demon, it did not bring him any results. The hero caught himself thinking that humanity could really be destroyed. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted and he saw an energetic face in front of him. The main character became alarmed and thought that it was a hallucination. Suddenly the entire location was filled with small gold particles. These particles took the form of sugar, and then transformed into a completely different object. The hero immediately understood that these particles are a component of the world, and the form does not matter. After some time, Zhou returned to the conversation with the demon and asked who was in charge of this system. The demon said that the monarchs are the contemplators of the Great Land, that is, those who manage to complete the game. Those who complete the game will head to the Great Land and receive the support of power from the monarchs. The demon said that the hero's future would change depending on the monarch chosen. The demon swore on his name that he would use all his power to help Xi get to the great monarch. However, this will only happen if Xi is willing to see the game through to the very end. The main character decided to agree and do what the demon asked. He announced that he would be ready to start playing in 10 days. 9 days later, Jae-hwan finished his training. The demon watched him through the screen and did not understand why he was trying for days. The demon needs to wait a little, and he remembered that he bought this tower because of deception. He was deceived and told that the tower was built personally by the ruler. The tower was an ancient first-generation building, the age of which cannot be determined. If this were a third-generation tower, there would be a function to voluntarily complete training without compromising achievements. The demon can't get out of this damn tower. It really irritated him that the main character refused to play every time and was going to kill him. He realized that the game would not take place and accepted his poverty. He hoped that Zhou wouldn't change his mind tomorrow and would join the game. The next day a screen appeared with tips and an offer to join the game. The demon was moved to tears because he had waited for this day for so long. Through tears in his eyes, he saw that Xi had taken out a gun and was aiming it at him. The young man said that from now on he would hunt only him. After hallucinating particles, the hero found it more difficult to control the ball. Every time he wants to strike, he experiences strange feelings. This feeling seemed to tell the hero that he had awakened. On the 91st floor, there was a selective plant. With his help, the demon grabbed the player and said that this was supposed to happen. He promised that Zhou would never end the game without his consent. After that deception, the demon lost all attempts to persuade the hero. He asked him why he thought that the training had a continuation. The demon said that the Nightmare Tower would automatically close 100 days after completing the training. He wanted Jae-hwan to survive and enter the game. The main character told the demon that he was a non-entity who simply collected walkers. With the help of magic particles, a sign appeared that the selection of walkers would soon end. At the end, there was an inscription that if the demon decided, then the product needed to be cultivated. Xi said that he would not be the product that the demon had been waiting for. And after that, the location began to shine. Xi delivered a powerful energy blow and scared the demon. The main character ended up with that very sword in his hand. The demon became alarmed and said that this was impossible, and that the reboot would now begin. After the young man reached the 100th floor, he began to be haunted by doubts about whether this could really be a dream. He wondered if the demon really couldn't kill him. Particles scattered across the location again and turned into text. After much doubt, Zhe finally reached the stage of absolute certainty. He struck and the shockwave shattered the location into particles. 1,000 particles flew into the angry demon's face. The system notified that the established time restrictions have been lifted. Then the demon transformed and became several times more powerful. He told the hero that he would no longer pity him and asked him to surrender. He said that the young man would never be able to defeat a dragon like him. When the hero's arm was torn off, he could not believe that this was the end. The demon said that Ji would still have to participate in the game, and that his actions were only making things worse. This time, the main character took out not a sword, but a small dagger. The system began its countdown, and it was clear that something was about to happen. Several beams from the main character's side flew at the demon. A very powerful beam of energy was coming from his dagger. Seeing this picture, the demon was sure that he had awakened. The protagonist told the demon that people should not be used as goods for sale. His energy beams made the demon become much smaller in size. Poking him with a dagger, he said that he was not going to follow his words. He decided that he would destroy it right here and now and move on. He was ready to destroy this entire world that the demons created. The demon became scared and asked the hero to stop this circus. He explained to him that there was nothing else behind this tower, but Z believed otherwise. He understood that he was not sent here just to save humanity. On almost all floors he was interested in the inscriptions, and he took them as a hint. He asked the demon if they were really at the root of the Tree of Illusion. He believed that if this is a root, then the whole system also has a stem. He swung his sharp sword and decided to break through the ceiling. The system notified the hero that training was suspended. She soon added that no walkers were found in the tower, and completed her training. The main character woke up in the forest and saw quite large footprints next to him. These tracks belonged to the monsters that the young man had been looking for so long. It was clear that the monsters in this location were not that strong. After killing the monsters, the young man saw mutants next to you. They reproached him for having dealt mercilessly with the monster and torn off its horn. Unfortunately, the main character could not understand what these creatures were saying. It soon dawned on him that they were talking about the horn hanging behind his back. He wanted to negotiate peacefully with these aliens, but they attacked first. I had to use my sword to deal with all the aliens. He lifted the head of one of them and asked where he was. He didn't want to tell the truth, and force had to be used. These creatures seemed weak to the young man, but in fact they are not so simple. He pulled out the creature's whiskers and threw them on the ground. He took on another creature to find out the truth about this location. G picked up the backpack of these monsters, but the system stopped working after he left the tower, and it was unclear what the description of this thing was. The hero thought that after the tower he gained access to a system of other dimensions. He found the multicolored stones and saw only a brief description that they could increase in energy. The young man suggested that in this dimension someone could create such stones on purpose. He took them into his bag because he thought they might be valuable. In addition to these items, he found a folded map. On this map there was a tree of illusions called Chaos. For some reason the demon from the tower didn't tell him about this. In this same dense location, 2 people were fighting monsters. Besides them, there were quite a lot of other people there. They reproached the woman for getting involved with this monster. The red-haired man was angry at the girl for her actions. It was about a monster that came out of nowhere, and it was called the Bighorn. The alarmed heroes became frightened and decided to gather together in one group to escape. The protagonist watched them from above and realized that they did not get along with each other. He wondered how they got out of the tower with such low skills. The red-haired man decided to rush into battle, but was immediately rebuffed. That girl clearly didn't get along with him because she just stabbed him in the ear. While they were sorting things out among themselves, the young man was almost eaten by a monster. Someone hit the monster in the face, and blood started coming out of its mouth. This attack from the side saved the young man's life. Raising his head, he saw a bright sword above him. It was the main character who attacked the monster. Looking at the 5-horned monster, the hero realized that his strength depended on the number of enemies. The girl became interested in this young man, and she decided to ask him who he was. She said that no one could kill this monster with a simple lunge. The main character didn't want to tell her the truth, and decided to just keep quiet. The girl said that Chaos was a difficult world, and this interested Jay. He asked about Chaos, but she looked at him with fear. The main character went with this group of people and got to know them better in the process. They found it strange that he didn't know the local language. She said that he was just passing through here, and this immediately angered the girl. She saw him kill a bighorn sheep without any skill. She put out her hand and used her powers to try to find out information about this person. The system informed her that verification was not possible. The hero decided to ask her a couple of questions, but she started doing it first. Mina said that chaos is a difficult world, and no one can kill a monster with just a lunge. She wondered where Ze came from in their world. The young man asked again what chaos meant, and the girl became even more angry. She asked again her question, where did Jae-hwan come from? She thought that he did not understand her, but he said that he understood this language perfectly well. Remembering his past, he realized that he could not tell who he was. His entire past on Earth lost its meaning after he got into the tower. In the tower, he found comrades with whom he created new memories. After completing their training, all these comrades disappeared like a mirage. The hero hoped that his comrades lived somewhere on Earth. If he started over, he would keep all those memories of them. Unfortunately, they would not remember him and what they had gone through. He told the girl that he didn't remember anything from his past. The heroine assumed that her interlocutor had complete amnesia and was ill. She attacked Je and said that he was just pretending and making fun of her. The man wanted to stop this squabble and took out his giant sword. Seeing the super weapon, the girl's eyes widened in surprise. She realized that killing the monster was connected to this super weapon. The heroine was angry at Jo because he ruined her task. She would have easily dealt with that monster if this young man had not appeared. She promised not to ask him about anything else and wanted to suggest something. Then the girl, who introduced herself as Mina, told about chaos, and the heroes began to discuss the squad. Next to them was a vile team of Red Fox clan boys. Apparently the girl wants Ji to destroy all these guys. Mina said that these guys would soon reach Jo, and he shouldn't consider them. Night fell, and the squad decided to spend the night right here so as not to attract monsters. The young man settled down near them and saw on the map that there was a village nearby. He saw again golden particles falling from the sky. When he was resting, the men discussed his low energy. They assumed that he killed the huge creature only with the help of a super weapon. As far as these players know, this weapon can only be obtained from the illusion tree branch, which is the Abyss. Jae-hwan immediately realized that something bad was being prepared against him. He knew that these people would be horrified if they found out that he got his weapon from the Abyss. Having looked closely at the location, the man concluded that this was not his home planet. After a few hours, those men finally began to move and went towards Jae. The girl warned him that he needed to be on his guard because they were coming for him. She asked Jae to use his ball against them. The main character played the fool and said that he didn't have any weapons. He lied that he left his sword with some stranger for the night to look at. And the very next moment, he was surrounded by this strange group. Fortunately, the girl stood by Jae's side and stood up for him. The protagonist was glad that he was able to understand what Mina really was like. The leader asked his assistants to kill this guy immediately. Then the girl got angry and attacked the men with her energy. With one swing of her hand, she hit both of them in the head at once. One of them lost his weapon, and Mina immediately took it for herself to attack. She plunged this dagger into the head of one of the attackers. Now the location has become quite calm thanks to this brave girl. She released several shurikens from herself and told the survivors that they had ruined their own fate. Everyone present immediately realized that she was a real witch. The girl said that many inhabitants of Chaos are waiting for their death. The man took out a super weapon and said that this witch would die right here and now. The girl mocked him that he was only counting on a super weapon. The man said he had another plan if she died. She peered into the darkness and realized that there were about 40 of these people here. The man said he would never have gone into such a fight without the necessary preparation. He said that he would go to Mina alone, but the guy who killed the monster bothers him. If he had known from the start that he would get a super weapon, he would not have gone so far. A black fox appeared in the location instead of him, which confused the girl. He said that everyone had gathered here only for the sake of the witch. After thinking for a while, Mina realized that she couldn't fight him alone. Suddenly, she apologized to Jae and said that she could no longer protect him. She threw him a moonstone and told him to run wherever his eyes looked. She said it was a return stone and could be used to teleport to the nearest fortress. In case of rescue, she only has this stone. The hero realized that, according to the description, this particular stone does not return to the past, but saves in the present. He immediately remembered the death of his friends and the lack of necessary information about this stone. The hero asked Mina if she had the opportunity to return to the past. Would she return? The girl got angry and said that now was not the time to ask such questions. After thinking for a moment, she said that she would never go back to the past, since she had worked all her life for her true self. She was ready to die right now, but not to return to the past. The protagonist grabbed his weapon and told her that she would not die today. At the same moment, a powerful blue explosion appeared in the location. The main character rushed towards the attackers and cut off the hands of some players with one blow. The Black Fox used the code phrase and activated the Flame Tongue transformation. This did not bother the main character, and he rushed at the fox. It pierced his armor and a flash of light erupted from it. The red-haired man's entire face was covered in this liquid that looked like blood. The black fox instantly fell to his knees in front of the main character. After a while, the black fox began to tremble with horror. Seeing the strength of the main character, all the people rushed to run back. Jaehwan lunged forward and cut his opponent down. Mina understood that this could not be done with just a light lunge. She used to think he was a fool, but now she realizes he is very strong. When the heroes dealt with that guy, Mina asked Jae who he really was. The hero told her that she already knew who he was. Mina asked him to return the stone she had given him, but he said that he had lost it. When the hero and his companion were sitting by the fire after the battle, Jae felt peace for the first time. The girl searched for the return stone for several hours and still couldn't find it. The main character decided to tell who he was and called himself a human. He asked the girl if she was human, and she said that she was half human. After this conversation, she felt uneasy and assumed that the young man was up to something. She realized that it was not enough to be an ordinary person to deal with enemies like that. The next day, they set out on their journey and talked about how the hero had forgotten about the almighty earth. She believes that everyone would envy him because they would like to forget how they ended up in chaos. Then Ziji asked her how she ended up here in chaos. The heroine answered him and said that he would definitely regret his question as soon as he found out the answer. Soon this company came to the Gorgon's fortress. The main character thought that this location was similar to the first floor area of the tower. Suddenly he looked back and something seriously scared him. He saw naked people who were crying and asking each other for help. The girl said that this painting was the answer to Jay's question about how she ended up in chaos. She asked him never to ask that question again in this world. She lowered her head and greeted the hero in the world of the dead, which is otherwise called chaos. He who dies in the great land will immediately fall into chaos. However, if he dies in chaos, his soul will disintegrate into nutrients for the Tree of Illusions. Soon an army of soldiers came to this place. One of the leading men called a small child to him and covered him, reproaching him for his weakness. In his opinion, this child died because he was weak. Mina called out to the man and he asked her why she had come here. She asked to go further, but the warrior said that now they must check the identity of everyone who enters the fortress. She remembered about the ID and decided to ask Jae if he had one. Then she decided to play a role and sucked up to the soldier. The soldier didn't want to let her through at all, so she handed him the horn of that monster. The man took the horn for himself and said that everything was in order with the girl's ID. Then he turned to Ji and asked him to show his documents. The girl laughed and asked the young man to beg her for help. Ji told the soldiers that he had no documents and they forbade him from entering. The girl immediately realized that he was going to kill the guards. She hoped he wouldn't go crazy and do what he wanted. She rushed towards Jae and began to justify him in front of the guards. Suddenly someone called out to the guards, and they were distracted from the young man. Seeing the most noble figure in the fortress, the girl became worried. The entire army formation greeted the new arrival. The most famous checkpoint captain in Chaos has arrived. His name was Gordon, and he asked James what was going on. He was informed that this young man wanted to get inside without documents. Captain Gordon apologized and said that in that case it was impossible to get inside. He announced the law of the fortress, which forbade the passage of a person if he aroused the captain's suspicions. The protagonist interrupted this influential man and grabbed his weapon and said that he did not care about the laws. The young man said he did not need the ID because he would not be proving his identity. In this case, the captain must arrest the hero in accordance with the laws of the fortress. Gordon released the silver shackles against the young man, but he instantly broke them. All the soldiers were shocked that the man had managed to do this. The captain asked the main character how he managed to do this. He pointed to the mine and said that he could do the same as she did. He was referring to the situation when she gave a bribe in the form of a monster's horn. All the military men were alarmed because they were accused of accepting bribes. The hero gave something to the captain and asked to let him pass further. The men present asked the captain to immediately execute this suspicious man for giving a bribe. The captain examined the item that was given to him and asked the young man if his name was Jae Hwan. When he agreed, Gordon said that he was waiting for him. The messenger of the gossip. The device reported that the degree of destruction of the girl's soul had exceeded 15%. Ji asked about this, and she realized that he knew nothing at all about this world. Soul corruption is a chronic disease that spreads among those who have fallen into chaos. The soul of each arriving one is gradually destroyed, and will eventually be completely absorbed. It turns out that the horn of a fat rhinoceros can prevent the destruction of the soul. Thanks to the main character, this girl got a horn for free. The captain took his device and decided to check the main character. But suddenly the device showed an unknown error. He explained that the process of soul destruction had not been detected. The captain extended his hand to Joe and said that he would return his stone to him. He asked the gossip's messenger never to give the spirit stone to the first person he met. The protagonist said that he was not a messenger, but the captain only smiled in response. The subordinates asked the captain if they could let them through. The captain turned to James and said that the spirit stone was an item that increased spiritual energy, and more. James had previously known that this stone only increased spiritual energy, and was excited by this news. The captain squeezed the spirit stone in his hand, and his hand turned purple. Gordon said that no one except the messenger of the gossip has power over this stone. He didn't think that this guy was really a messenger, but he knew perfectly well that he had excellent control over this stone. The subordinate asked if they could trust the protagonist, but the captain said that he trusted not him, but his soul. The captain recalled the moment when he checked the destruction of the young man's soul, and the device showed an error. According to him, the device will not be able to determine the degree of destruction of the soul in only one case. This case refers to when a person's soul is the purest of all in chaos. The captain decided not to think about it anymore and said that the fortress would decide what to do with this young man. The hero and Mina set off through the streets of the fortress. The main character didn't like that this girl was in the company with him. He turned to the inhabitants of the fortress and asked where he could find a good blacksmith. No one could really give him a clear answer, and everyone just laughed at him. After feeling worse, the girl finally came to her senses. The hero wished her good luck and decided to continue on alone. Mina rushed after him and asked him not to leave her alone. The hero said that he had entered the fortress and no longer needed help. He believed that the girl's presence would only hinder him from now on. The girl said that she could provide any service that Jay needed. The guy said he needed a horse, and the girl agreed to take him to the right place. To begin with, he decided to settle an important matter with someone who had become close to him. There was a strange group nearby that was interested in the main character's sword. The girl again stood up for Jay and began to threaten these men. The group told the main characters that they had to give them the sword in order to get out of here alive. They promised that the youngest in their company would kill them. The giant swung at the girl, but his blow was immediately repelled by Jay. His comrades looked in fear at the bright flash that remained in the place of the baby. With this blow, the main character cut off the attacker's hand and knocked him to the ground. He grabbed his sword, and this frightened those present. He looked at them boldly and ordered them to attack. One of the men became angry because Xi attacked their boy. The entire group grabbed their weapons and rushed towards the hero. There was a blood-like liquid on Jay's energy sword. The girl thanked him for being able to scatter the attackers with one blow. The young man said that he could do nothing more than lunge. Then Mina asked him why he blew the roof off with his blow. He explained that someone from the group used invisibility skills during the fight. He saw this skill with his naked eye. He explained that he simply wanted to intimidate this group. But the girl said that this could not be done. Soon the company of the main character and Mina arrived at one of the stalls. Mina said that they had come to the most famous forge in the whole city. The blacksmith was a young man called Master Niven. He said that they had a lot of work to do today, and if an order was placed, it would take quite a long time. He said that it would be easier to buy a finished product than to order a custom one. On the table there was a dagger made from the horn of a tetragon. The assistants asked the master to participate in the creation of the dagger. The master told his assistants that this horn was not so easy to break, and that it would take a lot of effort. Deputy owner Michael said that whoever could make a cut on the dagger's handle would become his deputy for the day. Blow after blow, the assistants tried to make at least a scratch on the huge horn. The deputy owner of the workshop noticed that his assistants were too weak. The protagonist asked Nevin when he could work on this dagger. He asked the workshop deputy to try to break the horn, and he thought that he just wanted to try his hand. The master said that it was impossible because even his students could not cope with this task. Xi specified that if he broke the horn, he would become the workshop's deputy owner for one day. He showed the man that it took him a couple of seconds to break the horn. Both the deputy owner and his assistants could not believe their eyes. The man became alarmed because the main character broke this horn. He attacked Zoe with accusations that he had destroyed an expensive item. The young man promised that he would compensate for this horn with a better horn. He reached into his bag and pulled out the expensive 5-horn horn. From the reaction of those around him, it was clear that this horn was indeed more expensive than the one he broke. The master forgave Zhu and said that this horn would be quite suitable. The main character decided to be cheeky and asked to work a little in the workshop. The deputy owner allowed the boy to follow him to the blacksmith shop. Mina realized that the hero had found what he was looking for and decided to leave him. The master allowed the young man to use any tools in this best forge in the city. During the conversation, Michael decided to ask Zay where he got this horn. The hero did not go into details and simply said that he managed to get it. The master did not believe that Ji had killed the 5-horned beast single-handedly. The young man took out his sword and said that he would need help repairing it. The master thought it was a copy of the ice sword. He said that for such a valuable weapon, he would not be able to forge parts from the best horn and would rather make a new sword. When he examined Jay's sword, the weapon behaved strangely and revealed wings with fangs. The sword's spiritual energy indicates the absorption of a higher race. Unfortunately, the sword absorbed the material from which the new weapon was to be made. The young man told the master not to worry and handed him another horn. The master no longer asked questions, because he knew that the five-horned one had 5 horns. He asked Zhe what kind of help he would need, and he said that he needed to start by seeing how he worked with materials. The man was happy to show such a valuable customer what he was capable of. In the Gorgon fortress, the fortress minister Yurchin listened to the reports of his subordinates. He was informed that they had managed to kill all the bandits, but had lost sight of the target. The subordinate said that he simply passed out and woke up on the roof. The minister concluded that the target sensed the presence of a man. Since the target was able to sense the high-level invisibility skill of a third-stage master, it meant that he himself was not lower than level 5. Yurchin ordered to gather as many people as possible and search the entire fortress. In one of the bars, a group of men listened to the news about Zhe. The girl was talking about a video that has become popular recently. The conversation was about the lone hero on the 99th floor of the tower. Everyone was wondering where this young man was now, because the lords liked him. During dinner, it became clear that the tower had suspended its cultivation process. Perhaps because the owner had been caught doing something. Rumors began to spread that because of this, the tower's owner abandoned everything and fled. The men concluded that the video was fake because it was impossible to clear the tower alone. The witch Mina confidently entered the same bar. Everyone just looked after her and didn't take their eyes off her. Some young men even tried to keep her company for the evening. She used magic and responded to them aggressively, and they decided it would be better not to disturb her. For some reason, Mina felt bored and sad without Jay. She decided to drink as much alcohol as possible to heal her emotional wounds. When she had done this, she complained to the tavern owner about Jay. She said that whenever she sees him, she feels uneasy, but he has a special place in her heart. Ji destroys everything in her path and doesn't give her a chance to show herself. In fact, she was offended by the fact that, apart from his sword, the main character could not see anything else. Besides this, the young man says strange things, as if he had never been in this world. Mina thought that Ji didn't value her at all, as if she was nothing to him. When Ji wanted to say goodbye to her, he offended her with the phrase that they were completely different and had different paths. Besides this, the young man looks down on her all the time. The tavern owner calmed the girl down and asked her to never approach this hero again. The woman said that if she continued to mess with him, she could die. It was unclear why the tavern owner, Claire, said such a phrase. At that moment, the location was completely filled with gold dust. These dust particles came together and formed a golden bird. The golden bird brought a package that looked like a letter into Mina's hands. It was a letter from the captain of the North Gate, intended for Mina. The girl couldn't understand why Gordon was writing to her. Mina wanted to read the letter, but she heard someone approach her and ask if she was a massacre witch. This someone took out a long sword and wanted to hit Mina. He grabbed her hand and she couldn't get away. The menacing man said that Mina had to help him with something. At this time, the main character, together with his assistant, participated in the killing of the monster. They needed to get the horns of this creature that wanted to kill them. The man was shaking with fear, because he did not understand how they could get his horns. Ji asked his comrade to pull himself together, because they were already at the finish line. He asked him to help as expected, since he had volunteered to help. Soon the men began to make a sword from whatever they had at hand. It was too high-level material for the master, and even his hands couldn't obey to create the weapon. Ji covered his eyes with his hand and said that it was not a matter of level, but of understanding. He knew that the first stage of rebirth is the power of doubt, which is capable of destroying the world essence. The second stage of rebirth is the ability to recognize and accept the destroyed world. When the man looked down, he saw that the horn was not the same as before. Energy suddenly burst out of this horn straight up to the ceiling and frightened the man. The master could not understand what had just happened and thought it was a hallucination. He rubbed his eyes and saw a huge monster in front of him. This is how the fight between the men and the huge monster began. Ji asked his temporary comrade to help as expected, since he volunteered. The man trembled with fear and decided that he needed to wake up quickly, because this was all a dream. He was sure it was a dream, but he insisted on help. The master rushed to the workshop door and began calling for help. Ahead of him, he saw that all his assistants had turned into skeletons. Besides them, a strange flash appeared, which told the deputy that he was not allowed to be here. While the man was aware of what was happening, Zhou fought with the monster to get its horns. The protagonist concentrated his mana on the blacksmith's hammer and struck the monster with it. The master could not understand how he got into this world and what happened at all. The master reproached the protagonist for not coming to him earlier, when he could deal with the enemy Garnet. He understood that he wanted to meet the owner of the workshop here, but he said that he had not been here for a long time. He said he was no good, and Z supported him and asked him not to give up. The man said he tried and failed every time. The protagonist remembered his master, who never gave up, even when humanity was on the brink of destruction. That master had honed all the skills associated with blacksmithing, and was able to repair any weapon in the tower. His skill level was at 99%, but instead of aiming for 99% success, he tried to run away from the 1% failure. The master said that he used the skill during the work without understanding its essence. He believed that spiritual power transmitted power to the hammer, and the tools simply adapted to the work with the horn. The protagonist pointed to his assistants and asked why they couldn't do anything if it was so easy. According to the owner, these young people simply failed to master the skill, and that is why everything falls out of their hands. He asked the man how the crafting skill worked, and the man said that he had just figured it out. He poked his finger into the horn, and it immediately melted a little. Everyone present saw the decomposition of the particles, but the hero said that everything is not so simple. He explained that hard work made the man's world more stable. He added that if after so many attempts the master fails to do the job, then the problem is not in him, but in this world itself. His approach to work is suitable for nightmares, but not for people. The master realized that he had to challenge the world, which would compensate for all his efforts. The main character said that the man is no longer so young, but is able to continue the fight, and the world makes him believe in his own inability. He said that you shouldn't blindly believe everything, and it's better to look at everything with your own eyes. At that moment, he created a huge monster and showed it to the master. This world was without ranks, skills, and abilities. That is, a world devoid of deception. The main character couldn't understand how this master hadn't gone crazy trying to achieve something worthwhile. The next day, the protagonist and the master finished working on the sword. The master decided to contribute his part and suggested a name for the new sword, which should be called Loner. The master sadly said goodbye to Jay, who could no longer stay with them. The master asked him what he looked like in the world he saw. Ji said that the master looks like a very ordinary person. The protagonist went further and noticed that Mina was following him. He asked her what her intentions were, and she stated that she was ready to kill him. By doing this, she wants to ensure that the spirit stone falls into her hands and she begins a normal life. After a while, the girl said that it was a joke. She just wanted to see Jay's reaction, but unfortunately there was none. She told his friend that he was going to find the nightmares and ask about the Tree of Illusions, and then go in search of the path to the abyss. The young man said that he would never return from the abyss, and Mina began to scold him for his feeble-mindedness. The girl believed that if he was destined to die, he would die today, but would never return to the past. Suddenly, a sign appeared above the girl's head saying that she should not create problems, otherwise the old woman would die. This inscription touched the witch's shoulder and told her to charm her interlocutor with her spells, and not to anger him. She realized that they had a hostage and they only needed him. Apparently, he has to give his head to those people across the street in order to save the hostage. The young man decided to get rid of these people and go in search of the nightmare. The girl pounced on him and said that they were no longer on the same path. She said that she could no longer stay with Ji for such a purpose. The young man found it strange that this girl looked like a human. The people on the opposite side of the street said that this witch had betrayed them, and that they needed to report this to everyone else immediately, because all their plans for the nightmare had gone to waste. Hearing this, the man realized that they knew where the nightmare was. After some time, Mina came to the old woman's house. She didn't see her aunt and found her establishment in disarray. That lady from the bar was tied up by scary people, and she regretted not stopping the witch earlier. She understood perfectly well that this time she would die because of this red-haired girl. The leader asked Mina where was what they had agreed on. The witch took out her weapon and said that witches never keep their promises. She explained that Joe would not come here because he had gone to destroy the world. The young men used their shadow skill to attack the witch. One of the attackers said that Mina became known as the Witch of Carnage because of her ability to lure creatures. They wondered if she could handle this ability now. She was attacked and dropped her sword. One of the main people also took out a weapon and struck the witch. The leader asked the girl not to scream and gave her one last chance to bring the guy here. Mina did not listen and launched 7 more swords towards the ill-wishers. Chief Williams said there was no need to act tough because he would crush her with 2 fingers. He struck the witch, and she began to lose consciousness. And only now did she remember the question about the past that Ji had asked her. She realized that she wanted to go back to the past and regretted leaving that stone. While she was thinking about this, the man tried to hit her, but he was immediately repelled. It turned out that Gio came here because he understood what was going on. Mina asked him why he came here if he was going to destroy the world. Without giving him a chance to answer, the group asked if he was really the master of the spiritual weapon. The hero pretended not to hear the question and asked where the nightmare was. He asked the men to bring him here immediately. When the protagonist got angry, the witch asked him to be careful, because in front of him was a guy who was on the fourth step. The group leaders decided to punish Zhe for his impudence and arrogance. They didn't even suspect that a stream of spiritual weapons would fly at them right now. The stream hit one of the men and burned his neck. Everyone present thought that this was complete nonsense and that Zhe was just an ordinary newbie. He thought about the fact that his opponent had managed to dodge his direct blow, since only Payatirog had managed to do this before. But since that monster still gave up, it turns out that this guy is much stronger than him. The evil people asked Zhe to do whatever he wanted, but instead, they did not guarantee the freedom of this old woman. The woman begged the protagonist to attack these people without hesitation. The witch promised her friend that they would soon save her. The girl asked Zhe to help this old woman, but he didn't want to do it because he came here for a nightmare. The young man swung his sword and struck straight at the ceiling. The impact was so powerful that it broke through the roof and burst out. This beam was noticed by one of the main people in the Gorgon fortress. He told his subordinates that they were immediately heading to where the beam appeared. A group of evil people saw that this beam had broken through the barrier of silence. It was unclear what it was, but the men said they were now having problems with this barrier. A team of soldiers appeared in the room and ordered everyone to be surrounded. The elder of the fortress approached the main character and asked what was going on here. The protagonist pointed to the senior bandit and said that he was breaking all the laws of the fortress. He added that this man decided to take this place and, together with the nightmare, destroy the world. After thinking for a moment, Chief Gordon said that for damage to property and hostage-taking, that group would be arrested without release. The men realized that things were bad and decided to retreat. The captain then used the shackle skill and told the bandits that he would never let them go. The leader, Williams, managed to free himself from his shackles and rush at the captain. Eventually, the leader of the fortress destroyed the man and pinned him to the floor. The attention of those present was distracted by a bomb falling on the floor. This bomb sprayed acrid smoke throughout the entire location. This was done by those bandits who belonged to the group. One of them put his mask on loosely and inhaled the poison. Williams became angry with his subordinates for resorting to spraying a cloud of smoke without his approval. The most important of the entire clan asked Williams why the witch had not been handed over to him. He was informed that silver shackles had been used against the entire group. The entire group concluded that the witch, the captain, and Jay inhaled the smoke and died. The leader was interested to know who this guy was who had just dragged the witch out of the house. He guessed that this man was special because there was a special sword glowing in his hand. The men couldn't understand how he didn't decompose when exposed to the black smoke. The group wanted to know why this man appeared in the fortress. The main character heard these conversations and grabbed his weapon. The protagonist hit the floor with his weapon and summoned a dragon. These rays of energy threw everyone around them aside. The leader asked Williams to find out what kind of monster it was, and then he rushed away from there. The man examined the bodies of his subordinates and saw that they were unconscious. The protagonist told Williams that these guys still had a chance to survive. He asked Williams where they were hiding the nightmare, but he couldn't tell him, otherwise his life would lose its meaning. He explained this by saying that he would be in trouble if the nightmare found out about the betrayal. The man believed that he was going to die anyway and bit into the stone. The protagonist remembered the witch's words that all people in chaos were dependent on some kind of drugs. Then Mina added that these were not narcotic substances, but just medicines to reduce the level of destruction of the soul. When Williams bit into the stone, his eyes became covered in capillaries and veins bulged all over his body. Everyone present in the location was immediately covered by the monster's shadow. This monster had huge horns and long fangs. He could easily put people on his claws and pierce them right through. He didn't understand what exactly he was afraid of in this world, because now he could be the freest. Among the remaining people, he spotted Ji and wanted to destroy him. To begin with, he asked him how the man was able to get into this world. Looking at the monster, the main character could not understand exactly who was in front of him. He decided not to deal with it and simply launched his sword at him. Ji delivered a blow that was able to cut off the monster's huge head. He believed that he had to immediately find someone who would tell him about the world of chaos. Nothing stopped Zhe from going in search of information. He went to the same place where the witch lay unconscious under the supervision of soldiers. The captain, who had also lost all his strength due to the poison, ordered the fortress to be warned about this. The witch was so ill that when she came to, she asked Ji for death. Only at this moment did it dawn on the protagonist that she was, after all, human. The protagonist uses the doubt skill to find out what kind of entity is next to him. However, for some reason, it is against the witch that the skill fluctuates and does not give precise information. She grabbed the sword to kill the witch, but he was abruptly stopped. It was an old woman who said that the girl still had a chance to come to her senses. She needed to be taken to the hospital immediately. After some time, Mina was taken to the hospital. Her whole body was covered in pustules, and if this continued, I would have no chance of survival. Suddenly a warning appeared that a dead man had appeared in the Gorgon fortress. Seeing this, people panicked and began to run wherever their eyes looked. The alarm notified the residents that they needed to leave the fortress immediately. Suddenly the soldier who was accompanying the people turned around, and instead of a man, there was a monster. The monster killed all the people who were near him. Someone immediately flew here to save people. It was a tall man in red clothes and with a long sword. The main character remembered what Mina had told him about him. The old woman reproached Zhu for going against all the rules of chaos. She said that he is very arrogant and thinks only of himself, and she has an example of such a person. She said that the people who end up here adapt not because they are stupid, but because they have no other choice. They just lack the courage to step outside the norm. The old woman noticed that the main character was one of those who was always striving for something. She said that it was very difficult for her to understand the actions of the main character, but she knew one thing for sure. Looking into his eyes, she said with complete confidence that he was dangerous. The old woman asked him to leave this place because he gives people hope. Mina came to her senses for a moment and asked Zhe to never give up. The soldiers informed the group leader that they had almost no medicine left. They understood that the situation was dire, and the leader ordered everyone to bring everything that was in this fortress. The main character saw that the monster's horn was being ground up to treat the sick. Even the medicine from the Trihorn's horn is unable to help the captain. The elder was asked what would happen if the captain became dead, but he did not know the answer to this question. Despite the seriousness of the situation, the main character approached the captain, hit him in the face, and wanted to ask him a question. The captain's subordinates were shocked when they saw that he had come to his senses. Opening his eyes, the captain immediately recognized the young man Zhe in front of him. As a last request, the master asked the young man to kill him, saying that only he was capable of doing this. Someone said that the destruction of Gorgon's soul had reached 95%. After this, it was mentioned that the process of decomposition was about to begin. The captain of the 5th stage demonic extermination squad, whose name is Jahar, entered the tent. Everyone present became alarmed when they saw the captain of the extermination squad. The guest stated that, according to the rules of the fortress, he must kill the captain of the northern gate and the unknown woman. Jahar swung at Gordon, but his blow was stopped by a man who said that he would not allow the master to be killed because he still had questions for him. Jahar didn't understand how this young man was able to stop his blade with his bare hands. The man explained that Gordon was about to become a dead man, and then a real catastrophe would occur. Hearing this, the protagonist took out the horn and said that it would help him return to life. But he squeezed it sharply in his hands, and then everyone turned white from what had happened. The protagonist took out another horn and gave the medicine to the witch and Gordon. The subordinates noticed that the captain's testimony began to change for the better. Mina's body reacted to the poison differently, and the rotting process began faster than Gordon's. Those present understood that they could no longer help her, since the destruction of the soul had reached almost 100%. Jahar turned to Jay and asked him to give way to him without any explanation. The main character said that he would kill this woman himself because she asked him to do so personally. When he took up the weapon, the old woman became indignant. She swung his sword over the witch's body, and the entire location lit up with white light. He didn't understand why this happened and why there was no one around. He saw no one around him except a strange creature. It was a small gnome who asked how such a huge Z ended up in his world. He stroked Mina's cheek and promised that he would help her get rid of her suffering. The young man used the skill of doubt, but it didn't work on the dwarf. The protagonist suggested that this was the source of the destruction of the soul. He concluded that if he killed this old man, he could save Mina. The dwarf was the first to rush at him, but the young man stopped the blow. The old man got angry and reproached Zhu for allowing himself too much while not being in his own world. The protagonist's energy was able to break the old man's sword. It turned out that this dwarf's name was Chung Ho, and he was a divine physician. Old man Jung Ho scolded the protagonist for disrupting his dead man's strike. Suddenly he noticed a beautiful weapon on him, and his face immediately changed. What attracted him was that this sword was made from the horn of Garneg. The old man then proposed a deal and said that he could lend his sword to help Chong save the woman. After thinking for a while, the dwarf said that he could save Mina. Taking the sword in his hands, Zhang realized that it emanated the same strong aura as Jay. He was eager to find out what this weapon was capable of. When he swung his sword, the entire location made strange sounds and flashes of light appeared. The protagonist realized that this was similar to the effect of the doubt skill. Jay was absolutely sure that this subtle world belonged to this old man, Chung Ho. After the swing, Jung Ho fell to the floor and his magical power was running out. This whole world was starting to fall apart, and something had to be done. The old man felt sorry that he could not save this girl because of his weakness. Then the man grabbed his sword, but the old man said that he would not be able to imitate the dead man's precise blow. The absolutely self-confident hero said that for the first time in his life, he was swinging a sword in the name of saving the life of another person. He struck and said that he was saving a girl who would never betray her neighbor, who was too sensitive for murderers, and also frisky and stubborn. At that very moment, the witch Mina felt much better, and the blackness disappeared from her face. Jahar said that the destruction of the soul is on the decline, and the process of decay has stopped. Everyone present could not believe that this simple guy managed to repeat the dead man's blow. Old man Young Ho concluded that Jay was exactly the same as him. He added that the young man standing in front of them was awakened. There are only a few awakened ones, and they are among those who rejected the process of adaptation to the system and gained incredible power. These people possess powers that go far beyond chaos. There are only a few awakened ones in all the Great Lands. Jahar understood with absolute certainty that now they could save the owner of the fortress. Suddenly, the captain of the Shadow Squad entered the tent and asked to give way to him. He belonged to the Internal Security Squad and was a 5th-level captain. Everyone understood perfectly well that the Squad of Shadows had nothing to do with the dead. Suddenly, the new arrival bowed to Jay and said that he greeted the messenger with dignity and honor. The main character himself did not understand why everyone constantly called him the messenger of the herald. The captain of the Shadow Squad asked that he and Jai be escorted to the fortress. Inside the fortress, he was greeted by Jurgen, who was in charge of the internal affairs of the Gorgon fortress. The man asked the protagonist directly whether he really was the messenger's envoy. When the protagonist said no, the shadow captain was shocked. Jung Ho explained that the soul stone indicated the messenger of the messenger, and asked where Jay got the stone from then. According to him, the soul of the main character should have been destroyed long ago when using this stone. The young man said that he found this stone, and its owner had been dead for a long time. The man attacked Jay because he dared to kill a representative of one of the 5 Great Land Squads. The protagonist explained that the owner of this stone wanted to steal the horns that he had obtained. Then Jurgen asked to tell him in detail about his arrival in Chaos. The main character said that he accidentally ended up in the world of Chaos, found a spiritual stone, and also accidentally ended up in the Gorgon fortress. In addition, he accidentally got into trouble with a divine medic and was able to repeat the blow of a dead man, which he saw for the first time in his life. The man asked those present not to believe this nonsense, but they said that they completely trusted his words. Jurgen wanted to ask Zhe a few questions in person. He asked the young man if he was human, and he became nervous. Zhe remembered that he did not enter the game and left the world after destroying the Tower of Nightmares. That is why his soul does not have a clear form, and there is a high chance that the Tree of Illusions perceived him as a dead man and sent him to Chaos. His body must still be on the ground. Jurgen realized that this was a human being, because no one in Chaos would describe their death as an accident. He realized that the young man did not want to reveal his identity, so that there would be no threats. The gentleman apologized to Zhe for the fact that his people had been following him for the past few days. He apparently remembered the situation with that guy on the roof. Jurgen said they didn't think it would happen this way, so the surveillance wasn't easy. He added that he had managed to do something and flashed the screen. On the screen, all of Zhe's misdeeds were written down day by day. After analyzing this information, the agent said that Jie had caused damage worth 300 billion. He said that he calls people like Zhe the main heroes. She laughed at this phrase because main characters only exist in comics. Heroes like these should be known. But Jurgen said that someone is trying to hide Zhu from the public, and it seems that he is hostile. According to him, if it weren't for this ill-wisher, Zhu wouldn't have had any problems with his documents. Zhe is a hero who is being pursued by an incredible power that he cannot control, so he ended up in Chaos by mistake. The protagonist thought about these words and assumed that the monarch was behind all this. He remembered the words of that weirdo from the tower, and he wondered how strong these monarchs were. Jurgen forgave the boy and said that they would not force him to pay for the damages, and would instead simply stand up for him. The protagonist realized that the Gorgon fortress was strong enough to withstand the power of the 12 monarchs. Jurgen asked Zhe if he was really being persecuted by the monarchs, and he said it was just a suspicion. The gentleman explained that the monarchs have no right to interfere in the affairs of the fortress and Chaos. In exchange for protection, the protagonist must provide some service. Jurgen asked him to save the owner of the fortress. 2 hours later, the main character, in the company of some people, went somewhere down. The guide girl reported that the unknown woman and the captain of the Northern Lands are undergoing treatment. The protagonist said that he did not want to go to the guest room and wanted to visit the training field. The gnome medic suggested that they measure their strength and see which was better, Xi's lunge or his blow. This old man also said that he knew that Xi had cleared the tower single-handedly. He still insisted on the battle and said that if Xi won, he would answer any of his questions. However, this little gentleman believed that Zhou would not be able to defeat him in a fight. After some time, the fight ended, and the old man, who had already lost, demanded a rematch. The main character insulted the old man several times, calling him a baby, and he decided to hit him again. From his sword came out a spiritual power in the form of a tiger. The protagonist took this blow and began an active counterattack. From a normal blow, Ji was thrown a considerable distance away from his opponent. Then the man concentrated on his powers and covered himself in mana. This technique definitely scared old man Young Ho. He scanned Ji's movements and realized that he had used the Chaos King's technique. He could not understand how he could forget about the fear of meeting him. The old man did not understand whether he would be able to repel an attack if he met the King of Chaos. When the protagonist said he was getting closer, the old man announced that he had admitted defeat. The 5th region of the Great Lands is called Steel. One of the leaders of Steel was informed that the Monarch of Pitch Darkness has a connection with Chaos. The Steel Monarch of Unbreakable Steel was named Hawk, and he did not understand why he was connected to Chaos. According to him, all the monarchs of the Great Lands signed an agreement of non-interference in the affairs of Chaos. He asked his subordinate to look at the screen where Ze was depicted. He asked his subordinate to explain whether this video was fake, since it was called Hero of the 99th Floor. A subordinate reported that the Monarch of Pitch Darkness tried to contact this product. This man also knew that the hero refused to join the game and broke through the roof of the tower and escaped into Chaos. Hawk said that the cultivator was supposed to be watching him, but he found out that the hero had killed the cultivator. The man concluded that the Monarch of the 9th region had a connection with Chaos. It turns out that the Monarch of the Pitch Darkness has been dealing with Chaos for a long time. According to the subordinate, several associations from Chaos have long maintained close ties with the Monarch. Everyone was curious about what the Monarch of Pitch Darkness had planned. Hawk asked his subordinate to send a notice to everyone that he was going to Chaos. He wanted to look at everything from the outside to understand what was happening. He became curious about how things were going with old man Chung Ho. At this time, Young Ho tried to avoid Jay's blow. He was surprised by the young man's blows, although he himself had been training for more than 40 years. The main character said that he performed his attack more than 1,000,000 times, so he honed his skills. Besides, his strong attack can be done not only with a sword. He extended his hand to the old man, and incredible energy appeared on his hand. The old man realized that this was the same alien energy that he felt when he first saw Jay. It wasn't Jay's energy, but his anger and his desire to change the world. The old man realized that in front of him was not a person, but the blow itself. Ji decided to end the conversation and showed his opponent the paper they had signed before the fight. Everything was there. Everything was written there in a childish way, that the loser would have to owe the winner a wish. Chak slandered in an official form, and this angered the old man. To the old man, this meant that Jie wanted to make him his slave. The young man took pity on the old man and said that his wish would be only an answer to one question. The old man agreed to answer one question, but first suggested going for a walk. While walking, Jie Huan asked the old man who was the owner of the tower. Young Ho said that the towers are divided into ranks from F to S, but there are also those nightmares who are not interested in this. The master is the one who has already created a tower from the rank of being an apprentice, and has become an exemplary craftsman. Only a special tower that is not related to the cultivation process can be called a master tower. The old man said that those who manage to clear the tower are most often awakened. Chan admitted that he came from Melville's 4th tower. This tower is known as the White Whale, on the 1st floor of which a huge whale appears. When the white whale appears, it immediately begins its hunt for people. It may seem like a small thing now, but at the time it was a real disaster for the old man. Countless fighters died, and it was a miracle that the old man was able to clear the tower. Chung Ho asked Jay whose tower he had cleared, and he said that the owner's name was Merlak. The old man could not believe that in front of him stood a man who had managed to clear this tower. According to him, he traveled with this Merlak several times. The men went on their walk and came across an old woman who now sells food on the street. She reproached Z for smashing her establishment to pieces. The main character suggested that the old man and the old woman be silent for a while because he felt something was wrong. A drunken brawl broke out not far from the heroes, and Z noticed it. The old man corrected Jay and said that in this world, no one can get drunk, and everyone just pretends to be drunk. They do it because they miss their past so much. They begin to behave the way they behaved in life. In this world, you can't grow old, get drunk, or satisfy your hunger, but a group of madmen appeared who wanted to return to life. The old man called this group the Deep Explorers. They had to explore the depths to find the fruit of rebirth. This fruit grows on the Tree of Illusions. The main character asked his interlocutor if the dead could somehow return to life. The old man answered with absolute certainty that the dead could return to life with the help of the fruit of reincarnation. A squad of deep explorers was formed to search for this fruit. Around this time, Jung Ho became awakened, so he had nothing to fear. The main character guessed that Merlac also took part in this expedition. The old man confirmed this version and said that Merlac was the commander of the detachment. Then Merlac talked about the process of awakening and concluded that Chong Ho had awakened, but not completely. The old man reproached his interlocutor for the fact that he and his comrades were creating a tower because they did not like small enclosed spaces. Merlac could apologize on behalf of all the nightmares, but it wouldn't mean anything. He said it was just his job, but he regretted building the towers. In that dialogue, Merlac also said that he decided to find the Tree of Illusions and explore the depths only because of the tower. For the first time in his life, Jung Ho sees someone regret building the towers. Mular said that he wanted to stop the cultivation, and that was why he was taking part in the expedition. It seemed to Zhe that Mulark had managed to reach the illusion tree. One day, Chung Ho and everyone present saw fruits falling from the illusion tree, and the squad was able to return not empty-handed. The protagonist couldn't understand why the old man was still here if he had gotten to the fruit of reincarnation. The old woman intervened in the conversation and said that the expedition had failed. The old man explained that they had captured the fruits, but someone was waiting for them as they approached the chaos. These were the lords and leaders of the great lands. The owners of all the fortresses and the troops that took part in the expedition were unable to resist them. The difference in strength was significant, and it was as if they were from another dimension. Eventually, these lords and their troops stole the fruits of the illusion tree. Each time they died, they consumed the stolen fruit and were reborn for 900 years. Chan said that each lord was reborn in order of succession. This is why all people are so depressed, because they understand that they will never find the life they miss so much, and will never get the fruit. After the end of the expedition, no one saw Mulark's nightmare, and he said something last and disappeared. That old woman said that his words were that he had both lost and won at the same time. One of the soldiers entered the room and thanked the main character for helping to save the gentleman. As a token of gratitude, the soldier said that Ji no longer needed an ID card, since everyone already knew him. The leader of the extermination squad burst into the tent and said that there were serious problems. He said that he felt the energy as if the owner of the fortress was in a dead state. The spiritual pressure was 10 times greater than what the hero had felt from the dead before. The main character remembered that he had to do one favor in exchange for protection and save the owner of the fortress. Jahar said that the owner of the fortress was an incredible person before the decay began. He explained that he was one of the travelers into the depths, and this confused the protagonist. Jahar asked the protagonist to perform a dead man's strike since there was no divine medic nearby. The protagonist said that he couldn't do it because he had only repeated the medic's movements earlier. Soon the group of young people stopped and felt an earthquake. The entire castle, where the owner of the fortress was covered with incredible energy and vibrated. Nearby, the heroes saw the captain of the Tower of Destruction and the captain of the Tower of Despair. Jahar told the man to retreat immediately and not interfere with their passage. The man said that he would not back down because he had orders from above. Then Jahar reproached him that his actions were going against the rules of heaven. Then the opponent rushed up and struck the ground. Jahar didn't expect that Forbidden Paradise had its own people in the fortress. Jahar struck back and declared who he was. He asked the attackers to retreat immediately, and then the owner of the fortress would grant them forgiveness. The captain of Destruction's soldiers said that the master of the fortress couldn't even keep the forces under his control. He does not distinguish between good and evil, and the soldiers previously served completely different heavens. The leader of Destruction said that he would serve the master of the fortress to the last, and he believed that he would definitely return. The opponent believed that he was not wasting time on empty talk and attacked Jahar. The soldiers told Jahar that if he had been a little smarter, there would have been no confrontation. Jahar knew that these two were only at the 4th stage, and even if they combined their forces, they would not be able to defeat him. After scanning his opponents, Jahar concluded that they were incredibly strong and that it looked like they were decomposing. Suddenly, Chung Ho appeared next to him, pushing Jahar and telling him to save himself. The main character, Jae Hwan, also escaped from the rubble. The soldiers asked him if he knew how to do the dead man's blows, and he agreed. Despite the plausible answer, the soldiers doubted that this young man could make a correct strike. One of the opponents began to reason out loud that this young man would not even be able to deliver a normal blow. Hearing this, the main character got angry and decided to show his opponent his blow. He struck the man in the face with his hand and flattened it. Despite his strength and power, the man flew to the floor and dropped his hammer. Then the soldiers stood up to defend him and rushed at Jae, but he tried to prevent their attack. The attacker asked Jae if he really thought he could save the master of the fortress. The main character said that he was not going to save him, and it was that old man's duty. The captain and his subordinates thought that they would quickly deal with this young man, but suddenly they saw something terrible. The armed protagonist flew towards them and said that it was no problem for him to kill them right here and now. Observers of the fortress owner's condition said that less than 2 days had passed since the dead man's blow. According to them, the condition of the fortress owner was getting worse and was reaching decomposition. After the doctor dropped in to see the gentleman, the reproduction process slowed down. None of the commanders understood why this process started again when they had gained hope of salvation. If the owner of the fortress had held out for at least another month, he could have been saved. Old man Chung Ho said that one could expect a dead man's blow, but only after a month. He said that if he tried earlier, he would need 2 people to help him, one of whom would be Jae Hwan. Earlier, the caretaker reported that people had arrived who could control the process of decomposition of the soul, and they were not the messengers of the herald. That is why the man wanted to meet them in person. The subordinate explained that dealing with the destruction of the soul was too dangerous. The leader asked his subordinate to be silent, and said that he had lived through the hell of war and was no longer afraid of anything. He lost the fight for the fruit, but he will never sit idly by when it comes to the people of Gorgon Fortress. So the fortress keeper went on reconnaissance and returned with a crumbling soul. The only witness in that situation was Mino. Mano asked all his subordinates to be on guard because the matter was too serious. He believed that they must immediately enter inside so that the Gorgon Fortress would not come to an end. But the subordinates suggested waiting for the doctor to be on the safe side. He explained that without the doctor's help, they would not be able to perform a normal blow on the dead man, and the fortress caretaker would be finished. The man said that they would not be able to defeat him even if they joined forces. The captain told his subordinate that he was prepared to perform a dead man's strike, and that this was an extreme measure. The subordinate was worried that they didn't have the crystal, but Minu said not to panic about it because everyone already knew the truth. Someone from the outside reported that what Mano was waiting for had already arrived. Turning around, everyone saw the Dark Shadow Captain. The hero could not believe that the commander's confidant turned out to be a traitor. The chest that the Shadow Commander brought contains Jae Hwan's crystal. The commander asked his subordinate why he had hidden such an important item from everyone. According to him, the subordinate knows best what will happen if the decomposition process is completed. The commander assumed that the man was going to turn the gentleman into a real corpse. An ordinary undead can pose a serious threat to the Gorgon Fortress. That man, in turn, reproached the commander that even with the crystal, he would not be able to find the one who would strike the dead man. The commander reported that he had already found people who were trained in this special technique. These people, unfortunately, are not the messengers of the herald, but they can deliver a precise fatal blow to the dead man. The commander believed that if he struck like this, the master's spiritual energy would be sealed in the crystal. Any person who takes possession of the ghost crystal will be able to gain the spiritual energy of the caretaker and become the master of the fortress. If the Gorgon Fortress falls into the wrong hands, it will be bad for everyone. Seeing someone touching the crystal, the man remembered that only Mr. Jae Hwan could use the crystal. 6 months ago, the fortress caretaker said that people had arrived who knew how to control the process of soul decomposition. And around the same time, the old man's soul began to decompose, and now he can't control his own powers at all. Then the subordinate concluded that this had all been the commander's big plan from the very beginning. He asked everyone present to stop the commander, but they only looked at him stupidly. Then the hero realized that everyone present was involved in this high-profile case. He apologized to the caretaker and said that there was nothing more he could do. Then all the people grabbed the crystal and directed it towards the crumbling soul of the fortress's owner. The subordinate justified himself by saying that he was unable to defend the Gorgon Fortress due to his own complacency. Out of resentment and pain, he began to cry and in the process apologized to the master. Suddenly the roof of the room collapsed, and huge stones began to fall from above. The Captain of Shadows appeared in the room and wanted to figure out what was happening. Also in the location appeared Mr. Jae Hwan and Jahar. The commander shouted at the guests and asked Jae Hwan how he dared to come here. At this point, the manager was trying to deal with his subordinates, who, apparently, had given out secret information. The guests said that the news of their wrongdoing had already spread throughout the heavens, and that it was all their comrades who had done it. The subordinates lay on the ground and apologized to their commander. When they confessed that they had told the truth, they were immediately subjected to reprisals. The main character asked the manager what he was doing. The steward said he believed these people were trying to commit suicide because the truth had come to light. Jahar tried to stop the plan, but soldiers immediately attacked him. They put a gun to his throat and told him that by all rights he should not go against their actions, and he had to wait until the process was completed. The protagonist knew that the fortress would provide him with safety for saving the owner of the fortress, but later he realized that this was just an empty promise. He announced that he needed to change the terms of this deal. For himself, he decided that he would save the owner of the fortress and destroy all the traitors. For the destruction of the traitors, He asked for this glorious old man to be returned to him. He decided to repeat the entry into the depths and asked those present for help in this. Then everyone who was in the location became alarmed after this phrase. The steward realized that the story about the guy who killed the dead man with one blow was true. The captain announced that in that case they would also take up arms. After these words, the location was completely filled with people with weapons. The main character looked around him and pushed away everyone who approached him. Yahello was hit by the energy blast, but he was able to dodge it. Unfortunately, the manager cruelly lost his arm in this battle. An endless stream of people flew towards the main character. The armless captain flew towards him, but Zhe was able to make a normal lunge. The man realized that he was wrong when he thought he would be able to block this blow. The man realized that he would die if he continued to try to resist this attack. The main character's blow hit the wall where the owner of the fortress sat. Everyone present realized that if something happened to the captain of the fortress, they would have to move on to another plan. They wanted to use black smog against this young man, and they didn't care that the entire fortress could be destroyed by it. The main character did not know why the manager and his subordinates were trying to achieve something bad and destroy souls. But he knew one thing for sure: today would be the end for them. He grabbed his weapon and said that he liked such pathetic victims. The manager then shouted to his subordinates to kill Jae-hwan immediately. The main character was sincerely grateful to them, because thanks to them, he would be able to destroy this entire rotten world. He raised his weapon and sent a powerful stream towards the ceiling. This stream of light illuminated the entire street and flew straight into the sky. Seeing this stream of light, all the people gained hope for the salvation of the owner of the fortress. They cannot believe that they see in a man from a world of destruction the hope that the master of the fortress spoke of. This beam of light almost destroyed the steward and took away all his limbs. Before his death, the man whispered that the hero was too late, and the owner of the fortress was already dead. Jae-hwan decided to finish off the man and poked him in the face with his sword. Then the main character decided to wake up the old man and threw him against the wall. When the old man woke up, the heroes had to decide something with the owner of the fortress. The entire face of the fortress's owner was covered in the process of destruction. The level of destruction of his body reached almost 100%, and rotting began. The entire location turned red and chaos ensued. The system began to assess the degree of danger of the victim and the destruction of the soul. After the assessment, the system said that the danger level was minimal because the victim was completely dead. Then the automatic warning of the walls of the Gorgon fortress was activated. Panic broke out again among the ordinary population of the fortress, and they began to flee. The soldiers ordered everyone to evacuate so as not to create unnecessary problems. Seeing the red beams of light, the soldier realized that something evil was coming. He was interested to know what was going on in the fortress, but he knew for sure that he should not expect anything good. Jae-hwan told the captain of the destruction squad to evacuate with the caretaker. He ordered the old man to help him clear the way to the main commander. A moment later, with a couple of blows of their swords on the floor, they cleared the way to the owner of the fortress. The absolutely black fortress guards showed no signs of life. Old man Chung-ho decided to test the dead man's blow and save the owner of the fortress. In the process of rescuing the owner of the fortress, the old man began to remember him. Jong explained to Jae that vivid memories would help avoid the worst outcome. But suddenly a picture appeared before the old man, of a large creature holding a small one in its hands and trying to kill it. The old man called out to the owner of the fortress, and a pair of eyes immediately appeared in the darkness. At that moment, the owner of the fortress, who was unconscious, opened his eyes, and they were filled with devilish energy. The old man told the main character that something was wrong here and he needed to be on guard. Then the owner of the fortress instantly broke the chain to which he was tied. Then he became a huge monster, whose shadow covered the old man and Jae. Then it was clear to everyone that this man had become the very monster that kills people, and everyone called him the king. The creature stood up and said that it would never have thought that it would be able to get into this world with the help of a body. It also informed the heroes that the owner of the fortress had long been dead. Looking at the old man, he said that he saw a familiar face. Then his mouth opened and he tried to swallow Jong-ho with his huge fangs. He asked the old man why he, half awakened, was still in chaos. According to him, the old man had already found what he came here for in the depths 9 years ago. The main character tried to figure out who was in front of him using the doubt skill, but he understood that it was not a dead man, although it looked very much like one. The creature released energy towards the old man and asked why he still hadn't left chaos. Then Jae-hwan stood up for the old man and tried to soften the blow. The creature told the old man not to be in chaos to save this miserable world, because it was no longer possible to save it. Luckily, the protagonist erased what the monster had created with one wave of his hand. The monster looked at Jae-hwan and said that he was a fully awakened person with a living heart. The main character turned to the old man and said that now he would try to kill this creature. The monster liked this interesting man and said that he was ready to fight him. Young Ho asked Jay not to do anything stupid because he wouldn't be able to destroy that big guy. According to him, even Mular could not destroy the king, but now perhaps it is just his double. The protagonist grabbed the sword and said with absolute certainty that he would kill the king. The old man could not believe that this young man was so calm in the face of death. Having released all the demonic energy from himself, the monster asked the protagonist to show his best blow. He also grabbed his weapon and called Jay a stupid awakened one, which managed to anger him. The old man saw the sword of emptiness and remembered that it was the weapon that turned the entire expedition squad into the dead. He looked at this weapon with fear in his eyes, which he had not seen for several years. Seeing Jae Hwan approaching this monster, the old man began to worry about his life. Seeing the young man's gaze, the monster said that he understood that he was trying to get into the depths. He laughed at the fact that there were still those in this world who were trying to reach the end of the world. He asked Jin not to do this because he was too weak. He grabbed the main character and said that he didn't even reach the level of a nightmare. Luckily, the protagonist managed to swing his sword and cut off the monster's hand. While he was thinking about his next steps, the creature dealt him a powerful blow to the body and cut his arm. The monster explained that those souls that do not stand the test of time grow old and decay and then become dead. She promised to destroy him, but he launched a dozen swords at him. During the fierce battle, the monster reproached him for bringing a pitiful copy of the sword from the Tower of Nightmares. The main character decided to show with this toy of the Nightmare Tower that he is capable of killing any creature. The old man was thrown to the side by the powerful blow from Jay's sword and the Nightmare Sword. The monster looked into the eyes of his opponent and said that his soul would not live long if he continued to fight like that. The main character agreed with him and realized that at this rate he would not last long. Even with the help of doubts, he could not figure out the monster's weakness. Ji couldn't concentrate because of the particles flickering in front of his eyes. He believes that in his world he can recreate the images of those who have already passed away using the power of imagination. The world is made up of a special word spoken upon awakening, and powerful awakened ones can draw more beings into their unique world. The protagonist decided to create a moon window skill to increase damage to the monster and get rid of particles. The old man accurately called his skill Hell. The monster laughed as he looked at the window of hell and reproached Zhu for this being his ideal world. The main character decided to finish off the monster and tricked him into plunging his sword into his throat. He was able to do this because the particles of the doubt skill dispersed into the void. Several long limbs burst out of the creature. One of them grabbed the main character's sword and didn't want to let go. The monster rose to his feet again and said that there was no point in attacking him. He grabbed the protagonist again and threw him to the ground. Seeing this terrible picture, Old Man Jong Ho understood that Huang had come to an end. The monster said that he had not met such interesting people for a long time. He took up his huge sword and wanted to kill the main character. When the sword was about to reach the protagonist's face, the young man was able to come to his senses. He suddenly released a stream of energy into the monster's face. By knocking his opponent to the ground, Zi gained the upper hand in this situation. When the monster's head lay separately from the body, he still whispered that the hero would not be able to defeat him. Separate body parts grew out of his head, and the monster began attacking Ji again. He wanted to strike the young man with his huge sword, but he dodged it. Then, with one hand, the monster knocked Huang away, and he flew into the wall. When the main character flew into the wall, it seemed that he would never come to his senses. Fortunately, after a moment, Jia came to his senses and flew towards the monster. He concentrated all his mana and decided to end this battle. Then the entire location was filled with demonic and blue energy. The monster told the protagonist that he had been watching the inhabitants of this world for thousands of years, who curiously wanted to get to the top of the Tree of Illusions. The creature reproached Zhe that his world was annihilation and an end that was imbued with arrogance. He didn't understand why Z was turning to his world to understand the purpose of the illusion tree. The main character remembered that something similar had happened to him in the past. Then he fought with one of the monsters, who was the owner of the tower. Only now did the main character realize that a double had entered the body of the fortress's owner. When he realized this, an idea came into his head on how to destroy the monster. He repeated the same blow as in the tower and sent a stream of energy into the ceiling, destroying it. The monster continued to stand on his feet and told the protagonist that he would never defeat him. These movements tired both the monster and Ji, and the hero decided to end this battle once and for all. The main character flew above his head, and his flight created those golden particles. Like the main character, this golden stream is capable of defeating any creature. The monster screamed throughout the entire location and realized that the splitting technique had defeated him. Jae Hwan decided to add confidence to this blow and thrust his sword into the monster's head. The monster promised the main character that he would wait for him at the entrance to the depths. The monster disappeared, and in its place the master of the fortress remained on the earth. The main character lost a lot of strength and fell to the ground. He decided that he needed to become much stronger because his lunge alone was no longer enough. He could use a powerful lunge in combat against a crowd. However, when fighting against a lone wolf, the radius is too small to cause damage. This time he managed to use the lunge as a distraction to buy himself some time. The protagonist believed that he had to learn a skill to fight the strongest loners. After defeating the monster, the owner of the fortress came to his senses and called the young man for a conversation. The old man told the protagonist that he had become a dead man, but all this time he continued to watch him. He was sincerely grateful to Jae for fighting the king. He believed that with the appearance of the main character in the Gorgon fortress, it was time for a change. He suddenly grabbed Jae's hand and asked him to accept this gift. Then the hero's entire hand was covered in mana and instantly healed. The owner of the fortress said that the young man reminded him of someone. When he sees it, he is filled with warm memories of the past. He asked the young man to take care of his living heart until the very end. Soldiers from the fortress guard army arrived at the scene of the battle. Everyone who arrived there saw that a special mark had appeared on Mr. Jae. The soldiers immediately knelt down and bowed to the main character. Every single one of them understood that this was the last will of the owner of the fortress. An army of soldiers greeted the new caretaker of Gorgon Fortress. It turned out that before his death, Old Man Emil transferred his power to Jae. 2 days later, Jae was put in the office where the former warden was sitting, but he said that he did not intend to be any warden. The subordinate was forced to remind him of one promise that Jae had made. The protagonist promised to save the caretakers, kill the traitors, and then Jurgen promised to help organize an expedition into the depths. The main character did not understand how the system works, that after the death of the caretaker, he became the new caretaker. The subordinate asked him not to break his promises in the future so as not to let the people down. The young man understood that he could not waste time in the fortress, because he still had too much to do, and he needed to go to the depths. He wanted to hand over his position to someone else, but he was told that this could not be done. He was told that a new caretaker only appears after the death of the old one, and they immediately gave him a bunch of documents. Having seen these documents, the main character realized that life was mocking him. In one of the documents, he saw that for insulting the fortress caretaker, corporal punishment was prescribed, then the destruction of the soul and its complete annihilation. Now Z understood why all the people respected the previous caretaker so much. Looking at Jurgen's desk, he saw a folded ball of paper. It had an inscription welcoming the 17th caretaker. This message was personal to Jae and no one else could see it. From the ball of paper appeared a paper old man who promised to help rule the Gorgon fortress. The old man asked the young man to relax and said that he had only one task and that he should simply find himself having fun and having fun. The old man suggested that Jae leave public security to the management department, entrust internal issues to the Minister of Internal Affairs, and external issues to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The old man said that the former caretakers loaded themselves with work, and this accelerated the process of decomposition of the soul and ultimately led to death. This advice was important not only for the main character, but also for the fate of the entire Gorgon fortress. The advisor asked to know one's limits and not try to change one's fate. According to him, everyone in this world knows that nothing can be changed. The old man said that the inhabitants of chaos do not need change, but rather long life. It is better to save the majority than to change the lives of a few. The paper figure disappeared and said at the end that a good caretaker is one who does nothing. The protagonist realized that he must do nothing in order to remain alive, and such an existence deprives the world of any changes in the name of saving the crowd. The subordinate noticed that Ji was thinking hard about something. The protagonist said that he would personally eliminate the guardian of the Gorgon fortress. The man did not understand his words and asked again about their meaning. Ji asked Jurgen what the castle meant, and he replied that the castle was needed for protection from enemies. Then the main character said that the castle would no longer be useful to people if there were simply no enemies. At that moment, Jurgen understood what the main character meant. If there are no enemies, the existence of the fortress will lose its meaning, and then the caretaker will not be needed. Jurgen said that it was impossible to make all the enemies disappear. The protagonist said with absolute certainty that this was possible because he was going to unite chaos. When a person's soul disappears, a ceremony of the floating soul is performed with the entities that have disappeared forever. During the ceremony, the life story of the deceased is told over and over again until it is completely erased from the world of chaos. This is the last thing that chaos can give to those who leave its boundaries. The former caretaker of the fortress no longer exists, and the eternal memories of him will now become food for the Tree of Illusions. Sooner or later, the caretaker's subordinates will forget about Emil. While the ceremony continues throughout the week, those present will remember Emil for the last time. Having heard the name of the fortress caretaker, the protagonist now knows the name of the idiot who handed over the position to him. At the ceremony, talk began that such a young soul had taken over the post of caretaker, although she was not even 100 years old. They thought that Jurgen was up to something and wanted to test their strength against Jae-hwan. Looking back, the main character saw an arrogant lady in a mask. He began to ponder over it, but his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a man who asked if he really was the new caretaker. The old man chuckled at the woman and said that the old raccoon had gotten ahead of her, and had approached Hwang first. Chung-ho was confident that no matter how the situation developed, Jae would defeat anyone. The old raccoon asked the young man how old he was, and he said he was 60 years old. Those present concluded that Joe was the son of the old caretaker. The old raccoon extended his hand to the main character, and suggested that they get along from that moment on. He announced himself as the leader of the Forest Scholars Guild, and his name was Chang Han. He announced that there was a rumor that the new caretaker was an outsider. The old man realized that he could finally get back all the humiliation that he had to endure 10 years ago. He was caught by a persistent commander while trying to bribe the guards at the northern gate. The caretaker then said that he could not establish a representative office that was contemplating bribes and had problems with the law. The old man was put in silver shackles and was harshly rejected by the fortress's caretaker. Now the man was sure that he would deal with this greenhorn and avenge the previous caretaker. The protagonist shook his hand in response, and the location lit up with fiery energy. This energy enveloped Zowan and the gates of hell opened. From these gates of hell emerged a huge fire-breathing monster. He wanted to destroy the new caretaker with a stream of his fire, but he turned around in time. Those present thought it was despicable that this raccoon had used the gates of hell against the young caretaker. Chang Han was sure that the hero was now watching the dragon's hellfire, and would soon begin to ask for farewell. The main character dealt with the dragon and greeted his interlocutor. In response, he used his lost spell skill and scared Chan. When the old man sat down on his knees, everyone realized that the young caretaker had managed to break through the gates of hell. The main character said that according to the law, the man is subject to corporal beating, but today he will be forgiven. After this scene, the caretaker became seriously interested in that girl. The main character was called to the podium to deliver a welcoming speech. Young-ho had a bad feeling about this moment. The protagonist read a prepared speech and declared himself the new caretaker of the fortress. He said that he did not know Emil, and did not know how he lived his life. He didn't know what kind of caretaker he was, but he didn't really care. He announced to the public that he understood perfectly well that no one was happy with him. He said that people were unhappy with him, and he was unhappy with his position, and therefore it would be difficult for them to achieve the common good. After thinking about it for about a minute, he announced the only correct decision. He said that whoever could defeat him one-on-one would become the new caretaker. The creature that does this first will take his place. Everyone began to laugh at him and reproached Emil for choosing a simple and stupid man. The main character said that everyone has exactly 2 months to fight him. Anyone who takes this step and fails will join the expedition team to the depths, which will take place in 2 months. Jurgen believed in the abilities of Jae-hwan, who saved Gorgon Fortress, and was personally declared dead by the caretaker. Even with the ridiculous decrees of destruction and unification of chaos and the ridiculous behavior during the welcoming speech, Jurgen decided to give him a chance. The people began to fuss because they did not understand that chaos was now awaiting them. After the opening of the competition with Jae, men flocked to the fortress to fight, to battle with the warden. One of the subordinates showed the warden that Old Man Zhong had said that even chaos would not be able to defeat Jae-hwan. Everyone understood perfectly well that things in the fortress had gone too far. Jurgen burst into Jae's room and said that he had accumulated too much work. In Jae-hwan's place sat the cured Gordon. Then the subordinate became alarmed and shouted throughout the fortress the name of Jae-hwan, who had disappeared without a trace. At this time, the main character was training on Gordon's sculpture collection. Thanks to these trainings, the young man managed to develop a new skill. The old man realized that Jae-hwan had originally copied this stance and strike from him during that battle. Hwang suggested that the old man try this blow on him. The old man became angry and said that Jae does whatever he wants, but the heavens have their limits. He decided that today he would bring Jae to his senses and become the new caretaker. He didn't have time to attack before he was immediately thrown into the nearest wall. This blow hit some completely random person from the Thunder King clan. Indeed, it was the leader of the Thunder King clan, whose name was Yun. Some time ago, he was informed that the caretaker was training in the collection room. He made a hole in the ceiling and decided it was the perfect place to attack. With his attack, he wanted to defeat Ji and become the new guardian of the fortress. As Yun began to carry out his plan, he was thrown back by a random wave from Ji. The old man brought him to his senses, and he did not understand how such a young man could be so strong. He said that no one knows where this hero came from, because there is no word of him in the Great Lands, and not in all the chaos. He asked the old man if there was any point in trying to defeat Jae, but he said that there was no point in trying. Young-ho said that this man and everything connected with him made no sense. Yoon stood up and said that the random attack didn't count, and he had to try to defeat the warden again. The main character decided to give this young man a chance and called him to fight. Yun created an energy flow, but the protagonist skillfully dodged it. Using a special skill, he created huge scissors that were not easy to escape from. Jae Hwan swung his sword once and directed that energy flow from Yun towards himself. In response, Yun created the power of the Thunder King, which was sure to kill Jae. Yun was confident that this was the final attack of this battle that would lead him to the result. While he was concentrating his mana, Jae carefully maneuvered and appeared behind him. He reproached Yun that his skill took too long, and the enemy could easily kill him by tricking him. After the battle, Yun, with a bump on his forehead, reported that the caretaker had defeated the leader of the Thunder King squad. He thanked Jae Hwan for the battle and said that he now had the support of the strongest in this fortress. It took him exactly 100 years to get into the fortress for this position. He was a member of one of the 5 famous companies in the Great Lands. To be more precise, he was an ordinary slave of this detachment. The players who cleared the tower also became members of the squad, deciding to spend the rest of their lives together. Most of them died, but Yun continued to work for 100 years, watching his comrades die. He miraculously managed to survive and earned official ministerial status. It was then that he first challenged his destiny, because he did not intend to live like this. Through hard work, he betrayed all trust and stole the squad's secret treasures. He obtained a top-level skill called Lightning God. This skill rejuvenated the cells of his body the moment it was acquired. In addition, he passed on knowledge to him for further use. The squad pursued him for 20 years, and eventually they were all beheaded. After being summoned into chaos, he managed to take 9th place in one of the century-old squads with the help of the Lightning God. Yun was offended that the main character did not even live to be 100 years old, but became a caretaker. He told the old man that he couldn't understand the meaning of the protagonist becoming a caretaker at his young age. Old man Chan told him that he was just lucky that he hadn't met this guy before. That's why he can't understand what's special about Jae Hwan. The old man told the young man that a week ago the Gorgon Fortress was captured by a detachment of the Golden Heavens. It was unknown how they managed to lure everyone to their side, and it was clear that they had been preparing for this for a long time. The one who saved the Gorgons from destruction and defeated the king who had taken over the caretaker's body was the new caretaker, Jae Hwan. An explosion went off in the room, which frightened everyone. The leader of the Flame King squad, whose name was Gang Hwan, appeared and announced that he wanted to fight the caretaker. He came with the leader of the South Sea squad, Michael, but wanted to start the fight first. The main character said that this was not necessary and that they could both attack him at once. He explained that he was learning a new technique here and didn't have much time for empty battles. The old man concluded that soon quite a lot of people would suffer in this location. Gang Hwan grabbed his weapon and rushed at the young warden. His weapon glowed with incredible fiery energy. The man directed a stream of flame at the wall and immediately got it from the old man for it. Gan's assistant said that in this state he would not hear anything and would continue the attack. The man swung his sword in all directions, creating as much fire as possible. Gan was amused by the fact that he assumed that Jae was afraid of the flames of his fire. The protagonist, without using a weapon, hit Gan back. This blow caused a large crack in the wall. Old man Young-ho was angry because he didn't know how to explain all this to Jurgen. Jae Hwan scolded Gan's assistant for not attacking with his comrade. The young man said that he simply could not stand fire, so he decided to attack separately. The main character decided to give this brave man a chance to fight him one-on-one. From the young man's appearance, it was clear that he was definitely worth something. The main character decided to attack first, but his opponent was able to parry his blow with a huge sword. The counterattack was not long in coming, and the brave man used special mana. Jae Hwan noted that this opponent was quite different from all the previous ones. This young man doesn't just rush forward carelessly like the others, but controls himself. There was even a dangerous moment in this battle when Jae Hwan could have been hit by this brave man. This strike created a delay that allowed Jae to find himself above his opponent. When he noticed the main character, he could no longer do anything. The entire location was covered with the fiery energy of the caretaker. The battle ended, and the opponent admitted defeat. The main character was sure that this guy had not shown everything he was capable of. The young man explained that he did not hit with full force because he already knew perfectly well how it would end. The young man, not upset at all, said that thanks to him, His loss made it possible to talk about going to the depths. His comrade was very indignant that he lost this fight, although he had every chance of winning. Ji reminded the losers that they were required to join the squad for the expedition into the depths. That young man was not against going into the depths, but Gang Huan was definitely against collaborating with Jay. The young man who was the leader of the Southern Sea Squad said that he came here only for this reason. Gang Huan said that this was nothing like the Michael he knew in the past. Being the best friend of the former fortress caretaker Emil, he was unable to join the expedition into the depths because he was not strong enough. Then, when the fruits were stolen and everyone lost hope, he witnessed the disintegration of the expedition team into the depths. This happened about 900 years ago, and it seems Michael sharpened his knife for this time. He proudly announced that he had been planning to join the expedition into the depths for a long time, and now he had done so. Old man Zhong Ho became curious about the purpose of the Fire King's visit. Gang Huan didn't really want to join the squad, but since he lost, he had no other choice. Chung Ho asked the god of lightning, and he said that he had already made this decision a long time ago. To everyone's surprise, he suddenly jerked from his place and ran towards the wall. The old man suggested that he wanted to fight the caretaker again, but everything was not as those around him thought, and the young man simply fell at the feet of the young fortress guard. He promised with his good name to always serve and obey Zhe Huan. Everyone who was in the location was perplexed by what was happening. Yun guaranteed his loyalty and said that if there were any problems, he was ready to die for the caretaker. The young man begged the main character to accept him into his squad, and he was even ready to be a captain who would not steal. He previously stole the lightning god art after being accepted into the clan. Old man Zhong Ho asked the young man how he would betray his lightning god's troop and go over to Jie Huan. He replied that the lightning god's squad no longer existed in chaos. He reported to the caretaker that there were only 7 people left in the detachment, including him. He told through tears that his unit was mercilessly destroyed. It happened a week ago, and the lightning god's squad couldn't do anything about the attackers. Zhong Ho deduced that when the lightning god's squad disbanded at the same time, the fortress announced the selection of a new caretaker. Yun came here to take up the position of caretaker, having already convinced himself of victory. As soon as he tried to strike the first blow, he was broken. Ho assumed that the young man simply wanted to join the warden's detachment out of desperation. He agreed without a shred of conscience that he wanted to be in the caretaker's squad only because his squad was defeated. Everyone found it strange that there were no rumors in the fortress that the lightning god's squad had disbanded. After all, a week had already passed. Suddenly, Yun reminded Chung Ho and told him about the incident where the caretaker saved the Gorgon fortress. This young caretaker saved his squad from the squad of Golden Skies. Gang Huan and his friend couldn't believe that a week ago, the riots in Gorgon Fortress were caused by the Golden Heaven Squad. Yun said his unit was not the only one to suffer in the chaos. At that time, there was still a 3rd-rank Shadow Squad, a 1st-rank Heavenly Dragon Squad. Unfortunately, none of them were able to put up the necessary resistance to the Golden Heaven Squad. The old man asked what happened to the Manticore Castle then. He was informed that the castle had been completely captured by the Golden Heaven Squad a week ago. A protective barrier appeared around the castle, created by the Golden Heaven Squad. This means that the Golden Heaven Squad controls the skill system and blocks communication with the outside world. It dawned on everyone that the Golden Heaven Squad had simultaneously destroyed 3 squads and captured the castle. All those present turned around to listen to the opinion of the fortress caretaker. There are 4 great castles and 10 squads in total. Gorgon Castle, Manticore Castle, Dryad Castle, and Garuda Castle are different from each other, and each unit has its own rank from 1 to 10. The 1st-rank squad is the most powerful, and the 10th rank is considered the weakest. The Overseer was informed that the 9th-rank Lightning God Squad, the 3rd-rank Shadow Squad, and the 1st-rank Heavenly Dragon Squad had been defeated by the 10th-rank Golden Heaven Squad. It was unknown whose support they had secured, but it was clear to everyone that someone was definitely behind it. At first, the main character thought that those hooligans were just ordinary people who were in contact with nightmares. However, they later tried to capture the Gorgon Fortress, and had already captured the Manticore Fortress. In the castle, one of the assistants of the leader of the Golden Skies was executed for failing to obtain the Horn of the Guard. The leader of the Golden Heaven Squad was named Lim Jin. The other subordinates reported to him that they had captured the leader of the Heavenly Dragon Squad. But first, they cut off his ankles. The leader of the Shadow Squad is still fighting them and does not want to be captured. Leader Lim was sure that this brave man would soon surrender and fall into his hands. He asked his subordinates if they had managed to catch the leader of the Lightning God Squad, but they said that they had not. When the subordinates refused, the leader's knives immediately flew at them. The subordinate fell to the ground and begged his master for mercy. Lim took pity on his subordinates and asked where the leader of the Lightning God's squad had fled to, and his subordinates concluded that he was in the Gorgon fortress. Lim had not previously anticipated that other leaders would unite against him. He thought about the upcoming capture of the Gorgon fortress. He heard that some crazy young man had become the caretaker of the Gorgon fortress, who was recruiting people for an expedition to the depths, playing out the caretaker's position. Previously, Lim had sent much smaller forces to the fortress than to Manticore, and therefore he had failed to achieve results. Commander Mano is doing everything possible to strengthen his position. Lim asked his subordinates to light up the screen where the main character was depicted. It was at this moment that the leader learned that the new caretaker's name was Jie Huan. The leader of the Golden Heavens began to peer at the screen because Ji reminded him of someone. Suddenly he received a message from the Monk of Pitch Darkness, which was very important. Lim was angry because the monarch would again ask him to deal with the spoiled product. He believed that he should not be held responsible for the system error and the incomprehensible misunderstanding from the tower. After reading the message, the assistants began to discuss that some product was able to kill the tower cultivator. Lim thought it was crazy that some young man could do this and arrive in chaos on his own. He laughed so hard that he threw several knives at the stupid subordinates who believed this story. He stabbed the screen where Jie Huan was depicted so that he would never see him again. The two subordinates asked Lim what they should do with the leader of the Lightning God Squad if he had fled to the Gorgon fortress. The leader of the Golden Heavens asked his subordinate not to think about that idiot for now. He explained that he heard how the leaders of all the squads began to gather at the Gorgon fortress after they heard about the selection of a new overseer. This played into Lim's hands, because he was already planning to deal with them in the name of uniting chaos. He promised himself that he would ensure that soon the Gorgon fortress would be filled with only dead people. He remembered that a week ago the Gorgon fortress was struck by an evil entity. The young man was sure that this was the King of Disaster. Lim was sure that soon all the inhabitants would understand why the king was called a disaster, because the dead always call upon their own kind. The protagonist's comrade suggested that one of the great monarchs was behind the Golden Heaven squad. Yoon said that monarchs were forbidden from interfering in the affairs of chaos, but no one else could sponsor such a powerful organization. There are rumors that war has begun in the Great Lands. Gang Huan suggested that this was the perfect way to interfere in politics. He suggested that those present contact the Palace of Rebirth. The Palace of Resurrection is the place where the monarchs of the 5 noble families and members of the organization that possess the fruits are resurrected. If even one monk dared to interfere in these matters, it meant that he had broken his holy oath. Jongho recalled that the monks and their families had vowed that they would never interfere in the affairs of chaotic politics. Gan became angry and said that this issue needed to be brought to public attention immediately. Mike said they had no evidence, and moreover, he didn't want to ask anyone for help. He asked those present what they would do if the Renaissance Palace was not on their side. Chungho announced that things were much more serious than they had initially thought, and that something needed to be done. So far, the situation is that the Manticore Castle has been captured, and 3 out of 10 squads have been defeated. The main character said that if everything continues at the same pace, a war will break out. Ho remembered the words that Jie Huan was going to unite chaos and get rid of his position by having no enemies. The old man asked the main character about this, but he did not give a clear answer. Michael believed that the Renaissance Palace was a far greater enemy than all the leaders put together. Young Ho said that Jie Huan wouldn't be able to do anything with his abilities. According to him, there are things in the world that cannot be done alone, even if you are too strong. The main character said that this is why this old man is sitting here. It sounded like Jie Huan wanted to ask an old friend for help in uniting chaos. Young Ho got angry and said that he didn't say that he would go on the offensive too. The protagonist asked him a direct question, and he blushed in front of this young caretaker. He said that he would first unite the chaos and then destroy the Palace of Rebirth that stole the fruits hundreds of years ago. After that, he will begin an expedition into the depths, and he needs loyal comrades ready to work for the sake of a common goal. He turned to his assistants and said that if they were not confident in themselves, it would be better for them to leave right now. The main character said that if no one would go with him, he would go there alone. Then those around him said that this plan would never be possible to carry out alone. The main character's face changed, and he said that he had come all this way here completely alone. After this phrase, the absolutely self-confident men agreed to join his squad. Only the Fire King sat and silently looked away. He asked to give him time to think, because he could not decide this issue so quickly. He reproached those around him for so calmly accepting the offers of an unknown person and putting their lives on the line. Deep down, the Fire Squad leader was unsure if Jie Huan would be able to lead the expeditionary force, because the enemies were too powerful. He asked the protagonist to prove his worth. He said that there were already 6 leaders on the Gorgon fortress side. If the remaining 3 leaders acknowledge Jae Hwan's strength and power, then he will also join the squad. The main character was absolutely sure that if the other leaders joined him, he agreed to this condition. In return, he offered his condition that if his subordinates were to recognize him, then he too must recognize them. He decided that he would arrange a special competition between them. Everyone needs to get into the top 8 among all people, and then Ji will recognize their strength. In this case, he will be ready to accept any task from them. One of the men said that this made some sense, because their position did not mean that they had power in a world of chaos. An assistant burst into the room and drew up a paper about the start of the competition to join the squad. The paper said that anyone should take part in the first dragon competition tonight. The main character turned to his comrades and said that the competition was declared open. When this news spread throughout the fortress, and no one could understand what the caretaker's plan was, they believed that competition was inappropriate, since the outer borders of the fortress were already endowed with the strongest fighters. Gordon rebuked the Home Secretary for contradicting the fortress warden's decision. Gordon asked him to abstain as most other ministers had already agreed to the decision. The Interior Minister said the other 3 ministers had been appointed only recently and had little influence. Among these ministers were Jahar, Gordon, and that same old woman. During the disaster, 4 of the fortress's 5 ministers were killed, and 1 survivor was left with severe injuries. Then new ministers were appointed from among those close to him. The old woman was the Minister of Finance, and her name was Clar. Jahar was the Minister of Security inside the fort. Gordon was a neutral minister and was given the post of Minister of Justice. It was unclear to everyone how the waitress became the Minister of Finance. The girl asked the man present not to look down on her just because she was a waitress in the past. She approached the Minister of the Interior and said that they build values in their work. She said that money always follows people. And now the Gorgon Fortress is experiencing its biggest influx of visitors due to the competition. She said the competition was taking place on the street that was destroyed during the disaster. People who lost their jobs helped the fortress repair the street to hold the competition. The Minister of the Interior learned about the competition, but did not expect that the caretaker would be able to find people and a suitable place. Claire said that the disaster had caused damage worth 12 billion gold, and asked if everyone knew how much they had earned from hosting the competition so far. She gave the exact number and said that they managed to earn 13 billion and 280 million units of gold. The girl admitted that, unfortunately, she does not know what exactly the gentleman intended by holding the competition. It was unclear to anyone whether Xi really wanted to form a squad in the depths, or whether this was all being done for the sake of uniting the chaos. One thing everyone knew for sure was that in the chaos, it was time for change. In the southern part of the chaos, there are vast expanses of sea. The acropolis of these lands is Dryad. There rises a heavenly fortress of mighty stems that have sprouted from the Dryad's guardian plant monster. One of the sea creatures reported to Dryad that she felt that trouble was coming. This girl's name was Isa, and she was the caretaker of the Dryad Fortress. She had an advanced clairvoyance skill that allowed her to see future events. Scanning the entire space, she discovered that the dead were heading to the Gorgon Fortress. Among these dead was the walking midrat, who was more dangerous than the others. Unfortunately, the monster saw that the clairvoyant was scanning it and struck her. Because of this attack, the girl dropped several drops of blood. She decided that she simply had to warn the guards of the Gorgon Fortress about the impending threat. At that moment, she changed and became a flying bird. A total of 16 matches took place over 4 days. Infinity Squad leader Shin said that everyone was in a strange hurry. He believed that it was all because of that Huang who said that he was going to kill everyone. Chung Ho appeared on the stands with Shin. The old man was amazed by the incredible strength and power of his interlocutor, who, apparently, had not been sitting there all this time in vain. Watching the battle, Shin said that he does not like such useless brawls, but prefers fair fights. The old man said that the fortress caretaker might not like this phrase. At this time, one of the participants was fighting with someone stronger. He thought he had defeated his opponent until he saw something falling from the sky towards him. It was an armed man who flew straight into the ground. He defeated the red-haired man and showed all his strength. The opponent of the red-haired Kang Huan was Ha Yu, the Steel Lord of the Green Winds. Besides him, many other lords became interested in the tournament. The host announced that this was the end of the 16th round, and it was time for the long-awaited fight between the top 8. There was a noise in the stands, as it was the turn of the leader of the followers. No one could believe that they could actually witness the best fighter competing in chaos. This leader of the followers was called Doggle Meng. Young Ho and Shin clearly didn't like this fighter. Doggle glanced haughtily around the podium, thereby greeting everyone in the same way. The fortress caretaker, Jae Hwan, appeared in the arena. Doggle said that he thought Jae Hwan's plan was useless and asked him not to waste time. There was a large ditch between the opponents so as not to violate the boundaries prematurely. No one believed that this young caretaker could defeat the strongest Dagle man. Chung-ho's interlocutor said that Jae Hwan reminded him of someone. He assumed that this man was Old Man Chong's disciple. Ji decided not to stand on ceremony and grabbed his weapon to show his opponent who was boss. At that moment, all the stands screamed, and they became afraid for the outcome of this battle. Even the ministers chosen by Zhe sat silently and watched the outcome of the battle with trepidation. Within seconds, Dagelmon was flying to the ground, blood pouring from his neck. He was then thrown into the wall and showed no signs of life at all. Jung-ho said that such a strong person could never be his student. He added that Jae Hwan is a real monster. Dagel's opponent was not listed in the semi-final list, and when he found out that it was the fortress caretaker, he was even happy. In fact, he decided to take part in this competition to bring the caretaker to his senses. He believed that this had always happened in the past, that people began to hope for something and build expectations from a life that they had already lost. But unfulfilled hopes inevitably lead to great despair. The man came here to destroy hope before it turns to despair, and he also never accepts defeat. Dagel now admits defeat to Jae, and realized that everything he has done for many years will simply lose all meaning. He reproached the main character for only saying that the fight would be one-on-one, but not telling about its details. Then he decided to cheat and suggested a battle of wits. He remembered that the position of fortress guard would go to the one who could defeat Jae Hwan. Hearing this, all the spectators shouted that the leader of the scientist squad was too pathetic and simply could not admit defeat. Neither the old man nor his companion could have guessed who would win the battle of wits. The protagonist decided to give his opponent a chance and asked what kind of battle of wits awaited him. The opponent took this as Ze accepting his challenge. Then a miniature city appeared between the fighters. The system reported that the players found themselves in a world of building military strategies. It is said that one of the owners was inspired by military strategies to create this game. According to Daigle, all the strategists of the Great Lands loved to play this game. He offered the caretaker some time to go over the rules, but he said the game was easier than he had thought. This game is built on the confrontation of 3 races. They must accumulate resources and train their troops to destroy the enemy's defenses and achieve victory. The main character had already played a similar game and remembered that there was an analog of it on Earth. The main character had more than 10,000 different games under his belt. The system notified the fighters that Doggle Meng had chosen the Lost Garden as his battlefield. Jae Hwan represented the human race. His opponent, Daggle Man, represented the race of the dead. He knew that the undead were getting stronger in the second stage of the game, but could sometimes win by the middle. Doggle wanted to first train the warriors, build a fortification and a base, and then attack with dozens of warriors. Things didn't go as Daigle planned, and his monsters were killed by humans. On the battlefield, the monsters seemed too stupid and the human race too collected. Earlier, Doggle called himself the best player, and now he couldn't believe that he was losing. He reproached the caretaker for attacking too quickly and using forbidden tricks. While he was yelling at Jae, he missed the fact that the human race had built towers on his territory. Jae Hwan's men used a bow to destroy the last of the monsters and take over the base. Having lost many of his soldiers, Daigle assumed that it was just the devil and that he was unlucky. He understands that if he tries to destroy the towers, the farmers hiding behind them will break into his territory. But he has no other choice, because due to the attack he cannot accumulate either structures or resources. Doggle Meng thought that the Fortress Warden's strategy was too stupid. In Korea, this tactic is widespread and has impressive destructive power. All the spectators laughed at Daigle's loss. He believed that he was new to the game and could not possibly know about this secret strategy. He started yelling at Ji again, saying that according to all the rules it was not accepted to attack in the first 10 minutes of the game. He said that the main character should have first built his structures, accumulated resources, and then launched an attack. Please explain that I didn't see that this was written anywhere in the rules of the game. Then the opponent became angry, and dust rose everywhere from his anger. He was angry at Je for ignoring common sense and all the normal rules of the game. He realized that in that case, he would no longer be able to do anything to equalize the forces. He looked into the main character's eyes again and realized that he would not be able to defeat him in today's competition. He bowed to the fortress guard and admitted defeat. When the battle was over, Old Man Jung Hong and his companion asked Jae who taught him military strategies. Jung Ho laughed at the main character and said that he previously thought that he could only do lunges. From the protagonist's movements, he learned that he had used the spiral break technique against Daigle. Even the main character didn't know the name of this technique that he used on his opponent. Suddenly, the main character noticed Shin and offered him 1 round, as he considers him strong. Shin asked Jae to be more polite because he was talking to an elder. The protagonist saw no point in formalities, because all the people here were experienced fighters. For the first time in 900 years since the squad broke up in the depths, the man sees Chung Ho so animated in conversation. Everyone was curious to see how Jae Hwan compared to Mulark's strength. And this was about to be found out. Mulark was a squad captain 900 years ago. Mular then brought hope to chaos, but ultimately left behind only a crushing despair. Shin concluded from the last fight that the fortress caretaker was incredibly strong. It's quite possible that Jae Hwan is just as strong as Mulark. Shin was most interested not in the caretaker's personality, but in his soul. He believed that without piety in his soul, Zo was the complete opposite of the wise and cautious Mulark. While the man was pondering the fortress caretaker, an all-seeing eye appeared behind him. It was at this moment that Shin concluded that the fortress's caretaker was fully awakened. Young Ho told Shin that he only just now thought of this. The presenter announced to the audience that the next match had begun. The main character decided not to sit around doing nothing and wait for everything to happen somehow miraculously. The protagonist looked at his team and thought that everyone except Mike and Yun looked strong. The woman with the sickle looked especially strong, and even doubt does not help to understand her essence. Unexpectedly for everyone, the main character came out onto the field and started speaking into a loudspeaker. He said that he had already assessed the strengths of the participants and made conclusions about each of them. Watching the gray mass bored him, so he's going to change the course of the competition. Suddenly, the leader of the priest clan, whose name was Ja, appeared on the field, and he reproached the main character in this speech, saying that he was trying to change something. Ja said that Jae Hwan has no right to change anything since the competition has already started a long time ago. The young man corrected the indignant man and said that he simply wanted to eliminate the one-on-one fight. He suggested fighting in squads, but everyone was against it, because it would be impossible to identify the winner. The main character said that he was not going to divide everyone into squads, and there would be only one squad of 6 people. The protagonist announced to Ja that he was going to defeat their onslaught single-handedly. He promised to hand over the position of caretaker to the one who would defeat him first. Everyone thought this was a great chance to see how strong the fortress's caretaker was. Ja decided to take this step because the people's trust is important to him now. People's trust grows through rapprochement. However, the closest relationships develop over time. When time is short, the only way to gain trust is to show your true strength. A warrior girl appeared in the arena and challenged the main character. She said that she would be sorry if the fortress caretaker died right here and now. She said that soon these stupid tests would end, and then the one would appear. Many participants decided to give up because they thought they would not be able to defeat the warden. The protagonist assumed that this young man wanted to join the squad only to preserve his dignity. Suddenly, Mike also admitted that he could not touch the caretaker and refused to fight. All the leaders were talking only about the fairness of this competition, and Jae Hwan didn't like this at all. The protagonist realized that even if everyone else agreed, his plan would not work. Ja laughed and said that everything was not turning out as the caretaker wanted. This leader said that everyone simply refused, because they didn't want to screw up in front of the caretaker. The leader's assistants asked him to show the caretaker what he could do. They believed that the protagonist's strength did not matter, because he would not be able to repel a simultaneous attack. The leader reminded the captain that they were not here to defeat the warden. Having overheard their conversations, the main character did not understand why they came if they did not want to fight. The subordinates then announced that they simply needed to do what they came for. First of all, they want to know what this caretaker is really like. What they really wanted to know was what a great pawn he would make. The squad leader announced that they were not going to fight Jae Hwan, and he asked if they were surrendering. Just said that not wanting to quarrel and raising the white flag are two different things. The leader and his captains announced that they were ready to voluntarily join the expeditionary force. The main character's entire team was confused because they thought that something was wrong. She asked the guests what their motives were, and they said they wanted to help people return to normal life. This strange company offered to talk to the hero and reproached him for not intending to take the position of caretaker. They mentioned that from the very beginning the talk was not about the position of caretaker, but about recruitment into the expedition squad. She caused quite a lot of reactions because for many centuries no one had managed to do something large-scale. The leader of the lady squad said that he was proud to be within these walls. In his opinion, everyone here did not gather to take up the position of caretaker. Suddenly the handkerchief from the leader's face flew up, and a very cute girl appeared in front of everyone. The entire location was covered in purple energy that emanated from this girl. The leader announced that she wanted to hear the true motives of the competition participants. Her eyes see the whole truth and make you dive to the bottom of your mind. People became worried when the heroine realized that it really was about future chaos. Ja used the skill of the eyes of righteousness. Every single spectator was captivated by this girl. Because of this skill, people changed their minds and agreed with the girl about the reason for their appearance here. The main character immediately realized that a special skill had appeared in the location, which enchanted all the people. He knew he could end this circus with just one blow, but for some reason, he didn't do it. One of those sitting said that he supported the leader of the Divine Lady Squad. The man with a halo around his head said that he did not come here for battles and a position. All the spectators shouted that the sword general had arrived. The main character knew that this man was very strong and even stronger than all the troops put together. He began to get irritated by the fact that all these people were dancing to Ja's tune. In the evening, Captain Gordon was restless and something was bothering him. He opened the door of one of the offices and saw a blue bird sitting there. The man immediately realized that this was the Eagle Messenger, and that he had not flown here for no reason. Using her magic, the girl hiding behind the bird showed Gordon a warning sign. The man read this inscription and learned that the dead were heading to the Gorgon Fortress. The bird, using the inscription, introduced itself as the owner of the Dryad Fortress and flew away. Captain Gordon knew he had little time to do anything. Ja decided to put an end to this competition and said that they all had to work together. According to her, quite a lot of people have already joined her, and they are all ready to risk their lives for the sake of the expedition into the depths. With everything in Ja's hands, she had to decide who would be the captain of her expeditionary force. She turned to the protagonist and hoped that the fortress caretaker would take on such responsibility. She believes that the current caretaker of the Gorgon Fortress is a unique genius in the history of chaos. Everyone thought that Ja was an amazing person who sought to elevate everyone but himself. The man with the halo on his head believed that the position of squad captain could not be taken by force and resourcefulness. The girl turned to him and asked what else he thought a captain should have. The man believed that the captain should lead countless people. Everyone asked Ja to use the skill to understand what kind of person the caretaker was. Hearing the wish of the majority, the girl decided to use the Divine 8 skill. She put her hand forward, and an energy butterfly immediately appeared on the ground. There were 1,000,000 of these butterflies, and they filled almost the entire arena. Ja suggested that Zhe go through the Righteous 8 to become the captain of her squad. Young-ho realized that this girl had fooled them with her skill. People at a high level of adaptation asked to go through this test in order to fill in the missing characteristics and move on to the next level. Chung-ho was afraid that the main character would raise everything up into the air again, and then the expedition would go down the drain. The old man believed that no one would want to follow a captain who could kill at any moment. However, he believed that if he did not intervene, the soul of the fortress's owner would be tested. To his surprise, the protagonist agreed to undergo this test, which was arranged by the lady. Suddenly, water and broken ships appeared in front of the audience. The girl warned the main character that this time the location for testing would be the ocean. She said that the ocean mostly spills out into the seas and shipwrecks occur very often. Spectators also ended up in the water, trying their best to save themselves. A rescue boat always appears on time in this location. People managed to escape, but one more person remained overboard. Everyone who was sitting in the boat did not want to take this young man with them, because then the boat might sink. A strange hand touched Jie and asked him to make a decision. Everyone looked only at the fortress caretaker and waited to see what decision he would make regarding that young man. The main character could not understand how he ended up on this boat. A system window appeared, which notified that it was necessary to either save the majority and sacrifice the person, or not abandon the person and drown together. The leader of the Divine Ladies waited for a precise answer from the protagonist. This was the righteous test to see how the fortress keeper would act in this situation. By choosing the first option, Zhe will be accused of being heartless. If he chooses the second option, he will be accused of short-sightedness. Whatever the caretaker chooses, the people will inevitably doubt his candidacy for the role of expedition captain. The main character chose the third option, and this confused the girl. The young man said with complete confidence that he would save everyone and keep the boat from sinking. The girl Ja became worried because the main character found a secret exit. According to the third option, the main character wanted not to abandon anyone and save the person who fell into the water and ensure everyone's safety until the rescue team arrived. It was the only way to save everyone and not lose humanity. The girl wanted to make him look short-sighted by giving him only 2 options, but her plans were ruined. She didn't yet know what exactly the main character had chosen and what related to the third option. Ji said that since people are in trouble from across the sea, he will simply take it and destroy it. Ja thought that the hero had lost his mind due to overexertion. Seeing that the main character had taken a fighting stance, the old man ordered everyone present to run away. Drops of seawater scattered everywhere in the location, and even dirt from the bottom appeared. The system notified Jae Hwan several times that an error had occurred. In the end, all the people were saved, and they saw Huang as the real savior. The correct test was completed, and its result angered the lady. She pounced on Zhou with accusations, and the hero decided that it was time to stop this nonsense. The system notified that an order for unification had been given in the Gorgon fortress. From this moment on, all events are cancelled and the fortress gates are closed. All residents were asked to evacuate to the northern street, and they thought that the dead were advancing. The former leader of the Lightning God Squad said that this was most likely his last day. Everyone couldn't imagine that this boy, who didn't even live 100 years, now leads chaos. In the Gorgon fortress, 6 leaders gathered, namely the captain of the Southern Sea, the scholar, the divine lady, the fire king, and the lightning god. Shin never thought he would ever witness something so amazing. He told his interlocutor that what was happening reminded him of events from long ago, and he meant about the Palace of the Dead. The man agreed with the old man and said that something similar had happened in those days. However, neither of the two understands why the dead man is calling other dead men. When a mid-level undead appears, smaller undead flock to it. When a giant undead appears, mid-level undead will gather around. And in the fortress of Gorgon this time a complete catastrophe occurred, and the king of the dead appeared. This disaster forced every fortress to build high walls. It was clear to everyone that a real catastrophe was approaching chaos. This time the Mega Deadman was the walking Megarite in reverse. The wounded inhabitants of the fortress began to panic about the arrival of monsters. Everyone who was from the main character's squad raised their heads and saw the invasion of 1,000 monsters. When infected people started appearing in the location, everyone understood that this was the end. The monsters devoured absolutely everyone who came their way. The previously brave leader of the Divine Lady Squad was also alarmed by what had happened and began to tremble. One of the monsters wanted to hit a strange man and asked the advisor to prevent this. Unfortunately, the monster still impaled the victim on its limbs and killed him. The advisor said that he could not fight such a dead man because he did not have much strength for it. In this world, any choice leads to nothing, because in the end everyone will be killed by monsters. Jia could do nothing and believed that the world was full of injustice. Suddenly, her hopeless face was blinded by a bright flash from the weapon. It was Mr. Yun who tried to fight the nearby monsters. He asked the girl to pull herself together and not give up ahead of time. The rest of the protagonist's assistants also grabbed their weapons and tried to soften the consequences. This was the first moment when all those present stood up as one big unit. Jia knew that by counterattacking she could only buy a little time, but she would never be able to defeat these monsters. She couldn't understand why everyone was fighting with some kind of frivolity and not worrying about their lives. Young Yun told those around him not to panic, because these were not the strongest opponents they would have to fight. The main character tried to fight the main monster of this invasion. Having grabbed him by the throat, he understood that he could easily deal with him alone. He grabbed the creature's throat with one hand and decapitated it. The young man scolded the monster for destroying valuable buildings with his actions. Unfortunately, the monster was able to regenerate after Zhe's attack and began attacking again. The main character didn't like that his opponent was blowing all objects into the air when he started approaching. When he begins his attack, the monster immediately releases a stream of energy at him. The main character understood that he was the only one who could save his fortress from the invasion of these monsters. Old man Chung Ho held the weapon in his hands and waited for the best moment to attack. He hoped that a mere mortal could deal with these creatures on his own, and he wouldn't have to engage in battle. He did not want, as he had in the past, to face absolute despair. Just when he thought they couldn't do anything, his face immediately lit up with something bright. He recalled the words of the former caretaker of the fortress that the people who live inside the fortress need support and protection. This light meant that the fortress guard had managed to fight the monster and destroy it. The protagonist announced to everyone that the monster was neutralized, and he regretted that he had not done it earlier. When he said this, he realized that not all the monsters had been killed yet. A huge creature hung over him, wanting him dead. Jia was worried about him and simply silently watched the events unfold. When the main character found himself close to the mouths of several monsters, he did not even show his fear. He whispered to them to give way and go back to his lair. At that moment, he grabbed his sword and began a new battle. He released his powerful energy flow towards his opponents with a lunge. He decided not to fight each monster one-on-one, and decided to just destroy them with one blow. The impact was so powerful that fragments from the location flew far into the street. Hope appeared in the people's eyes that they would be able to escape from these creatures. Drops of monster blood fell on the heroes everywhere. Seeing Ji's resilience, the team decided they were in on the act too. Then more people began to fight the monsters together with the main character. Working as a team, they were excellent at getting rid of the largest specimens. Everyone began to believe that they would not be able to defeat this wave of monsters. One of the monsters almost killed the red-haired Gan Huan, but was immediately hit in the head. Looking back, she saw that his life had been saved by a strange girl who had simply thrown a stone. Then the monster noticed her and rushed towards her. In a matter of seconds, he was next to the girl and wanted to tear her to pieces. The girl closed her eyes in fear, but immediately silver shackles were thrown at her. These shackles tied up the huge creature and threw it to the ground. Her savior was Captain Gordon and his squad of soldiers. In the form of Gordon, those present declared that they had become much more interested in fighting. Everyone's eyes showed confidence that all the monsters would soon be neutralized. Ji decided to deliver the decisive blow and thrust his sword into the ground. All the buildings of the fortress immediately became illuminated by the incredible energy of the fortress caretaker. It looked as if a nuclear disaster had occurred that could blind the eyes. 10 days after the battle, work began on restoring the buildings in Gorgon Fortress. All the warriors managed to defeat Megarit, and this victory gave them even more self-confidence. Everyone thought that life had become much better in the current chaos. 6 out of 10 leaders of the Chaos Squad moved here. That's why more resources and arcade monsters accumulated, which caused a serious economic boost. But if you think about it, in general and as a whole, the Gorgon Fortress looks quite deplorable after that battle. Despite this, society began to look livelier and more welcoming. One day, a powerful explosion rocked the fortress. Everyone saw how the squad leaders flew into the sky. The leader of the Golden Heavens was told terrible news about his affairs. He was informed that the Megarit monster that had headed towards the fortress had been defeated. This dead man is on the 9th step in the Great Lands. This is a monster that can only be defeated by a general or someone of higher rank. The leader asked his subordinate to immediately find out who was able to defeat one of the strongest undead. Previously, he believed that no one would be able to defeat this monster, and he was sure that some mistake had occurred here. 4 days later, news of the destruction of the Forbidden Paradise squad spread throughout Chaos. Ji continued to train his squad, which showed rather poor results. Everyone had already lost hope that they would be able to win sooner or later. The main character reproached Yun for having nothing but strong and fast legs. Gang Huan was too strong and too slow. Divine Lady has excellent reaction but poor stamina. Michael has no weaknesses, but he also has no strengths. The protagonist announced a common problem that no one present was making any effort to achieve anything. This speech sobered the minds of all who listened to it. Hundreds of years ago, squad leaders were at the top of the ranks. Mr. Mular was even stronger than all the troops put together. The expedition seemed difficult even for such strong fighters. During the battle with the Forbidden Paradise's northern squad, half of Ji's team was on the verge of death. The main character's team hasn't even tried to attack the Manticore base yet. The main character announced that from today on, everyone will undergo special training. Everyone was scared by this news because they did not want to endure heavy physical exertion. Assistants said it wasn't that easy to jump to the next level of capabilities. It would take an ordinary person 10 years to reach even the first step. The men thought that the fortress keeper wanted to make awakened ones out of them. As far as I know, these men are awakened, do not accumulate strength, but become strong only through sudden enlightenment. The protagonist said that this is what he would try to do, but only if they managed to leave their native land. John Ho joined the conversation and said that everyone needs to go through 3 stages to achieve full awakening. The one who will be able to destroy his world and learn its true essence. The girl doubted these words, but he supported her and told her that he was the perfect adapter. Perfect adapters have a strong direct connection to the skills and the system. Gang Huan called him a fool and said that everyone present here were adapters. Mike said he was completely different and he wasn't one of them. He is willing to give up any skills if it helps him become stronger. The protagonist suggested that his assistants give up everything they had worked so hard for. The protagonist reminded them not to forget about the Great Disappearance. Ji said that all these events began with the appearance of the Rift. Hundreds of years ago, rifts began to appear in the Great Lands, and then the heroes had to fight the cultivators. The terrorist group Rift was brutally killed by the monarchs. The one who struck back in a big way said that whoever wishes to awaken must come to the Forgotten Lands. When at least 1,000 adapters of different levels have gathered in the Forgotten Lands, and there are rumors that they simply cease to exist. Ja said only a small number managed to return, and among them were her comrades. The girl told everyone that her friends had awakened, but were only at the first stage of awakening. She ended her story by saying that they all ended up committing suicide. Some went crazy, some lost their memory, because they all had to go through a strong shock. They all had one common symptom: they couldn't figure out who they were. The main character turned to the girl and said that he had nothing to do with the collapse, but he understood perfectly well what had caused the suspicions towards him. He says awakening can be dangerous, and he is willing to accept those who wish to awaken themselves. He said that he would help everyone become stronger and improve their adaptability. Then everyone present said that it was impossible to advance a level in a week. The protagonist asked everyone to follow him because he knew how to solve this problem. Ji and his assistants arrived at a huge building where active construction was underway. He was met by his subordinates, and the hero asked them to activate what was needed right now. He noticed that the building was made of horns. The next moment, A bright purple light appeared from the windows of the buildings. All present received notifications from the system that they could accept the Nightmare Tower challenge. Young-ho couldn't believe he was seeing this horrible recording in front of him. In the end, all the characters agreed and were welcomed into the Tower of Nightmares. The main character told his subordinates that from now on, all training would take place here. He said that in this location time flows much faster than outside, about 100 times. 1 week outside the tower walls is equivalent to 2 years inside the tower. He also said that once the destruction of the soul reaches 80%, the system automatically turns off. The monster's horns will always be at hand, so subordinates don't have to worry about soul destruction. Now Jae Hwan has decided to split his team into those who want to awaken and those who don't. She asked those who wanted to awaken to stand to his right and vice versa to his left. The next moment, training began between the participants, and Lady Jae showed off her skills to the fullest. Gang Hwan, Yoon, and Ja were drawn into this frivolous battle. Looking at everyone in his company, the protagonist realized that Mike was the only one who wanted to wake up. This young man was very serious, and he did not give in to the provocations of his comrades. Ja asked the others how they were going to level up without awakening. They said that in order to level up, you need to reach a certain level of insight or master special skills. The main character interrupted everyone and said that it was completely easy to accomplish. The lady yelled at him and said that it was not that easy to find a book with the highest skills. She said that they don't necessarily need a good book, they just need a good teacher. He proudly announced that from now on they would become each other's teachers. At this time, Mike went alone to the second floor of the tower. He repeated his training over and over again, but nothing worked for him. Jae Hwan, who was watching him, made adjustments to his movements. Suddenly, gold particles appeared in one of the strikes. The main character praised Mike for achieving incredible strength with his perseverance and fortitude. He could no longer understand why the caretaker believed that he would succeed. The main character asked this guy to trust him completely, because he believes that he will become stronger and will be able to awaken. The girl's soul watched the Tower of Nightmares that man created. Ja thought it was ridiculous that everyone still believed they could change anything after centuries of living. Chung Hong, and she asked him why they were doing this. The old man asked her what tricks she used to achieve her goals. The girl asked the guest not to be rude to her and insisted that he return to them. Chan refused because he would never join a squad of inhuman idiots. The girl believed that they were the only ones who sincerely fought for humanity. Sol belonged to the Rift squad that Jung-ho used to be in. The old man reproached his interlocutor that her squad was using people for their own selfish purposes, and that the real Rift had long since disintegrated. The girl laughed and said that Jung-ho was also involved in the Great Disappearance. According to her, instead of stopping the Great Disappearance, the old man simply continued to stand aside. Sol is grateful to Jung-ho for this, because if it weren't for him, she would be completely different now. Sol said that there are people who are trying to awaken in the Rift using old man Jung-ho's method. They raise their swords against each other and kill again and again. Only a small portion of them can survive and raise their swords again. They become immune to life and death and transcend human existence, opening their eyes to the essence of the world. They acquire one key to destruction. The old man got angry and said that this key was completely wrong. The girl yelled at him for not knowing anything about awakening because he couldn't even draw anything in his unique world, which he managed to create with great difficulty. Asol filled her world and became the captain of the second squad of the Rift. She used her best skill against this old man. The entire location was covered in red energy and various chains. Chong asked if she was at the third stage of awakening, and she said that her situation was much better. She waved her hand and created a frame in front of the old man where almost all of humanity had perished. She told Jung-ho that this was the day of the Great Disappearance, which he had a hand in. There was a sea of blood filled with corpses all over the location. She said that the living do not try to appear dead, and added that nothing can be changed in chaos. Sol said that the world would not change and again suggested that Chung-ho return to the Rift. Recalling the main character, Chan said with confidence that this time the chaos would change. The girl couldn't believe that Jae Hwan had such a strong influence on all of his assistants. Salt despaired and told the old man to let his bad crew do whatever they wanted. She said that after 1,000,000 tries, they would finally realize that the world couldn't be changed. The first stage of awakening manifests itself in doubt in relation to the world. The second stage manifests itself in understanding the world that has caused doubts. The third stage of awakening manifests itself in forgetting the former self. The protagonist watched as Mike gradually awakened. She said that he didn't want to see his pathetic side and forced him to fight to the death. He fired his weapon at him, and he became noticeably agitated at the protagonist's attack. After Jae's attack, Mike couldn't tell whether he had become stronger or not. Huang asked Mike to forget about the limits the world had forced him into. In fact, The third stage of awakening manifests itself in forgetting the former self. After some time, the main character congratulated the young man on reaching the third level. He could not believe that he was on the same level as the fortress caretaker. The council decided that the fortress caretaker was not suitable for the captain of the expeditionary detachment. The subordinates believed that they also had the right to break the laws of the fortress, because all these laws had already been broken more than once. The master of the Garuda fortress believed that the captain of the deep expeditionary force should be re-elected after a fair assessment. The mistress of the Dryad fortress, Asa, agreed with this man's opinion. Everyone already understood that the caretaker of the Gorgon fortress was absent from the meeting. The master of the Garuda fortress said that they could not entrust such an important matter to a boy who had not lived for 100 years. He didn't want to hand over chaos to some unknown child. For these insults, Yun pounced on him and asked him to repeat what he had said. Then all those present grabbed their weapons, because they understood that a battle could not be avoided. The captain told the Garuda fortress warden that he must fight them first if he wanted to re-elect the squad captain. According to Jay's subordinates, none of those present have the right to replace the captain. The master of the fortress, Garuda, and Yun found themselves in the battle arena. Garuda decided to give the guy the opportunity to make the first move. At that moment, Yun appeared next to him and wanted to strike. Yun was so fast that he could barely keep up with him. The master of the Garuda fortress realized that this fight would be very interesting. He allowed Yun to become completely covered in energy and carry a deadly stream of energy behind him. Garuda praised the god of lightning for his 7th level of adaptation. He admitted that his opponent was much stronger than he had previously thought. He released energy balls from himself and said that he would not be able to overcome the difference between their stages. This skill was called Golden Meteor Chakram. Garuda believed that Yunu would never be able to defeat him due to his 7th stage adaptation. All the energy balls flew towards the lightning god and dealt minor damage to him. Blood spurted from his body in all directions, and his comrades were worried about him. Garuda turned to his comrades and said that there was no need to think about it, since Yun had lost. He declared himself captain of the expedition squad, but Yun reported that the battle was not over yet. The young man promised that now he would show something interesting to Garuda. He accelerated with all his might, and his opponent reproached him for boasting only of his speed. After these words, the lightning god used 18 strikes of the Fire King. It was unclear where the Fire King came from. In addition to the Fire King's strikes, Yun also launched 8 invisible traps. The 8 invisible traps skill belonged to the leader of the Scholar Squad. The master of the Garuda fortress rebuked everyone who was there that they should not teach their skills to anyone else. Garuda was surrounded by the various skills of the lightning god. One of Yun's blows dealt him damage and tore his shoulder. In this case, the man also decided to use his heavy artillery. He created a whirlwind of golden energy and fired lightning towards God. The entire location was covered in this energy, and everyone who was watching the battle was forced to hide. Garuda believed that there was no way for the god of lightning to escape such an attack. But suddenly, an unharmed Yun flew out from the center of this skill. He told his opponent that he needed to stop fooling around and come to some kind of result. And he used a series of Shin strikes and drew first blood from his opponent. Shin himself appeared on the battlefield and asked the god of lightning to stop the attack, since it was already clear who lost. He hinted to Garuda that he could use the horned monster of the fortress. After some thought, Garuda decided to use the weapon that was always aimed against the dead. After considering the consequences, Master Garuda decided to admit defeat before the god of lightning. After the battle ended, Shin addressed the crowd and said that someone might also fight him. He offered Asa to accept the challenge and participate in just one battle. Asa wasn't particularly eager to engage in a fight with such a strong opponent. Suddenly, everyone noticed that Ja had moved to Garuda's side. The girl explained her actions by the fact that the chances of winning on this side are much higher. A golden monarch of the Jade Mask of the 9th stage of adaptation named Banjong appeared in the location. Bang Chan was accused of daring to set foot on this land after killing countless souls and stealing fruits. Bang Chun approached Shin and invited him to join his team. He said that the Steel Monarch was just waiting for his appearance. He asked Shin to forget all the grievances, because they had been through a lot together. He attacked his opponent and said that he had betrayed Marim. Ban asked Shin not to be so cruel, since this was their first meeting after 900 years. Ban reproached Shin for the fact that he, the fortress caretaker, and several other people were living on false hopes. Aiza, the mistress of the Dryad fortress, watched this battle. From the outside, she heard a voice telling her not to give in to these provocations and influences. An unknown man approached her from the side. He explained to the girl that the guardian of the Gorgon fortress was more dangerous than the leader of the Forbidden Squad. Jae Hwan tries to use the expedition into the depths to unite chaos. This man was the messenger of the Steel Monarch, and his name was He Yeon. He Yeon said the monarch perceives Jae Hwan as a threat. Every time a threat arises, signs of hope appear in chaos, which sooner or later lead to despair. If everyone doesn't get rid of Huang, there will be bloodshed and chaos. Long-lived Asa knows better than anyone what happened in the past in this case. He-yeon can't let the tragedy happen again and invites the girl to join them to help. He said that in a week, a meeting of the three fortresses would be held in the Gorgon Fortress. Bang Jung said that Shin wouldn't be able to defeat him and suggested that they stop this squabble right now. However, Shin decided not to stop and used the Holy Sword skill. Ban easily blocked the sword and said that the difference in their skills was quite large. He explained that someone who does not have the Monarch class cannot leave even a scratch on him. He released the power of the Monarch from himself and threw away all ill-wishers and destroyed the floor. Shin was struck down by just one blow from the Monarch's envoy. The Golden Monarch who rules the 12 regions is not even a great monarch. Jia can't believe they are forming an expeditionary force against such powerful monarchs. Bang Chan asked those present to forget about this dream, because they would never be able to achieve it. He hinted that Jae Hwan's team had already achieved a good position in chaos. He asked them not to try to reach heights that they could not touch with their hands. An exhausted Shin fell to his knees before the Golden Monarch. He gathered his strength and again began an attack against the monarch. He accused Ban of stealing the fruits of the Tree of Illusions several hundred years ago. Then the people of Chaos lost their comrades there, and now they will never forget the shame that they managed to live through. The man declared that times were changing and took a swing at Bang Chun. He told his opponent that his death was about to come. Like Jae Hwan, Shin pointed his sword at the ceiling and released an incredible stream of energy. It was a holy destruction that blinded the eyes of even the monarch himself. Bang Chun sent a counterattack and created a bottomless pit. He explained to his opponent that this time too he had failed to reach the heavens. Shin and his company cannot change anything in the past, present, or future. Banjong declared that the keeper of the Gorgon Fortress should be blamed for creating this stupid dream. Suddenly Mike appeared in this location and announced that the fortress caretaker would be a little late. He said he was ready to fight and defend Shin's position. The assistant caretaker believed that there was nothing more important than being here and deciding the issue of the expedition. Mike asked those present not to worry, because the expedition matter was under control. Shin asked Mike to surrender because it was impossible to fight the Golden Monarch. The man believed that it would be difficult to defeat this man, even if everyone joined forces. Mike looked into Bang Jung's eyes and said that he was ready to fight him alone. The monk looked at the young man and said that he had seen him somewhere before. He remembered that Mike was the rookie who was never able to join the squad due to his low abilities. The young man declared that it was all in the past, and now he was truly strong. He grabbed the weapon and invited his interlocutor to personally verify its strength. A real fight broke out between the men. When Mike swung at Bang Chan, he was barely able to block the blow. The man could not believe that this young man had grown so much in his abilities. Another blow from Mike sent the Golden Monarch flying back some distance. Bang Jong was able to take some damage and asked his opponent what kind of strong skill it was. It was an all-out punch that Mike had only recently mastered. Mike promised the monarch that he would die at his hands today if he did not try to show his true strength. The rival said that under no circumstances would this young man be able to kill him. He called the boy a weakling and released his skill at him. About 100 rocks fell to the floor and threw Mike back. After flying some distance, Mike saw a huge energy hand hanging over him. Without any worries, the young man pierced this hand and it disappeared. Ban told Mike that he was actually a weak idiot and launched another dozen hands at him. Mike remembered Jae Hwan congratulating him on entering the third stage of awakening. At that time, the young man could not believe that he had become stronger in just 2 years. Remembering Jia, Mike created the depths of the endless ocean. Thanks to this skill, Bang Chun realized that the person in front of him was awakened. Bang Jung had previously heard that the caretaker was the only one awakened, and now he realized that there was someone else besides him. While he was thinking about this, the young man tried to attack him with the help of the sea. After the water element, Mike created a heavy blow. After these skills, Bang Chun completely disappeared under the water. There was real fear of death in his eyes. Soon, Mike removed the water and grabbed his weapon. This time, Bang Chun was no longer amused at the sight of the modest young man. Mike, in the absence of the main character, believed that he was the only one who could fight this monarch. Lady Jia stood up to defend the great monarch, firing several daggers towards Mike. Mike didn't expect such a turn of events, that the leader of the Divine Lady Squad would go against him. The girl's daggers flew rapidly towards Mike, but he managed to dodge them. Previously, the caretaker told Jae Hwan's company that Jia had almost betrayed them once. The lady asked Mike to give up and said that in 2 years he could not become stronger than her. She asked him to think about the consequences of engaging in a fight with a great monarch. With absolute pride, the young man announced that he had been training this attack for 200 years. He remembered his teacher, the fortress keeper, and used his steel strike. Thanks to this blow, the girl's pink color changed to blue, and the entire location was covered in energy. Even Mike's team was afraid of his newly learned attacks. All of the young man's attacks were similar to Jae Hwan's powerful attacks. When Mike won this fight, Shin assumed that the caretaker had foreseen everything and sent this brave man here on purpose. According to him, Ji assumed that chaos would not rely only on him, but would rise up on its own. The young man's victory immediately began to spread across the local news. Mike came to the mistress of the Dryad Fortress and reproached her for being the only one of the leaders who changed her mind. The girl explained that those people knew better than anyone else how dangerous the lords were. She asked Mike not to count on fighting the lords because they were too strong. She explained that those from the Forbidden Paradise were nothing compared to those from the Rebirth Palace. She added that Mike would have to face even more serious lords than that monarch. The young man explained that his team had already escaped from the lords 900 years ago, and they could not make the same mistake now. Issa remembered Mike as an adapter who always doubted every step he took because he was unable to overcome obstacles alone. It was surprising to her that this young man had changed and matured so much. The girl pulled back the curtain and saw a tower of nightmares and 1,000 participants. She asked Mike if he was undergoing cultivation there. Mike explained that in this tower no one can become a product, and it is not really cultivation. The young man surprised Asa that there was no cultivator in this tower. The girl realized that Mike became so strong because of this tower. Pointing to his comrades, Mike announced that Chaos could now stand on his own feet. Even ordinary people try to clear the tower and become stronger despite their fear. Mike said they were doing this because they had been wanting for years to finally have the opportunity to make a choice. They want to regain the freedom that Chaos lost 900 years ago. It will be pointless to wait for freedom if you do not try to get it back yourself. Asa realized that her old friend was trying to believe in himself again. She wondered where the caretaker of the Gorgon Fortress was now. At this time, the main character, in the company of Old Man Chong, was resting under a palm tree near the river. The old man was worried that Jie had to show up for the meeting, but he realized that Mike had sorted everything out. He decided to play a joke on the old man and said that Mike was now much stronger than him. Young Ho said that he had reached the third stage of awakening and simply chose the wrong path. She felt uneasy because he and his assistant had different views of the world. Both Zhang and Jie awakened at the same stages. The first stage of awakening was the stage of destruction. After passing through the second stage, which is called creation, man reaches the third, self-denial. The awakening that Zhang knew about was not such an unattainable thing. All he did was cut down enemies on the battlefield. Destruction did not make him doubt, and creation did not cause him torment. Therefore, he passed through awakening without questions and suffering. But for Zhe, it was different. Doubt made Jae Hwan question his own existence. Realization led to painful reflections on the nature of the universe. Thus, the protagonist went through endless torments and doubts, and came across a unique path that forces him to constantly question the world. The old man asked the protagonist how long he had been training on the third floor of the tower in the coming days. He said that by local standards he had been training for 2,000 years. The old man was shocked because he could not believe such nonsense. Then the main character said that this was absolutely true, and that Young Ho should be addressed as you. Young Ho was upset that he couldn't spend as much time in the tower as he had planned. He rose to his feet, picked up his weapon, and said it was time for him to move out. Old man Zhang Hong learned from the protagonist that he was aiming for the Palace of Rebirth. The old man believed that it would be too late if they went to the palace and waited for those awakened from the Gorgon Fortress. The protagonist did not think that the Lord would wait for their arrival. Jae Hwan said that he doesn't intend to fight the entire palace. He just wants to remove the most important things from there. The old man realized that his companion wanted to steal the fruits of the Tree of Illusions. The protagonist agreed with this, and said that he wanted to get the treasures of nightmares that turn a person into a lion. He said that one can get into chaos alive if one goes through the narrow gate. According to him, if someone steals the fruits and passes through the narrow gate, the lords will not be able to enter chaos. To carry out all their actions, the main character and his company need to get to the Manticore Acropolis at the entrance to the Palace of Rebirth. Now Manticore is ruled by Forbidden Paradise, and these guys won't let the Guardian of the Gorgon Fortress pass so easily. Ji decided to use a lunge to knock down this gate and bring terror to everyone there. The old man suggested that they sneak inside unnoticed so that the two of them wouldn't have to fight against the entire palace. He wanted to save as much energy as possible, but Zhe said that he would do the same as always. After the main character's attack, Raya's fighters immediately came out to attack him. He created his mother and was ready to meet them face to face. With a light lunge, he threw back several attackers. The leader of the Paradise Squad watched what was happening and realized that the rumors about the Gorgon Fortress caretaker were true. He realized that the destruction of the northern detachment of the Forbidden Paradise, to the point of terrible destruction, was the work of Jae Hwan. He was surprised that this was the product that the monarch of pitch darkness asked to find. The leader of the Forbidden Paradise got goosebumps just from looking at the Gorgon Fortress's caretaker. A siren in overly vulgar clothing came to the commander. When she noticed the protagonist's actions, she asked the young man what kind of technique it was. She was shocked by the fact that everything around Zage was scattered from one blow. The girl told the leader that she had come to tell him about an interesting incident. According to her, a golden monk wearing a jade mask was spotted in the chaos. All the troops that were sent to Garuda were destroyed by the Golden Monarch. It seemed that the Golden Monk had defeated Garuda and the Dryads in exchange for help. The leader of the Forbidden Paradise did not like the monarchs breaking the agreement of non-interference in the affairs of chaos. The girl pleased the leader and said that, according to rumors, the Jade Mask monk was beaten to death. The young man could not believe that some 10 leaders managed to fight this monarch and kill him. Siren said that earlier the fortress caretaker had created an expeditionary force into the depths. According to her, the monarch was killed by one of the expedition members. The leader believed that this was simply impossible to do with his limited powers. The Golden Monarch is one of those protected by the Steel Monarch. Any monarchs with the rank of brigadier or higher are important people, as the Great Lands are the center of power struggles. The siren told the leader that the product he was supposed to look after had become the caretaker of the fortress due to his negligence. According to her, the monarch of pitch darkness would be furious if he found out that his product was walking around like that. Lin believed that there would be no problem because he sent a squad of the dead to search for Jae, who was able to use the power of the dead. While this conversation was going on, the main character was able to destroy all the palace guards. The old man assumed that something was wrong here, because one squad could not deal with all the chaos. But suddenly this old man cast the evil eye, and soldiers came pouring in from all sides. The protagonist felt too much evil energy in them, as if they were dead. One attacker reproached Jae for shaking the paths of chaos with his name. He considered it too great an honor to meet the hero of chaos here. The stranger greeted the medic and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He said he collected horns for treatment and transported patients. Jong Ho recognized this young man as a pious warrior named Hein. The old man became agitated and asked Hein what the guard of the Gorgon Fortress was doing in the squad of the Forbidden Paradise. He considered this a real betrayal and tried to verbally dissuade the young man from the Forbidden Paradise. Heinz asked the medic not to say such loud words, because everyone knew very well what he had survived in the fortress. 100 years ago, Gorgon Fortress was at war with the now-defunct Crimson Warband. 50 guards, including the captain of the Southern Gate, disappeared due to the ambush of the Scarlet Squad. Of all of them, only one survived. This survivor was Heinz, a pious warrior. He then turned to the divine physician for help to become stronger. Then the old man refused him and said that in his life he had seen enough weak people like Heinz. He explained his refusal by saying that he could not help everyone in need. Jong Ho's words then broke the warrior, and he was broken by despair. He remembered the old man's words that he needed to work harder to become stronger. He said that from that day on, he worked hard to defend his honor and tore his hair out to prove that he could. He called the pious warrior a weakling who died 100 years ago. He currently holds the position of vice leader of the Forbidden Paradise Squad. He heard rumors that the Gorgon Fortress Guard only used lunges. He took his weapon more firmly and invited Jae Hwan to fight and measure their strength. Using his sharp spear, he used the skill 8 Fangs of the Volcano. In addition to this skill, he used the carotid artery rupture technique. This technique created a dozen dangerous faces, but Jae dealt with them perfectly. In defense, he used only a special lunge technique. When the opponent's weapons met, it became clear that their forces were almost equal. When the young man parried the blow, Hein's allies rushed to his aid. They believed that one large crowd could deal with the guardian of the Gorgon Fortress in 2 seconds. With so many rivals, the main character wasn't even embarrassed at all. Watching this battle, Lim could not understand what was happening in front of the palace. He watched with interest as the main character easily cut through the dead. He then decided to join forces with the remaining troops of the dead, but he understood that he could not avoid losing half of his men on the front line. He wanted to ask Cyrena for advice, but she immediately interrupted him. She reported that she had done everything as Lim had asked. She told the boy that she had found the Soul Stone, created a cloud of smog, and formed half of the undead squad. For her persistent efforts, she offered him a deal. Heinz was irritated that a man who had been in the chaos for less than a month had become the caretaker of the fortress. And he himself worked on himself for many centuries and only now was able to come to some kind of result. He decided not to leave it that easy and to destroy the fortress caretaker. He decided to take advantage of the pause when the main character was fighting his dead. He released his spear to kill the leader of the Gorgons. Jae-hwan carefully maneuvered and dodged the blow. Then the arrow hit the wall and created a powerful energy explosion. Most of the dead were harmed by this explosion. Heinz declared that it was a power he had achieved through his own efforts. He released energy from himself again, but the main character suggested ending this spectacle. Without waiting for an answer from his opponent, the protagonist struck him with a wave. It was a simple attack that sent everyone flying away from Jae-hwan with its energy. The blow sent Heinz flying several meters. He found this attack funny and released additional tentacles from his face. The main character asked him if all people in chaos were really the same. Heinz couldn't believe that someone had knocked down the vice leader of the 9th stage. He ordered his subordinates to attack the overseer first, to give the vice leader time to recover. At this time, Chong was fighting with Heinz's subordinates. The main character realized that on this battlefield, everyone is trying to give their best. He also decided to show what he was capable of and thrust out his sword with all his might. Another bright explosion was created, blinding everyone present. This blow badly burned Heinz's face. Jae-hwan's powerful attack was so powerful that the location turned completely white. Heinz was too surprised and afraid to grab his weapon to attack. The location lit up red, and Heinz looked up in horror. Above him was a huge tree of illusions and the eye. Heinz began to turn into a skeleton and fell to the ground in front of the tree. He realized that this was the world of the awakened ones that he had heard about so often. Only those who have gone against everything see this world. He realized that the main character had gone against all of them. The fighter realized that if he had not given up then, he would have remained a pious man. He could follow his dream in this way. The old man told the protagonist that he had just broken a 1,000-year history of the Manticore in an instant. He suggested that this strong attack could safely be called global. Huang asked his companion not to talk nonsense and said that he had paved the way for them to proceed. On the way, the young man told the old man that he had simply made a strong lunge, and that was why the world had broken. The old man guessed that this attack was causing a lot of inconvenience to the leader of the Golden Heaven Squad. Suddenly the company stopped, saw a pink light above them, and realized that it was too late to do anything. One of the heroes suggested that this was spiritual intervention. However, Old Man Chung-ho thought that it was completely different. He thought it was a transcendental movement skill called distortion. A pink-haired girl named Siren appeared above the heroes, and Ji asked her who she was. She said that she is a news presenter on a famous channel. The young man admitted that he does not have a holographic panel at home, and he is not interested in its news. Young-ho said that every soul in the chaos knows about the Siren. Suddenly, Siren created magic and took away Young-ho's hat. She asked not to call her a nightmare because all nightmares come from different races. She proudly announced that her name was Siren Armel, and she was not just a nightmare, but much cooler. The protagonist assumed that she belonged to the Golden Heaven Squad. He asked her to step aside and not interfere with him, but she began to resist. She said she had received a request to stop him because he had gone too far. When she refused to give way to Zhe, he took up arms and said that he had only one choice left. The girl said that the one who asked to stop Zhe was actually dying because of his blow. She said she could forget about the incident if it just became her product. Without listening to her to the end, the main character released a stream of energy into her. The young man felt that the pressure of the soul was much stronger than outside the fortress. Siren said that the pitch darkness was looking for Zhe, but she could help him hide. She promised that if he joined her squad, she would make sure that no one from any region would be able to touch him with a finger. She started talking about various bonuses, but the main character politely refused. Then she created an earthquake and said that she would force the young man to come over to her by any means necessary. Everyone noticed the powerful nightmare magic in the location. The girl asked Jae-hwan to tell her immediately if he changed his mind. She released the sand dragon with the skill, but Z immediately attacked it. To ensure the accuracy of her attack, Siren watched the boy's actions through the screen. She commanded her subordinates from a considerable distance. The old man turned to the main character and said that this horse would never come to an end. But he decided to use his powerful blow. He thrust his sword into the ground and created an incredible flow of energy. All the monsters that were created from sand immediately dissolved. Siren noticed that Ji was trying to hide behind the cloud of sand he had just created. He avoided the girl's attack with the help of his incredible speed. He soon found himself at the feet of the Siren and thought he had crept up on her unnoticed. Siren explained to him that she was watching him closely through the screen. However, this did not bother the young man, because he had already swung his sword at the Siren. The girl reproached him for being too naive and asked him to calm his ardor and think about the proposal. She once again invited the young man to join her squad and said that he would soon take first place in popularity. While she was talking about the merits of her squad, Z created a sand crocodile in front of her. The appearance of the predator frightened the girl and she became alarmed. After this, the main character created a sand vortex. and made sure that Siren did not leave the battlefield. The girl could not believe that her opponent had materialized his images on his own. Jae-hwan threw Siren to the ground and began to beat her. The young man felt that this nightmare bore no hostility towards him. He realized that if he kept her alive and listened to her, she would be able to help him with the expedition into the depths. He might even be able to gain information about a certain nightmare that was rumored to be at the top of the illusion tree. He relaxed the girl's throat, and she felt that he was surrendering to her. She said that Siren could go with him to Gorgon to help. The Siren began to threaten him again, and then the hero threw her back with the help of the sand skill. Their energies intertwined and came together into one whole. The girl felt sorry because she almost reached the main character. After this attack, the young man saw that his companion had run away and disappeared from his sight. But at that very moment, she instantly grabbed him by the throat from behind. She completely enveloped him in her energy, and he didn't know what to expect from her. Then Jae-hwan's eyes lit up and the 8th Gate of Hell technique appeared. The 8th Gate of Hell was a door behind which something terrible was hidden. The hero was not at all surprised by this skill, and Siren realized that he was already familiar with this technique. She tried to explain to the protagonist that her technique was different from the false gates he had seen before. In her opinion, the 8th Gate of Hell is a skill created by Nightmare. Not 8ths, but 8. The first gate of them is a storm hell. The 4th gate carries within itself a hell of black chains. These two, brother, intertwined with each other and attacked the main character. It was difficult for the young man to cope with them, but he did not give up for a second. In addition to these gates, a 6th gate appeared, representing an icy hell. When Ji-hwan skillfully dealt with the ice, the Siren was surprised by his abilities. She was amazed by him, and concluded that he was not a human being in front of her. The protagonist asked her to show him the rest of her tricks, and the Siren said that the next attack would be too hard. After her words, the entire location lit up purple. A huge gate appeared in front of the main character, which was no different from the previous ones. As soon as the door of this gate shook, the hero felt incredible energy. The next moment, the doors opened and a huge river poured out of them. This river spread in all directions, but the young man did not move a single step away from the threat. In the waters of this river, he saw all those with whom he had previously been in the same tower. He realized that this was a common illusion, but the faces of his former friends made him wary. Siren said that this test would be difficult for Jae-hwan, because since the creation of this skill, no one has been able to go beyond the 7th gate. In front of the main character appeared exactly the same Ji-hwan as he was in the past. He asked Siren who she was and what she was doing in this location. It turned out that the 7th gate bears the name of the Own Hell. During this test, the young man saw himself, but only in different periods of his life, and now all his past personalities were aimed at him. Jae-hwan noticed that these entities had exactly the same skills as he did in the present. These real Ji-hwans are like him, because they first assess the strength of the young man before attacking. The protagonist can take one step and engage them in battle to test their techniques. As soon as he made one move, young Jae-hwan immediately hit him. The main character realized that these entities only knew how to lunge. Luckily, Ji-hwan still hid his past self, but he deftly dodged the attack. The location was filled with a cloud of smog and worried the hero. He realized that this was not just ordinary smoke, but a special technique. Without thinking, he struck the one standing behind him and destroyed the entity. This entity returned to his face and asked him to stop tormenting her. At that very moment, the illusion dissolved into emptiness down to the smallest particles. The main character did not understand what it was, and suddenly remembered memories of the past when he was at that age. He remembered his colleague who shot all his partners. It was a memory from life before the tower appeared. The soldier tried to explain to Jae-hwan that he tried his best but could not control himself. He thanked Jae-hwan for his service and shot himself in the head. This situation was forever reflected in the psyche of the main character. This man was the successor and advisor of Jae-hwan. All the unfair humiliation towards him forced him to shoot all his predecessors and superiors. At that moment, the main character was the only survivor. Thanks to the recordings found, all charges against the young man were dropped, and it became clear that he was not involved in the bullying. But he was still sent to prison for 15 days, and it was then that he realized that he began to hate the system. Long before he entered the world of skills and statuses, he was already living in the system. He lived in a world where a huge system suppresses the individual. While fighting with his past selves, he saw everyone he was with in his past life. He remembered Yun Hwan, who committed suicide. All these people talked to him and begged him to save them. The main character did not succumb to illusions, and dealt them blow after blow. When he hit his younger self, the illusion asked who he was. Through tears, the protagonist finished off the illusion and tore it into pieces. When he could not hold back his tears, the Siren asked him how to get through the 8 gates of hell. The girl said that the awakened ones believe that self-denial is a rebirth and forgetting of oneself. In her opinion, even nightmares would prefer to take their own lives because they simply cannot cope with such a huge ego. When the protagonist gave in to his emotions again, he was hit by Young-ho. He asked the guy to come to his senses, but it was too late, and the main character was in the arms of a siren. Jae-hwan left all his memories in self-denial, and this place is a world where he needs to kill himself to move on. This place fully lives up to its name and is a real private hell. Gradually, the protagonist's body became heavy, and he could not see anything. Mike appeared in front of his face and asked him what awakening really was. Jae-hwan explained to Mike that awakening is the ability to see the true essence of the world. The main character realized that these were more memories, Mike's training. Then the young man tried to understand that adapters are capable of reading information that is inaccessible to the eye and seeing things completely differently, which is self-denial. However, awakened ones must be careful with forgetting, because there is a possibility of losing sight due to the large number of details. Now the main character realized that what was happening to him was that very oblivion. He realized that he who hears too much will lose his senses, and he who sees too much will inevitably go blind. The main character realized that he had already done a lot, that no one had managed to go so far. In fact, the main character is just going through hard times right now. Life makes him remember his past life every time, sending him various illusions. Suddenly the location changed again, and many stars appeared in front of Jae-hwan. Among these stars, he saw past friends and memories associated with them. The main character wondered who he really was. The countless memories he had left behind over 2,000 years of continuous training haunted him. Only now the main character realized that these memories and the connection between them are the real Jae-hwan. He saw the seventh gate again and how all the entities began to dissolve. Siren realized that something unusual was happening and became worried. Blood started to flow from her mouth and she assumed it was a rollback. Right before her eyes, the main character became much stronger and moved on to the next stage. The girl didn't understand how her skill became useless, because her life spanned over 2,000 years, and she was much stronger than Jae-hwan. Everything that was created by the hands of the siren disappeared into the void. The protagonist silently waited to see what the next step would be after self-denial. He found himself again in front of the doors of the 8 gates. He promised himself to get out of here as soon as possible and, touching the gate, was blinded by bright energy. As he walked through the door, he saw the ocean and a brighter starry sky in front of him. The stars lit up and began to move into coherent text. The picture showed text that told him that there was someone behind it and wanted to tell the hero their story. Jae-hwan suggested that these records were left by the one who created the 8 gates of hell. The creature told him that it still remembered the day when the first expedition into the depths broke up. Hearing this, the main character became alarmed that they were talking about an expedition into the depths. Then a new inscription appeared, and the creature said that it was Mulark, and this was all the memory of his defeat. After all the events of the siren, Young-ho woke up in a lighted room near the other heroes. Chung-ho tried to wake up his comrade, but for some reason he didn't wake up. It turned out that the old man dragged the main character here, and the nightmare that used technology against him. So far, only he has woken up. The people from the Renaissance Palace were about to arrive here. When these people arrived, Jung-ho heard that the leader's subordinates were trying to find someone. The leader was an 11th level adapter, a secret sent monarch named Sam Young-rem. Young-ho felt uneasy when he learned that one of the most powerful people had entered the fight. He stopped and asked his subordinates to stop searching. He used his skill and realized that those people had fled like rats. He lit everything with a bright flame and asked his subordinates to raise everyone in the manticore. He added that it was necessary to find the leader of the Forbidden Paradise as soon as possible. Siren came to her senses and threw Young-ho away. She tried to take control of the situation and grabbed the main character. Young-ho asked her not to do anything stupid, because he had been protecting her from evil people all this time. The girl agreed with him and said that for their common safety, it would be better to first go to the Gorgon Fortress. He assumed that she had given in to the protagonist, but she explained that she had serious business with him. Chan said that he used the bird to send a message to the Gorgon Fortress. When the bird arrived to the troops, it reported that, according to the fortress's caretaker, Fort Manticore had fallen. After such events, Seize the Moment Squad and the Gorgon Fortress army will split up and head towards Manticore. These units will split up to attack the Renaissance Palace. Seeing a dangerous opponent nearby, the protagonist's team decided to free the chaos from them. The opponent believed that this time they had every chance of winning, because they were facing a pitiful army of awakened ones. The men reproached Jae-hwan's team and the Gorgon Fortress squad for becoming too ambitious, but as soon as they thought about it, a stream of energy immediately flew into them. The enemy troops realized that they had to retreat immediately to avoid losing their lives. one of the guides of the Gorgon Fortress squad ordered his subordinates to attack the harem. The harem believed that the young men would fail and tried to stop them with a fiery flame. Despite severe burns, Jaehwan's team did not stop. He released the skills from his hands one after another, and this prevented the Gorgon squad from attacking him. Many participants in this fight were damaged by harem's skills. Despite this, the Gorgon army and Seize the Moment squad cleared the way to the entrance to Manticore. The path to Manticore was cleared, but the harem prevented people from passing through it. While bleeding, he continued to use his skills and attacked everyone nearby. With the advent of the secret Scent Monarch, a radical turning point occurred in this battle. 10 days later, in the internal politics office of the Gorgon Fortress, it was calculated that almost half of the army had fallen on the battlefield. The minister found out that during this battle, they lost 5 strong awakened ones who were part of the main forces. Aiza reported that the army of the Renaissance Palace was already approaching the gates of the Gorgon Fortress, and it would be difficult to continue waging the war. She offered to agree to the demands of the Renaissance Palace and hand over the fortress and tower to the caretaker, just to save her own skin. Mike said that the caretaker had already spoken to them about this, and they couldn't hand over the caretaker. They just needed to pave the way. Aiza said that they had no chance of winning now, and suggested asking the monarchs for help. She meant that we were talking about a steel monarch. Now all the monarchies sent away by the Renaissance Palace are in the 9th region of pitch darkness. Almost everyone knows that there is a centuries-old feud between the Steel Monarch and the Monarch of Pitch Darkness. The girl was reminded that they had killed the Jade Mask Monk. Aiza said that technically he is not dead, because everyone who enters the chaos through the narrow gate returns to their body. Mike said that even if the Steel Monarch wanted to help them, they simply couldn't get the support of the other monarchs. He added that the house must be vacated under any circumstances. The main character was carried to the bed by his comrades and could not come to his senses for a long time. Young-ho asked Siren to properly bring Jae back to his senses. He accused her of putting him in a state from which he would not easily escape. He didn't understand what kind of spell she had used, since he couldn't regain consciousness 10 days after the incident. The girl said that the old man himself could bring him to his senses, but he could do nothing. He asked Serena why she was still here, since she was on the side of the Monarch of Pitch Darkness. She explained that their contract no longer had any force, because there was a person who could pass through the 8 gates of hell. She said that the true power of this skill is that the skill can only remove the nightmare. She had previously taught this skill to the leader of the scientist squad, and hoped that someone else would be able to use this skill. No one has ever managed to overcome the 8 gates of hell before. She managed to see these gates break through a couple of times. Back then, the gates were not used by humans, and only the consciousness of those present there was destroyed, not the skill itself. Siren was attracted by the fact that the main character was not like everyone else. Not only did he destroy her consciousness, but he also completely destroyed the skill he had created. He broke through the 7th gate, which no one had ever done before, and approached the final 8th gate, which is called Reward. She surprised the old man that a person who is able to overcome all the gates and approach the 8th can become the King of Chaos. Then the old man asked what the 8th gate was. Serena explained that this gate was a legacy left by her godfather. During their conversation, the protagonist's hand began to move. Everyone looked worriedly at Cheesy, who had come to his senses. As if nothing had happened, the young man got dressed and got up from the couch. He opened the door and decided to go to the conference room. A worried Jung-ho stood in his way and told him not to go there. According to him, there are people everywhere who are going to hand over Cheesy to the Palace of Rebirth. He asked the protagonist to step over him if he wanted to go there, and he did so. When the young man stepped over him, Jung-ho realized that he didn't want to take his opinion into account. Ji, in the company of his comrades, went out to his detachment. Those present were glad that the fortress caretaker had finally come to his senses. Aiza and her advisor were ashamed to look the young man in the eyes because they wanted to betray him. The main character announced to everyone that he was going to the Palace of Rebirth. Mike tried to insist that she should not go there. While everyone was trying to dissuade the caretaker from going to the palace, Yun was restless. He yelled at the main character because while he was unconscious, his squad lost several comrades. He believes that these people would not have died if they had not known hope and freedom. Yun said that he hated Jae with all his heart for believing in freedom and false hope. He shed a few tears and said that despite this hatred, his unit really needed Jae's support. He begged on his knees that the protagonist should never go to the palace. It seemed to everyone that it would be better to fight and die in battle together. Ji had instilled something so incredible into these people that it now needed to be protected, and when everyone starts defending it, they will give their lives. However, the main character believed that everyone was somewhat mistaken. He announced to those present that he was not going to the palace to surrender. He's going to go there to lift everything into the air. Yoon asked Zhe again about his plans, and he confirmed what he was going to do. He wants to destroy the Palace of Rebirth right now. Siren thought that Zhe was a strange person, who did not have the word reality in his vocabulary. She thought that no one would follow Zhe, especially those who had already been disappointed by false hopes. Suddenly his squad, one after another, shouted that they wanted to go with the caretaker. Siren thought they had lost their minds, and she couldn't understand why they continued to follow him. Before, they were ordinary souls and existed peacefully, and now they suddenly became concerned about freedom, real life, and deliverance. She understood that all this fuss started because of Jae Hwan's appearance in Gorgon Fortress. The hero said that this time he would only need 4 people, including him and Young Ho. In addition to them, Mike will go with them, for whom this is a great honor. She pointed to Siren and said that the last person would be her. The girl clearly did not expect such a turn of events that the fortress caretaker would choose her. Many other people also wanted to go with Hwang, but he said that 4 would be enough for him. Serena asked to listen to her and said that she would not go anywhere, but she did not care about her opinion. The protagonist said that the others would still have a lot of work to do, and they assumed that everything would come to an end after the destruction of the Palace of Rebirth. After the unification of chaos, there will be a series of rebellions, and this is what Aiza suggested. The remaining forces will be left to deal with the rebellions and the plans following the destruction of the Palace of Rebirth. Someone suggested that the destruction of the Narrow Gate would end the war with the Lords, but the protagonist refuted this. He said that the Narrow Gate was not the only way into chaos, and this surprised Yoon. Ji said that his squad must be prepared for any outcome, even if it means choosing death. Sirena was reluctant to follow the caretaker's instructions and go with him. But the main character took her by cunning and said that this way, she would be able to find out what follows behind the 8th gate. He offered her a deal, and said that he would tell her what he saw at the 8th gate if she helped him. They all went together to Siren's personal laboratory. There, they saw 1,000 dolls and things associated with the Siren's personality. The girl couldn't believe that she was bringing someone to the lab for the first time. It turned out that the team asked to use her device to travel to the Palace of Rebirth. Suddenly, those present noticed that the girl had created a tower that bore the name of the Reborn 10 billion times. Serena didn't like that everyone was looking at her artifacts that she made when she was a child. Mike guessed that she was one of the 500 known masters. The protagonist was able to find a pre-tower that bears the name of the cultivator without cultivation. The siren reminded that those present were once products that existed locked in the space of their imagination. She wondered where nightmares built their great towers. The protagonist pointed to the glowing tower and asked what it was called. This tower represents what the siren saw when she first looked at Jae Hwan. She said that the tower is named Peace after its destruction, but it is not finished yet. The girl finished her preparations and asked the team to come to her. Mike felt like something was wrong, because he had a strange premonition. She realized that the reason her godfather went on the expedition had to do with this creature. The team went to the Palace of Rebirth through the created portal. There were ordinary subordinates and their leader. Their leader was named Hick Mayer, and he was a lord of the 70th generation. He believed that if there was someone here who truly had the ability to reincarnate, he would have already headed towards the fruit storage facility, instead of standing in the crowd. The subordinates told the lord that he was not much different from them, and also could not go to the vault. The leader became angry, and released a cloud of smoke into his subordinates, making it difficult for them to breathe. He promised them that they would die if they opened their mouths again. Then the subordinates fell to their knees and, trembling, apologized to the leader. The man said that if it weren't for that contract, he wouldn't have been rotting here for 3 years. Lords who died during the war and returned to chaos take over the powers of the Lord of the Rebirth Palace. The term of office of a lord is limited by the death of the next and his appearance in chaos. Hai hoped that the next lord would appear soon and get out of this patch of chaos. He had heard strange rumors that the Lord of the Jade Mask had recently appeared in the chaos and had been defeated by the Awakened from the Gorgon Fortress. He also heard that somewhere now, a squad is being formed in the depths that wants to attack the Palace of Rebirth. There was no doubt in those present that something had happened, as the lords passed through the narrow gate. During the conversation between those present and the leader, the gate cracked. This sound attracted the attention of everyone present, including the leader. Suddenly, the doors burst open, and a bright burst of energy appeared from within. This flow of energy was directed towards the side where the leader, Lord Hai, was sitting. Meeting the flow of energy, the Lord cried out, "Who is here?" Everything around him seemed like someone else was interfering. Then he decided to use his skill and caused a second invasion. He felt that the striker was of the same level as him. He assumed that the enemy was the one called the Lord of the Gorgon Fortress. Suddenly, water began to appear in the enemy's skill. This meant that it was not the main character who appeared, but his assistant, who uses water in his technique. This attack belonged to Mike, who arrived here together with the main character. He proudly announced that they had come to pay the squad for what had happened 900 years ago. After this, the young man directed several streams of light towards Hai. Hai reacted instantly and opened his mouth, releasing his power. This attack reached Mike and caused him to go blind for a moment. He did not find the strength to resist this, but remembering the teacher's words, he believed in himself. He gripped the weapon tighter, waiting for the skill to wear off. He hit Hai a few times, and he couldn't believe that this guy sensed his presence here. The protagonist told Young Ho that he was going to intercept the nightmare and head to Uslata's lair and leave Mike and Young here. The Den of Delight holds the fruits, and like the narrow gate, is located at the top of the Palace of Rebirth. Young Ho promised that he and Mike would try to get rid of the monarchs heading to the Palace of Rebirth. He asked his comrades to be careful, because the energy emission from Uslata's lair was not very good. General Ring of Fire and General Seven Perils sensed something was wrong. Suddenly they saw that guests had arrived and immediately launched an attack. They called their comrades to help them resist Old Man Jung Ho's attacks. The leader reproached his subordinates for the fact that the Healer of Despair came to them, and not the caretaker of the Gorgon Fortress, as he had ordered. The old man felt uneasy because his opponents easily dodged his blow. The generals guarding the fruits informed Jung Ho that he would not be able to handle them, and ordered that the fortress caretaker be brought as soon as possible. Chan decided not to waste time on empty chatter and summoned a dragon from his weapon. In the Palace of Rebirth and the Lair of Delight, everything was much calmer. Rat General Laika assumed that there was some commotion at the main gate and decided to check it out. He asked him not to worry because Geek Mayor would take care of everything. The dragon generals decided that they shouldn't leave this place because the best girls of chaos were here. The generals were not at all interested in the security of their lands. The first general did not understand why people in chaos complained about their lives, because they lived in such a wonderful place. Like was still afraid that something noisy was happening outside. He decided to put all the entertainment aside and check what was going on. He was ordered not to spoil anyone's mood and just have fun, because the Palace of Rebirth would take care of everything itself. The Rat Generals said that they were sent to monitor the Rebirth Palace, and if anything happened, they would be held responsible. One of his colleagues told him to shut up and not interrupt the fun. For the common good, he asked him to leave here and check the palace so as not to create unnecessary panic here. Like said he didn't want to go there alone, but the generals said they wouldn't do it. They had no time for the safety of the palace, because there were dozens of women in their entourage. Plucking up his courage and feeling a tremor throughout his body, Like decided to go check it out. As soon as he left the tent, everyone started laughing at him for being too anxious. As he left, Like promised himself that one day he would definitely take revenge on them. As soon as he left his colleagues, something strange began to happen in the tent. Everyone saw a pink light from which strange people were flying towards them. Siren, in the company of the protagonist and other members, attacked these generals. Their lovers did not understand how these people managed to break through the defense. The chief general realized that the guardian of the Gorgon Fortress stood before him. He assumed that the young man had come here himself so as not to waste time looking for him. But he said that he came to get rid of them all. After he said this, he was attacked and sent flying into a wall. His opponents pounced on him with accusations for daring to approach the Palace of Rebirth. The main character flew back and hit the wall several more times due to the blows. One general promised that he would make Zhe pay him back in full for disturbing his peace. He wanted to condemn everyone dear to him to suffering and torment. At that moment, he ordered his subordinates to rush into the attack and capture these people. When the protagonist made his brilliant attack, the opponents dodged it. The opponents did not give Zhu a chance to rest and struck him every time. They assured him that his powerful techniques would not harm anyone because they would miss their target. The young man had trouble fighting off everyone on his own, so he decided to just blow everyone up. After his words, he lunged forward and delivered a powerful blow. The general didn't like the fact that the arriving guests were making so much noise. They were so much stronger than normal people that they were able to withstand his attack. The generals wanted to show the guests how far they were from them, and created a powerful dragon. They thought that this technique was too good to be used on just one person, and asked Zhe to give it his all. The general, having transformed into a dragon, believed that Zhe would not be able to leave even a scratch on him. Even with the slightest opening of his mouth, he managed to throw the main character back some distance. When the dragon opened its mouth completely, Huang saw a huge ball of energy inside it. This ball was aimed towards the attacker, and it was barely possible to fight him. The dragon assured that the young man's life would end in this very place, because he was too energetic in his actions. He said that Zhe's strikes would never be able to cut through his scales, but Zhe decided to test this with his own attacks. He aimed his blows at the same place, and it was too dangerous for the dragon. Eventually, with a powerful thrust, he managed to defeat the dragon, and all of his close associates began to cry from the eyes. By this time, Both Old Man Chung-ho and Mike had dealt with everyone else, and only a couple of survivors remained. After the dragon's death, the general returned to his original form, but he was missing one arm. He said that sooner or later he would make Zhou regret everything, because he would never forget these humiliations. They said that they would never die even if Zhou killed them. The young man reproached them for passing through the narrow gate. They replied that this was precisely why they would never die, because their bodies were connected to the brain and the soul, and when they died they would return to their real bodies in the Great Lands. Suddenly, with one swing of his weapon, the protagonist was able to break this connection. He told his opponent that he would now face the true face of death. The general could not believe that the main character was able to cut off the connection with the mind. He realized that he was about to die and decided to start bargaining with Zhe. He was ready to talk to the monarch of pitch darkness to fulfill any request of the fortress's caretaker. He promised that he would not touch anyone else in the chaos, but Chiji still killed him. Seeing this picture, Laika became alarmed that one of the 5 monarchs had died. He didn't think he would witness such an incident, because he just wanted to check the main gate because of the strange noise. He wanted to notify all the generals about what had happened, but was immediately spotted by Zhe's detachment. Mike and Chung-ho lived in the belief that they had dealt with everyone and left them alive, but they themselves almost died because of it. They threw him at Like's feet and said that he was peeping at the main gate. Siren remembered him and said that he had obtained spiritual power at the level of a general, but everyone despised him due to his insignificant abilities. The subordinates asked the protagonist why he asked to leave the generals alive, and he said that he had to personally make sure that they were dead. He made a couple of swings with his weapon and killed everyone except the rat general. Laika understood that now it was his turn and began to tremble. After the construction of the Palace of Rebirth, the monarchies gained immortality because they obtained endless life through the fruits. This is how immortality helped them forget about the finiteness of life 900 years ago. But when the main character appeared, Laika realized that she would die at his hands. Despite his immortality, he carelessly feared life, which he was madly afraid of, and death, which he carelessly forgot about. He begged for mercy, since he had no intention of fighting them in the first place. The main character fell into a stupor, and Siren asked to kill Like. The rat general understood that there were only a few seconds left before his death. Everyone found it strange that the main character decided to let Like live because he needed a witness. The general came to his senses and began to ask him about the reasons. He pointed up to the dome of the building and said that he was there. This dome creates endless password combinations, and it will not be easy to open it without the help of the master of the Palace of Rebirth, who has just died. The heroes have a chance to find a suitable password if a nightmare creator with exceptional skills is found. The main character decided that he would try to break through this dome with a simple lunge. No one present could have imagined that Siren would be suitable for the creator. Soon, Siren went to the password entry screen to unlock the dome. After several attempts, she managed to do it and gain access. The fruit storage caught fire and gradually began to open. Everyone present was blinded by the incredible energy emanating from the fruits. The entire expedition into the depths began just for this moment. After so much time, the squad finally got what they came for. The main characters began to receive fruits for gaining immortality. Mike grabbed one of the fruits and was touched that all their efforts had led to the desired result. However, the main character did not expect that there would be much less fruit than previously assumed. Chung-ho said that these supplies would not be enough to distribute to all the people of the Gorgon Fortress, let alone cause chaos. Mike couldn't take his eyes off the fruit because he had to make a human decision. Jae Hwan told him that he could take the fruit for himself for his efforts. He added that this particular man more than deserves to have his life back. A lot of time had passed over all these days, and it was a difficult battle in which Mike had to face difficulties. In order to obtain the fruits, it was necessary to sacrifice a considerable number of souls and endure dishonor. It was a reward for everything he had lived through, but Mike destroyed it out of anger. When everyone got mad at him, Mike said that he destroyed the fruit because there were only 10 left. When the reins were in his hands, he realized that this 10 would sow a series of conflicts. Everyone will start fighting each other in the hope that at least 10 people will be able to return to life. Mike believed that in this case, chaos could not be saved, and he asked for the remaining fruits to be destroyed. Ji understood that not every person was capable of this, but someone from the chaos still had to do it. He allowed his colleague to crush all the fruits, and he did so immediately. That's why he took Mike with him, because he knew that for the sake of humanity, he would make the right decision. Ji believed from the very beginning that Mike would do this because he would prefer to live in lonely despair and seek salvation in despondency. When there was not a single fruit left in the location, Mike said he would never regret it. Suddenly, the main character shouted at him to be careful, and at that very moment, a bright light fell on Mike. After this attack, he lay on the ground completely immobilized, and for a moment everyone thought that he was dead. A voice was heard from the void, and suddenly someone else appeared in the location. It was Major General Storm, a monarch of the 10th stage of adaptation, whose name was Canel. He was angry at those present for daring to touch the fruits and destroy them. Chung-ho tried to bring Mike back to his senses, but he was immediately thrown far into the wall. This was done by Major General Monarch of Silence Mogito, who also appeared in the location. After this attack, Jung-ho turned white and blood poured out of his mouth. The main character became worried that the old man might die at any moment. Kanale and Mogito told the fortress caretaker that he had crossed the line a long time ago. They insisted that his life was not worth the consequences of the act he had committed. The main character didn't care about those present, but only Laika understood that these were scary people. He recognized the chief general as Yun Garam, who was among the generals from the 9th region. It was surprising that a real monster, one of the 5 strongest major generals in the Great Lands, had personally come here. Kanale decided to make a bet with Mogito and said that the caretaker's head would be his. At that moment, they both rushed towards Ji to take revenge on him for the fruits. The protagonist ordered Siren to take Mike and the old man away. Mogito told Zhe to only worry about his own life and not think about others at this crucial moment. The protagonist grabbed the weapon, but was immediately surrounded by energy bonds. Kanale was already close and said that now he would take the final steps regarding Zhe. He struck with his bonds, but the protagonist did not give up for a second. Mogito came to Kanale's aid and entered into close combat. It was hard for Jawan to fight them, because they were completely different from those he had fought before. Kanale was upset that his high expectations for the caretaker of the Gorgon fortress were not met. He thought that before him was an ordinary cowardly boy, and not the great man that all the chaos spoke of. After several attacks, the young man was thrown to the ground and began to spit blood. The attackers realized that in front of them was an ordinary cockroach, who had spent all his strength on those 5 generals. They reproached the main character for pretending to be someone incomprehensible. They decided that it was time to finish with the fortress caretaker. They threw him into the wall several times, but he still found the strength to fight. He remembered that attack that divided the 1,000-year history of the Manticore into before and after. He also remembered Jung-ho's words, who advised him not to use this strong attack too often. Awakened ones can use the energy of the spirit without limit, but in exchange they absorb a certain amount of mental power. If such a powerful technique is used carelessly, it will not last long. These people were at the same level as Zhe had been when he first appeared in the chaos, and they needed to be gotten rid of while they naively underestimated his strength. He grabbed his weapon and decided that he would finish them off right now. A real fight broke out between the opponents, in which both skills and weapons were involved. The main character used his special eye and painted the location red. He became embittered and was ready to meet any attack. He used a series of 5 strikes, as well as a universal thrust. The combination of these attacks allowed Kanale to be attacked almost immediately. There was almost nothing left from the impact, and there was only one big explosion. Siren tried to avoid the shockwave and wanted to hide Jung-ho and Mike. Kanale came to his senses and thanked Zhou for developing such strength through his physical abilities. The main character decided that he would soon make a powerful attack, and that would be the end of it. The opponent thanked him for the great effort it took to fight him. Long ago, there was a nightmare who was looking for the monarchs of the 12th region. He was rejected by all the monarchs, but he did not give up. Lastly, he visited the 9th region to ask for strength to climb the illusion tree. He wanted to see the monk of pitch darkness. He was advised to remember the suffering he had to endure when he was weak. Back then, Kanale believed that if they destroyed one nightmare that sat at the top of the illusion tree, everything would return to normal. Something like a supermind told him that he was too mistaken. He understood why the monarch of pitch darkness refused to meet with him. Because the great lands are a place for the strongest. Then he fought the nightmare for 3 days and 3 nights. His whole body was losing strength and did not allow him to carry out any powerful attacks. On the 3rd day, Kanale finally learned the power of the nightmare. Then he thought that if Mulark acted without using magic, then it meant that he could have a serious talk about the Tree of Illusions. After that, the nightmare circled the entire chaos and headed into the depths in order to change the world. But after the monarchies stole the fruits, all knowledge of him disappeared. The main character made another attack on his opponent. Kanale acknowledged his strong attacks, but felt that it was not enough. Then he put out his hand and, creating a special skill, decided to answer. He resisted the attack of Chijihuang's strong thrust. He reproached the main character for not understanding at all how to properly use the trump cards that he had in his hands. Jihuan couldn't believe that his opponent blocked his punch so easily. Kanael believed that Zhou was a child who was mistakenly given the sword to hold. Distracting the enemy with his conversations, Kanael jerked from his place and wanted to strike in close combat. With his powerful hand, he threw Chijihuan far into the wall. The young man thought for a moment that this was the end, as blood began to pour from his mouth. Having splashed out blood, the main character was still able to get to his feet and continue. He had no strength left to continue the fight, but he had no other choice. He thought through every action in advance so as not to fall into the hands of his opponent again. Suddenly, Kanil turned to him with respect and called him to him. He asked to show how strong he was, since he dared to talk about the Tree of Illusions. This opponent was stronger than all the previous ones combined, because he does not use any special techniques. Even if Zi tries to study it through doubt, he will only be able to see the accumulated experience. He understood that such an ordinary experience could not create unimaginable physical potential. The protagonist recovered from the previous attack and dealt a powerful blow to Kanale. He then went for a universal strike, but his opponent said he was using cheap tricks. Kanale launched a counterattack that seemed like no one could survive. Jae-hwan noticed that the man had made a universal attack with only his fist. It began to seem to him that he would lose this battle, because his abilities were much worse. Kanale used Kanale's fist lunge again, and Jae-hwan was knocked to the floor. The main character lost consciousness, and blood flowed from his mouth. Kanale said that the spiritual power he uses is not supported by the system. According to him, the Awakened Ones continue to try to destroy the structure of this system. He grabbed Huang, lifted him off the ground, and said that this was someone's unique world. Feeling the energy of the young man, Kanale realized that in his hands was the essence of this entire system. When he realized this, the protagonist's eyes opened again, and were filled with incredible energy. The protagonist summoned a moon window, and everything was filled with demonic energy. The opponent asked him not to copy other people's fundamental techniques, since a unique world without an original creation is no different from useless witchcraft. According to him, Jae-hwan must surprise him with something special and strong. Between attacks, he tried to explain to the boy that the awakening everyone was talking about was something else. He sent a ball of firepower towards Jae-hwan, and he was unable to handle it. The attack burned all the skin on the boy's arms, but he did not lower his weapon. Through the pain and blood, he found the strength to grab the sword harder and fight off the blow. He was offended that the impulse of the lunar window had no power. Kanale said that he had met his enemy, but it did not bother him at all. He asked Jae to quickly clear the approaches to the very beginning of this world and show it to him. The protagonist remembered that the birth was the 8th gate to hell. Beyond the gates, Mulark left behind a reward called the Message from the Depths. Mark said that the key word may change, but the awakening process itself remains the same and consists of 6 stages. The first 3 stages of doubt, awareness, and renunciation exist to destroy the existing world. The stages that exist after the fall of the old world are necessary for the creation of the new one. The protagonist felt that the next stage of awakening was coming, which is called incarnation. Kanale said he can't wait for the birth to begin. He decided to open the birth by force and see for himself. Then Serena, who was sitting next to the computer, became agitated by what was happening. Kanale hinted to the protagonist that he would now deal with all members of his team. He liked the fact that these personalities could never be reborn, unlike him. He sent a powerful stream in their direction, but the protagonist suddenly stood up to defend his comrades. Despite the threat to his life, Siren thought that Ji was a complete idiot. A huge cloud of flame formed at the place where Jae-hwan was. The dome of the palace and its other parts began to crumble into pieces and smoke. Serena, Young-ho, and Mike lost consciousness and gradually came to their senses. When they came to, Siren saw a rather terrible picture. Next to her stood a half-charred Jae-hwan, who had made his super lunge. The protagonist said that he had a vague realization after Kanale's words that this world was exceptional. He remembered growing up under the wing of his parents, school days, laughter and tears. That is, everything that relates to countless memories. Perhaps it was these memories that made the protagonist take this step. In his past life, he never doubted the world around him and lived because he did not ask questions about the universe. The whole world system was created thanks to this confidence. All this means that in order to begin the birth, Jae-hwan must believe in his world. Peace can only come into being through a feeling of all-consuming faith. Jae-hwan told Kanale that he couldn't do it alone, and that he also needed his many versions from his hazy memories in the present. It was as if he heard the voice of his past self, that all these personalities were fake, and they were not obliged to help him. The young man knew that it would not be easy for him to convince all the versions of his past to fight right now. Then he decided that since they were not going to help him, he had to destroy them first. He simply drove them away so as not to waste time on unnecessary persuasion. Thus, the Palace of Rebirth was completely destroyed. Back then, it was difficult for the protagonist to cope with Kanale's constant stream of powerful attacks. These attacks completely drained all his strength, leaving him exhausted. After another attack, the main character finally got to his feet, but but Keneal told him not to think about further actions, because he was already completely exhausted. The old version of himself chided him that he might as well give up right now. She asked him not to do it, because if he died, then all his versions from the past would die too. This version reminded him again of all the times when Jae-hwan thought and acted completely differently. Jae-hwan's personality asked not to forget what he had to go through to be here and now. The person said that Jae-hwan had already reached the extreme point of despair, and he should run away from here as fast as he could. Keneal was extremely disappointed with his opponent, as he thought he would last much longer. Then, with the last of his strength, Jae-hwan thrust his sword into the ground and asked Keneal again why he was disappointed. All of the protagonist's personalities became worried about him, believing that he had lost his mind and was heading for certain death. They only allowed him to strike once. It seemed as if the protagonist's body was filled with new strength and incredible energy flew out of his eyes. The main character started the process of generation with his skill. The fourth stage turns lies into truth. This power turns beliefs into reality. The protagonist has reached the fourth stage of awakening, which is called the teaching. The opponents rushed at each other, and their abilities were approximately equal. The last time the enemy was so agitated was during the destruction during the battle with the nightmare 1,000 years ago. He thanked the main character for helping him experience this unforgettable feeling again. He threw Jae-hwan to the ground and said that he was doomed. In this battle, the main character thought for a long time about why he decided to live such a long life and bring his attack to perfection. All this time he made only one lunge, as if he did not understand how the world worked. In any case, he was glad to have met such a strong opponent. After numerous attacks and skill usage, it was finally over. Then, in the battle, the entire Palace of Rebirth was destroyed. The knockout blow was so powerful that Siren and Mike were thrown far away from the palace. During the fight, the main character felt the same as his opponent. Jae-hwan has been perfecting his lunge for 1,000 years. At that time, the enemy was endlessly honing his only skill. He felt sorry that it was just a regular adapter that was speaking in front of him. After the battle, all of Chaos was blinded by Jae-hwan's incredible energy. The main character stood completely alone on the battlefield, and around him there was only fire and smoke. The enemy, disfigured to the last, could not believe that he had lost this battle. Only when he lost did he realize that the eye that controlled the universe was the top of the Tree of Illusions and the end of the depths, as well as the place where one nightmare was located. He asked the protagonist to do his best to get there. The main character gave up on this idea and said that he had to destroy it. The man said that in the depths, the world of the protagonist will no longer be so important. Seeing this world, not a single soul would want to live any longer. However, if there are those who believe in this world, they will be able to find something they lost in the past, but will be doomed to despair for the rest of their days. Before his death, the enemy asked to break the connection until his body returned to the Great Lands. The main character listened to his request and asked him to tell him something before going away. He said that he would find strength in the depths of Gainak and tell him about it, and also to be wary of Miad, who would not just sit on the sidelines. The young man asked the man one last time why he hadn't killed him when he had the chance. He had many chances to kill Jae-hwan before he awakened the fourth stage. He couldn't answer this question, and immediately remembered how he asked Mulark for strength to climb the Tree of Illusions. Back then, he believed that this world could still change, but the world would change if he killed the first nightmare at the top of the Tree of Illusions. On this same day, 900 years ago, Mulark's expedition failed. The enemy believed that with his death he had repaid his debt to Mulark. When everything was over, Siren and her entourage approached the main character. Today, Chaos has finally been freed from the power of the Palace of Rebirth. After all this story, various celebrations began in the Chaos. The main character decided to visit Jalil Dagel because he did not show up for the meeting. Dagel said that nothing would have happened to him because he was, after all, one of 10 owners. He was delighted that the fortress keeper had killed Yungaram himself. The protagonist asked the men how well they knew Garam. Jalil said that everyone in his family was well acquainted with Sam Yun's family. It was the Sam Yun family that ousted the Jalil family from the Great Lands and took their place among the noble families. Jalil attacked their family member Yunagaram, and they won't just sit there and be offended. The protagonist calmed him down and said that he had taken control of the narrow gate, and there was no way they could get through to him. Previously, the narrow gate was their only way to enter the Chaos alive. Jalil believed that it was too early to relax, because they could reach Chaos without the narrow gates. Jae-hwan said that it would be profitable to deal with them if they reached the Chaos to catch him. He promised that they would still give their lives for this undertaking, and asked Jalil to be careful. Jalil was surprised by the calmness of the main character, which to this day never ceases to amaze him. The main character left Jalil and returned to his place. He thought that he had been in the Gorgon Fortress for a long time, and that he already had quite a history behind him. A lot has changed since he got here, and he has met many people along the way. Also, Jae Hwan unexpectedly became the caretaker of the Gorgon Fortress and still hates this whole thing. These days were too hard, and everyone was worried that the new caretaker was doing nothing. Suddenly, Chung Ho and Mike burst in and started arguing over alcohol. Mike reproached Chung Ho for coming to him with alcohol and offering him a drink, but he said that none of that happened. Watching what was happening, Jae Hwan realized that it was time to leave this place. For a second, he felt sad that he was starting to get attached to all these people and to his place. So he sat by the window for a long time until he was distracted by a strange voice. It was Gordon who reminded him that they were talking about the Nightmare Tower and the Seize the Moment squad. The subordinate said that time in the tower flows abnormally fast, and the number of walkers who commit suicide is also growing. The protagonist knew that too fast a flow of time could harm the soul, since surviving for several years is not so easy. He ordered that the flow of time in his tower be regulated. He also reminded his subordinates not to forget that it was impossible to awaken just by lunging a few thousand times. The system he created tirelessly helps to cultivate the awakened ones, and it is necessary to get rid of those who do not want to awaken through training. Jae Hwan himself believed that awakening is not the only way to survive, and that one can adapt to everything. Gordon said that he had not been in the third stage of awakening for very long. However, after this, he was never able to see his unique world. The protagonist understood that this could not be, and knew that worlds differ depending on abilities. All awakened ones who have achieved self-denial find their own unique world. Even spiritual energy exists only because of the system, but the awakened ones are trying to destroy this system. Therefore, it is difficult for everyone to immediately understand that this world is someone's unique world. The fortress's caretaker asked his subordinate not to worry, since it was possible that his world was part of this system. He could well admit this thought, but he himself does not yet know everything about awakening. It dawned on Gordon that if his unique world was part of the system itself, then one day he would have to fight Jae Hwan. The main character said that this would only happen if Gordon wanted to save this world. Gordon exclaimed and asked Ji to take him along on the expedition next time. The young man didn't like this turn of events, because he had just gotten rid of those annoying subordinates. And suddenly another one appeared. Gordon cited the law of the fortress that all captains are obliged to defend the fortress in an emergency. In turn, the protagonist reminded him that he was no longer the captain of the Northern Gate, and also added that he would soon leave the post of fortress caretaker. Gordon became alarmed and said that if Xi left his post, the Gorgon fortress would fall. In this case, not only the fortress will fall, but also all chaos. The hero said that he had already thought of everything in advance and called Gordon to leave the room. He said he needed to finish his last job as the fortress's caretaker. The main character, despite the bad weather, came out to the people to deliver his speech. He thanked them for their hard work. They did everything possible to protect the Gorgon fortress. He announced that after all the merits, the time had come to say goodbye to those who had laid down their lives in the name of the Gorgon fortress. She added that all innocent victims will be mourned at a farewell ceremony over 3 days. Then the names of all those who died in the name of peace were announced. Suddenly, everyone noticed that there was something big lying behind them. The protagonist said that people deserve the honor of seeing this because they worked hard. He showed the narrow gate and added that everyone standing here knew that this was not the end. The people became alarmed and asked the fortress guards to quickly destroy the narrow gates. Beyond the narrow gate, the Lord showed the people that he had a monarch who was bound. It was the monk Laika, who was miraculously left alive. The protagonist grabbed the weapon, and Laika assumed that he was going to kill him. Laika asked to do this as soon as possible, and said that the monarch of pitch darkness would not leave it like that. He made one swing and cut off the monarch's hands. He added that he was not going to kill him in this place, and decided that he would send him to the Great Lands. Together with him, he was going to convey the message to his master, that if he wanted war, he could come here immediately. The fortress guard said that he would wait for his opponent at the top of the illusion tree. These words made even the animals around them alarmed and stupefied. After the farewell ceremony, Siren told Zhe that as the caretaker of the fortress, he could not do such a thing. She was scared just by the thought that her partner was going to fight the monarch of pitch darkness. She asked what exactly Zhe wanted to achieve by sending the monarch back to the Great Lands. She believed that the narrow gate was best destroyed here and now, and done quietly. Siren felt uneasy that after such actions of the fortress guards, monstrous retribution awaited them all. The protagonist calmed her down and said that only the lieutenant would come to the battle, because no one with the status of a monarch would be able to escape from there. The siren believed that at least 3 people would have to take revenge for the death of the monarch. She believed that if representatives of the 5 great clans also showed up, everything that was happening would take on incredible proportions. This is exactly what the young man wanted, because their death could radically change the world. Ji reproached Serena for asking him too many questions, and she said that she was just interested in hearing what he promised to tell her. Earlier, the protagonist promised her that he would tell her what he saw beyond the 8th gates of hell. The protagonist told her everything in detail, and said that Mulark left a message from her godfather. He told her that in the evil lands where a severe ice storm had broken out, a shining egg was waiting for him. He was anxious then, because for the first time in his life he saw the appearance of life in an egg. He would never forget that moment, because he watched the tiny baby break through that thin eggshell. This tiny child was Siren. Apparently, Siren concluded that all nightmares come from an egg. She was interested to know what the winter approaches to the Tree of Illusions were like. The protagonist explained that this is the winter base of the illusion tree in the Great Lands. All nightmares are born through dreams, the Tree of Illusions, and hatch from an egg. She didn't understand why Siren needed to look for information about Mulark, since he was just her godfather. He said that if she wanted to access Mulark's memories, she had better stay close to him. According to him, Mulark disappeared in the depths, and Siren should be interested in the expedition. The girl wanted to know what her godfather left for her after he disappeared. After thinking for a while, the girl said that she had a great idea for a message in the form of memories. Jae Hwan and Siren went to the girl's personal laboratory again. The girl prepared something and showed her friend the mechanism on the ceiling. A huge doll covered in spikes emerged from the mechanism, and Serena believed that it would be the one who would help them with the squeeze. According to her, this object connects with the soul and squeezes out all memories. Nightmares that have lost their spiritual strength often take advantage of this, as it allows them to gather all their emotions and memories together. With the help of this device, the girl wants to look at the memories of her godfather. Jae Hwan decided to try it out for himself and stood up to the device. The girl knew that after the squeeze began, the main character would not remain so calm. The squeeze makes you feel incredible and unbearable pain. When the process began, the entire room sparkled and turned pink. Something strange was happening, because the squeezing process was painful only for Siren. She expected it to be so painful, but she never imagined that Jae's spiritual power would be much stronger than hers. The girl lost consciousness for a while and found herself in the inner world of the Awakened One. She saw various planets, which reflected the main character at different stages of life. It seemed strange to her that a person kept such a large number of memories in his world. When Jae Hwan broke through the 8th gate of hell, Siren immediately realized that he was not an easy person. Suddenly, one of the planets touched Siren and burned her hand. She needed to pull herself together, because if she made a mistake, she would forever remain in the subconscious of the Awakened One. She wanted to read her godfather's memoirs as soon as possible and leave this world. The deeper Siren went into consciousness, the more memories she saw. When she didn't see anything about her godfather, she decided to break through the memories that were there. She managed to get to the text that Mulark sent to Jae Hwan. When the girl saw the image of her godfather, tears appeared on her face. Mulark touched her and everything disappeared again. The girl came to her senses already outside of her memories. The main character could not understand where she ended up, because there were high-rise buildings around, and she herself was on the roof. She found herself in the center of people and realized that she was on Earth. This place is sometimes visited by nightmares, moving along the roots of the illusion tree. Thanks to the nightmare's desperate attempts to protect the land, she managed to remain hidden from the rulers for a long time, and it seems that she fell into the supernatural. She explained to herself that the supernatural is formed together with the place of birth, and all the illusions of the world are created through the supernatural. There is only one way to get out of there, to find a piece of consciousness in the subconscious world. Serena remembered that her father said that the only one who knew the way out of here was the guide, but she didn't know how to find him. Suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by a young man who was hiding from someone. He was being chased by 2 men in uniform, but they could not catch up with him. The Siren decided to stand up for the child, but her cry surprised the guards. They explained to her that she needed to leave the dangerous place, because here they were trying to force the child to grow up. Failure to become an adult is a grave offense and grounds for execution. The Siren could not understand what was happening, because there is no such law about growing up on Earth. To her surprise, the guards immediately thought she was too weird for this world. They walked up to her and asked her to show her documents. Also, during the conversation, they noticed that she had horns on her head. She remembered her godfather's words, that if she were to enter the supernatural world, she would need to blend in with the crowd. According to him, this place rejects all those who are different. When the girl was declassified, she did not know what to do to save herself. She decided not to give up and used fire magic. Unfortunately, the magic didn't work, and a warning appeared in this world. The guards began to change and turn into monsters. The system has notified that a suspicious body has been discovered within the world. The order was given to proceed with the immediate destruction of this suspicious body. The men in uniform grabbed Siren, and the girl thought that this was the end for her. That child decided to stand up for her and pushed back one of the attackers. He chopped his head off and freed Siren. After what happened, the girl assumed that this child was a conductor of the supernatural. The young man explained that in order to survive in this world, you need to be as confident as possible in yourself and in your actions. Based on his character and brave actions, Siren guessed that this was Jae-hwan as a child. Since the conductor reflects the mental age of the ego, it means that Ji is an innocent child deep inside. Suddenly the boy gave out his thoughts and said that, in his opinion, Siren was carried away by memories and thoughts. In the stream of memories, he said that there are fragments of memories that lead astray and bring you here. According to him, Siren is one creature that appeared in this world. The girl asked the guy why he continued to remain in this world if the police were chasing him. She also wondered why they were trying to get rid of a child who didn't want to grow up. Then the boy replied that in this world everyone is an adult, and the system is trying to get rid of those who are different. The boy also had a question and asked what he actually looked like on the outside. In fact, Siren didn't know anything about Jae-hwan, and she simply said that the adult Jae was very similar to this boy. She added that the mere thought of Jae-hwan makes her furious. He looked like a child, and the boy liked it. Suddenly he touched Siren's hair and pulled out a piece of a memory fragment. The boy used his special abilities and said that he wanted to return Siren's memories, which were lost along the way. It was now that Siren understood why such people were called guides. The young man said that, judging by the red glow, these memories were very valuable. Memory particles are divided into white, green, blue, and red. If the particle is not returned to its place, problems may arise in the present. The girl asked if the boy could send her back right now, but he said that it was impossible. According to him, he can send her back along with her memories when the portal opens. The problem was that the guy didn't know when this portal would open. He suggested finishing for today and resting in the underground passage and doing all the work tomorrow. Siren became interested in how the baby would know from underground that the portal had opened. He said that once the portal opened, the internet signal on his device would become much worse than usual. During the night, Siren assumed that the baby was locked here because of a nightmare, since there was a good chance that his world had become like this because of the nightmare tower. Jae-hwan did not lose heart despite the difficulties, only because this is what his world consists of. And so the morning came, and Siren and young Jae-hwan had to wait for the portal to open. When the device receives the signal to open the portal, the baby will personally go to return the memories. If he is unlucky, the police will chase him again and want to kill him. The young man said that there are moments when not all memories return to their place. He showed that memories react to finger touches and begin to behave strangely. The memory fragment spun and a normal film appeared in front of Siren's face. This tape contained various memories from Jae-hwan's childhood. The most valuable memories were those associated with my mother. A special place in the memories was given to the book The Little Prince, which is known to every nightmare. The film showed a memory of his mother teaching Jae-hwan a phrase from a book, that the most important things are not visible to the eyes. This is a story about a prince who trusts the power of his imagination and values his own innocence. The end of this story is somewhat tragic, because the little prince simply dies. Perhaps such an end is inevitable, and Jae-hwan must die so that his story will forever remain something pure. The young man interrupted Siren's thoughts and said that in fact the little prince did not die, but continued to live on Earth. It is this unlikely story from Jae-hwan's childhood that became the source of his strength. His world was born after a collision with the system. Despite the fact that the world is not realistic enough and does not have a well-thought-out system of worldview or history, it is unbending. It was unclear why a fragment of such a memory was white, since such fragments do not carry any value. Siren wanted to know what memories the protagonist had to give up in order to survive. Suddenly, the child reported that he had received a signal about the opening of the portal. At that moment, Siren raised her head and saw a huge blue portal above the roofs of the houses. The kid said that when the portal was fully open, it would take Siren out of this world. Soon, beast-like guards ran up to the young people and tried to grab them. The Siren could do nothing against them, and the brave young Jae-hwan stood up to protect her. He explained that these people instinctively want to get rid of the portal because it is a foreign object in this world. The boy was worried that the portal would only appear for a short time and would soon disappear. They needed to get to the roof before the portal disappeared. But there were monsters on all sides. One of the monsters grabbed the boy by the neck and pulled him towards himself. Then the incredible happened. This schoolboy made that famous Jae-hwan lunge. He swung his weapon from side to side and killed the attackers. Soon the passage was cleared, and the boy asked Siren to climb in as quickly as possible. When they arrived in the elevator at the right floor, they were again met by guards who looked like animals. There were so many of them that Serena stopped believing in a better outcome. While the kid was dealing with the monsters, the girl was able to find the exit to the portal. As they entered and slammed the doors, the boy said that he would distract these monsters and Siren should jump into the portal. She didn't want to do it, but he explained that the portal would soon close and she would have to wait for the next opening. Serena replied that she did not want to leave without the baby, because then he would be left all alone. She invited him to go with her, but he said that he could not do this, because he was in his usual world. He couldn't hold the doors back any longer and pushed Siren away so she would run towards the portal. When Siren was already at the portal, Jae-hwan had one last question about reality. With some childish resentment, he asked if he had any friends in reality. The girl, through tears in her eyes, replied that Jae-hwan actually has a lot of friends. After these words, the boy was absolutely happy, and he was not embarrassed that the zombies were about to kill him. Serena decided that when she returned, she would definitely tell her friend about this child. When Jae-hwan feels like he can't move on, Siren tells him that the version of the little prince he was told is very real. After all, the little prince that Siren saw continues to fight for his world. Siren stepped into the portal and found herself between Jae-hwan's memories. She decided to keep her godfather's memories because she didn't know what the time difference was between reality and the supernatural. With the memories she learned, she can create a new tower upon her return. Having experienced all the pain of Jae-hwan's ego, Siren decided that she would go on the expedition with him. This way, she will be able to gradually learn the necessary information about her godfather. Suddenly, she remembered that she had never opened the memory found in her hair. She touched the memory crystal, as the boy had taught her, and waited for some kind of reaction. Suddenly, the entire space around the girl lit up with red light. She was shocked that this special color memory was connected with her godfather. Opposite her godfather was a lonely king named Catastrophe, who was one of the awakened. Seeing this memory, Siren knew she needed to return to reality immediately. She wanted to prevent serious events at any cost. After some time, Siren was unconscious in Mike's arms. The protagonist announced that they had come to the final gate that led to the depths, which he had seen in Mulark's notes. Everywhere, everything was covered with ice, and even the plants emerging from the ground resembled blocks of ice. After walking some distance, the main character's squad came to a strange factory. The protagonist turned to his squad and said that he was no longer going to save anyone, because he was no longer the caretaker of the fortress. An expedition into the depths had been the long-standing dream of all chaos. There were too many people behind me who didn't want to listen to persuasion to stay. The main character didn't like that they continued to hang around with Siren, who was sucked in somewhere, but he understood that she could be useful to him. Suddenly, the factory opened and horned monsters appeared at its gates. The main character realized that they would not be allowed inside so easily. These creatures did not just stand at the gate, but began to move towards Jay's squad. Mike grabbed his weapon and ordered everyone to prepare for attack. Meanwhile, the monarch Laika arrived in the 9th region, in an ancient castle of pitch darkness. His soul suffered when his arm was cut off in the chaos, but despite this, he was able to return to his body. In the Great Lands, Laika could not imagine what the monarch would do to him when he learned that he had returned. The Vargas and Masaha monarchs inquired about the last moments of Garam, who was killed by Jae-hwan. In addition, Laika reported that the brothers of the 5 dragons with the rank of Major General, as well as Kanael and Mogito, were dead. Laika's pulse quickened as the monarchs questioned why an ordinary general like him could survive. They asked him to look up, and he anxiously revealed all his feelings. Laika remembered that the protagonist's gaze was exactly the same as that of the monarch of pitch darkness. However, it seemed to him that Jae-hwan was significantly weaker in comparison to him. The man in front of him is a true monarch and ruler, and his name is Black Shadow strategist Sam Yun-hong. Hong said that he was at the top a couple of days ago, and was able to grab something important. It was strange, but the monarch brought Laika to a painting that depicted a coffee cup. He began to suck up to the monarch so that he would not blame him for the death of all the generals. The monarch asked Laika not to relax, and to read the inscription that was at the bottom of the painting. He explained that this picture does not depict an ordinary mug, but simply an object similar to one. Laika thought that the Hong monarch had gone mad. The monarch added that there are countless mugs in the world, and they are all different, but people continue to call it a mug. He wondered what a real mug actually was, and whether there was one at all. This piece of art makes you think about the life of both the monarch and Laika. When Hong first looked at the painting, he wondered who the real monarch was, and he was not sure whether he was referring to the ice monarch or the white-haired one. After much thought, he realized that these were not real monarchs. Now he became interested in who Laika really was. He began to scold him for not being able to destroy a single product, and also for returning alone, having lost all his comrades. He stared at Laika and said that he could never be called a monarch. which he unfortunately was. Then Laika thought about the fact that now reprisals against him could come. Soon, Laika's blood began to flow down the steps of this building. That man, as a true connoisseur of art, called this work not a monarch. He asked his subordinates where the people who destroyed all the generals were. He was informed that they had already reached the factory, and everyone needed to prepare for battle. The man told his subordinates that they must teach this fool a lesson for his arrogance. He decided that he would go to Earth only for Jae Hwan's sake. One of the seals in his residence showed a crucified youth, which means Hong was not simple. He wasn't sure if Jae Hwan had the courage to stop them. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and disturbed his thoughts. He was informed that the situation had developed to such a point that his advice was required. Since the narrow gate is already closed, these people cannot simply fall into chaos. The leader told his subordinate that he must accept his death and go there first. At this time, Jae Hwan fought with the horned monsters that blocked the way. When he started losing men, Jae Hwan used his best attack. Old man Chung Ho noticed that Mike was too confused and was probably worried about the expedition. He calmed him down and said that Jae would definitely take him with him, since he had excellent abilities. When the protagonist made his attack, he realized that his weapon was deformed and could not be repaired. He remembered that in the last battle the sword had been badly damaged. He would have easily created a new sword if it weren't for the fact that it was a spiritual weapon that could regenerate. Previously, the master said that the evolution of a spiritual weapon consists of 3 stages, and each time it improves, the owner of the sword becomes stronger. Now the weapons do not change at all, which means that the main character's skills have remained at the same level. Suddenly, everyone in Jae Hwan's squad noticed a pair of glowing eyes appearing from the factory gate. In addition, everyone heard a wild sound that created a shockwave. As the creature approached, everyone saw a huge monster with several pairs of horns and huge fangs. People realized that it was the 8-horn and began to run wherever their eyes looked. They knew little about monsters stronger than the 5, and even the protagonist could not believe that they had encountered such a powerful monster. To kill Semirog, you will need at least 3 7th stage adapters, and you can keep quiet about 8-Rog. The protagonist realized that they needed someone at the level of a brigadier general. Everyone saw that the monster was rapidly heading towards the fortress caretaker. The Octagon was furious, and someone from the crowd suggested that it had already met the protagonist. It seemed to him that 8-Horn's anger was due to the fact that he had lost many of his comrades. He created a stream of energy and released it towards Jae Hwan. Mike was worried about his leader, but Young Ho asked him not to do this because Jae could handle everything himself. He explained that this kid is capable of what even they consider to be a super skill. As soon as the 8-Horn approached the protagonist, the young man grabbed the weapon and created his energy on it. 2 powerful energy flows intertwined into one. When Mike was blinded by the brightness, he realized that Jae Hwan had become stronger. He concluded that such power appears after the beginning of rebirth. And so the main character stood in front of the huge carcass of his opponent. He climbed onto the octagon and began to separate the horns from it. Suddenly, someone came out of the factory and scared everyone present. It was one of the main beings who was amazed that a man had defeated the monster that was at the head of all chaos. It was the 10-Horn, and in chaos there are only 3 of them. These 3 monsters were enough for the main character to show all his power. Jae Hwan's team understood that now there would be a battle that would be many times larger than the previous one. This 10-horned man was the owner of the factory. His name was Isaac. In addition to this, there was the owner of the Joniak factory, who, on the contrary, believed that this young man deserved to end up in the depths. The 3rd owner of the factory was Ias, and he was against the human world. The protagonist scanned them and realized that they were much weaker than Samyun Garam. But, as it may sound, they were much more powerful than the monarchs of Silence and Storm. The main character concluded that if these owners all attacked at once, it would not be so easy to deal with them. Suddenly, old man Chan Ho approached him and said that there was no need to fight with the owners, because they were not their enemies. Factory owner Ias recognized Jung Ho and said that he no longer thought that he would return after all this suffering. 10-Horned asked the owner of Ias to be silent, because before them were the guests of the great owner of the factory. He turned to Jae Hwan and invited him to go to the owner. Inside the factory, the squad saw that the slain 8-Horn was already undergoing recovery. Thanks to the protagonist's persistence, Chong Ho and Cardboard Gordon got inside. At the factory, the main character met a product called Joniak. He asked that next time not to destroy Ganaka, which only appears every 10 years. Hearing this, Jae Hwan concluded that there were not so many 8-Horns. Unfortunately, Joniak spoke in fragments of phrases that they had to fight a dead demonic warrior. The protagonist realized that they had won the battle at the strange palace against the demonic warrior. Carton turned to Joniak and said that he recognized them as famous apostles of God. He created a special sign and asked if these creatures were the apostles of Deus. Then both sides realized that they were facing bright-minded creatures who posed no danger. Eventually, Jae Hwan's company was led to the factory owner's office. There was an incredible sight inside, and in the center was a huge ball of energy. This ball represented the owner of the factory, who immediately recognized the main character. Soon the image of the great master himself, whose name was Aniak, came out to the people. The main character also thought this name was familiar, but he didn't know where he got such feelings from. He thought about it, and realized that the names of all the factory owners sounded too familiar. These names sounded more like product names. The main character decided to ask the owner of the factory if he had heard anything about planet Earth. Aniak said that the Earth is his home, and here the Earth is called World 294. He explained that they were entrusted to be God's creations from the world of change, and it was quite possible that this world of change was Jae Hwan's home. When the owner was asked about the depths, he said that the rulers of the depths are the gods. The place for influence where the gods fight is the depths. In the depths, the gods play the role of monarchs, but their roles are not interchangeable. The main character became interested in what the gods of the depths were like. Aniak said that the gods of the depths are not omniscient and not omnipotent, and sometimes it is very easy to become such a god. Since Aniak is a creation of God, he cannot perfectly describe who he is and who God really is. He paused for a moment and told Jae Hwan that he was God. When Jae had doubts, Aniak explained that he was an awakened one who had begun to generate. According to him, the awakened ones, who have begun the birth and construction of their unique world, are like the gods of the depths. In a sense, the protagonist is even higher than these gods, because the awakened do not need representatives, unlike the gods. All the gods in the depths need a representative and can do nothing themselves. The more followers God has, the more powerful he becomes, and those gods who have few followers usually do not reveal their potential. The main character compared these words to some platform where you need to gain a large number of subscribers. In reality, people like Jae Hwan very rarely achieve deity. Most gods are created by more powerful beings by collecting karma and giving it physical form. They gain karma through control, and in other words, these are special voluntary points. Great beings who have accumulated enough karma points can become independent once they receive permission from Big Brother. Those who manage to take possession of their own unique world and become independent are the gods. From all this, the protagonist emphasized that Big Brother is the one from whom every great being must take official permission to become God. Jae Hwan didn't understand why such important things weren't mentioned in Mulark's notes. He decided to ask the factory owner who Big Brother was. Carton said it was likely the name of the organization monitoring the system. The owner of the factory said that for ordinary people like his guests, this is Big Brother. But in reality, it has a different name. After thinking for a moment, he said that he did not want to talk about it so openly. All he said about Big Brother was that he was God. He is the greatest of all the guardian gods of the system. Joniak appeared dead, and said that Big Brother had killed their god. Joniak and the factory owner agreed that they had lost their god to Big Brother. According to them, this is why they were driven here from the depths. The master and his entourage lost their god, but thanks to the beneficial forces they were able to make a contract with Big Brother. It's all quite sad, and if they had at least the Titan warrior with them, everything would have turned out completely differently. Then the owner of the factory asked Mulark for help in finding their warrior Titan. After all these stories, the main character no longer understood what was going on, and why these creatures ended up here, since they had lost their god. Aniak said that he came out to see Jae Hwan for only one reason: the expedition into the depths. Old man Chung Ho tensed up and realized that they wanted to stop them from going into the depths. He spoke out and said that neither the owner nor his subordinates can decide for them what to do. IS wanted to pounce on the protagonist again for considering him too arrogant, but the owner pushed him away. Aniak said he was trying to convey to the guests that the one who has the right to decide forbids going into the depths. From this speech, everyone understood that they were being stopped by the King of the Dead. Aniak added that the King of the Dead is currently very angry at Jae Hwan and his squad. His anger stems from the fact that Jae killed the Mega Dead Man, who was one of the King's most valuable confidants. The protagonist summed up the conversation and concluded that the King of the Dead is the only one who can open the gates to the depths. He is also very angry because Ji killed his subordinate. The King of the Dead is so angry that he will never open the gates to the depths. Without thinking, Jae Hwan asked the factory owner to open the gate for further travel. He promised the owner that he would personally resolve the issue with the King of the Dead. He told the main character that he would never open the gate, even if he asked him to. The protagonist grabbed his weapon and said that the master and his subordinates left him no other choice. The owner of the factory and IS, who had been waiting for a long time for the moment to attack, immediately appeared. Aniak also became angry and his face changed from blue to red. The protagonist approached the owner of the factory and said that if they opened the gates for him, he would find their warrior Titan, whom they had lost in the depths. The owner found this offer too tempting, and he agreed to open the gates. Soon the main character, in the company of the factory owner, came out of the portal. Along the way, Aniak praised Jae-hwan for going too far, and he had never met people like him before. However, he still believed that Ji would not be able to convince the King of the Dead. He expressed his hope that Jae-hwan would be able to convince the King of the Dead. As he was leaving, he said that he saw the main character had the mark of a deity, but that, unfortunately, he did not use it. The young man realized that they were talking about the brand that was located on his hand. The owner of the factory said that this brand is one of the gifts that the apostles give to people, and they originally gave it along with the horned monster as a guard. According to him, when the main character uses the brand, the horned monsters will not attack him. If Zhou meets other apostles in the depths, then thanks to this brand, he will be able to become friends with them. Previously, the main character never guessed that this brand carried such a meaning. Soon the factory owner brought the main character to the right place, and then Jae-hwan had to go alone. It was a kind of bridge that was decorated with energy lanterns. The bridge connected the two sides, and underneath it was a bottomless abyss. The main character thanked the factory owner and promised that he would soon return with the desired result. Aniak said that the young man should return within an hour. If he does not return within an hour, Aniak will be forced to close the gate. So, after a long conversation, the main character went into the depths to meet the king of the monsters. He found himself thinking that he wasn't entirely sure that he would be able to convince the king of the dead. All he has to solve the problem are Mulark's notes. After crossing a long bridge, he arrived at the palace of the dead. A terrible voice spoke to Jae-hwan, and after that, the bridge that Jae-hwan had come across collapsed. The king of the dead possessed incredible power, because just his voice made the young man feel uneasy. The king asked him how he had the audacity to kill his servant and come to the palace of the dead. Despite his fear, the protagonist offered to negotiate with the king. The king of the dead seriously didn't like this, and he said that such a pathetic person didn't even have the right to appear here, let alone offer any deals. The young man started with trump cards and told the king of the dead that he was at first a disaster, and one awakened, and now he had simply become an ordinary king. He suggested that the king think about revenge against the one who had driven him out of the depths and locked him here. Having withstood the power of the catastrophe, the young man once again declared that he meant no harm and had come to negotiate. The king of the dead calmed down and decided to listen to the young man. He hoped that all the words of this man would live up to his expectations. He explained that only in this case would the main character be able to leave here alive. The protagonist mentioned the promise the king made to Mulark 900 years ago. He promised the king that he would take this promise upon himself. The main character decided that he would bring the catastrophe to the end of the depths. Meanwhile, Jae-hwan's detachment stood at the factory and continued to wait for his return. Siren finally came to her senses and couldn't understand where she was. She was stunned when she learned that the entire squad was located opposite the strange factory. She asked where Jae-hwan was because she needed to stop him. They explained to her that it was too late, and he went inside. Suddenly, everyone present saw strange fireflies above their heads, from which warmth emanated. One of the people touched this firefly, and immediately they grew into huge flashes. Everyone was blinded to such an extent that they could no longer see each other. The factory's tall towers cracked and began to disintegrate into particles. Following this strange phenomenon, the monarchs appeared. The leader called the fortress guard, as they promised to come to him and start a war. Jae-hwan's squad was worried because their leader had been gone for a long time. Mike decided to take the brunt of the blow and grabbed his weapon. The monarchs gave the order to kill everyone except adapters above the second stage. Many expedition members died due to the explosion from fireflies. The leader was angry and didn't care what they did to the other members, because he only needed to kill Jae-hwan. The monarch's troops were commanded by an emerald beetle, who was the deputy of the lieutenant general. Using his special abilities, he immobilized Mike and the rest of the Seize the Moment squad. The emerald beetle, whose name was Jong-do, was angry that the protagonist had exterminated part of their family. No one could believe that some product could raise the ears of nearly 100 monarchs. After 3,000 long years, the enemy will have to taste death again. Suddenly they remembered about the fruits, and that there was enough of them for everyone. Black Shadow's strategist Hong said there was nothing to worry about, as he believed that all the remaining fruits belonged to his family. 30 people from the Emerald Beetle family, 10 from the 7th region, and 20 from the Sam Yoon family were gathered here. All these people were united by only one terrible goal. He has already said that he deceived everyone by stating that the fruits remained. He appeared here personally on purpose to convince everyone of the false hope of salvation. According to him, the fruits can be obtained without reaching the bottom of the depths. He said that there were 7 supreme gods who ruled the depths, and they could make a deal with them to get what they needed. According to him, both they and the gods are united by only one goal, that of awakening. For gods who exist through followers, there is nothing better than an awakened being who can easily accept a new, unique world. He gave the order to find the product and lead the troops. He explained that the 7th region of the Emerald Beetle family did not fully understand the value of the product and the tower, but when they realized it, they would steal it. They wanted to catch Jay Huan as soon as possible before it was too late. The tower was originally created to protect chaos, but now all chaos has turned into a tower of nightmares. With the help of the tower, the monarchies will prepare even more awakened ones and use them to make a deal with the gods and reap the benefits. With these fruits, Hong can transform the 9th region into a new palace of rebirth. The 9th region will be the only place where monarchs do not fear death in the Great Lands. Their enemies will have to surrender and submit. All the Great Lands will belong only to the 9th region of pitch darkness. Hong watched from afar what was happening at the gates of the strange factory. Jay Huan's squad did not give up for a second and continued to fight with incredible strength. Mike led the squad and ordered his subordinates not to allow these freaks to break into the factory. He asked his comrades to hold on until Jay left the factory. Seeing this resilience, Hong knew it was time to crush these bugs. The Emerald Beetle ordered his subordinates to bring Zhe to him immediately. Enraged, Hong wanted to counter this and activated his skill. He informed everyone that Siren was here too. The girl in their eyes looked like a nightmare who betrayed the monarch of pitch darkness for the sake of her own desires. Hong approached the poisonous monarch and said that it was not too late to stop his goals. He stated that he would be responsible for this operation himself, and asked the beetle to simply watch silently from the sidelines. While he was talking to the bug, he was attacked by Mike. He didn't hesitate for long and struck back, pushing back Jay Huan's entire detachment. Mike was alarmed for a second by the force of one swing. By that time, the entire strange factory was barely visible amidst the explosions. Hong decided to put all the people in their place, so that they would not even think of going closer to the factory. Suddenly, one of the members of Seize the Moment squad grabbed him by the leg and tried to stop him. Hong crushed the arm up to the elbow with one blow. He told his opponents that he would experience real pleasure when he trampled everyone into dust. Inside the factory, they only now realized that something was happening outside. The owners initially thought it was human work, but then it dawned on them. Aniak asked Joniak to check the situation outside. Without going outside, he completed the task and discovered that there were terrible creatures outside. Chung Ho and Cardboard Gordon started running and the owner tried to stop them. Joniak realized that the protagonist had foreseen their clash with the monarchs in advance, even after entering the depths. They headed towards the exit, and on the way they concluded that the monarchs had already created a new narrow gate. The Seize the Moment squad needs to do something before those people trample the chaos, just like they did 900 years ago. In the past, many people died at the hands of Chung Ho. One of the dying soldiers handed him the fruit of the Tree of Illusions and said goodbye to life. He told Jung Ho that they did not lose because they had the fruit, and therefore the expedition into the depths did not fail. Then the old man did so, and returning to the detachment, he announced that the fruit had been obtained. He had suffered humiliation for this for many years, and now he was afraid that exactly the same time would come. Chung Ho got angry and decided to fight back against the enemy for all his years. He will not allow people to be deprived of everything they have and had again. No one even suspected that that pathetic medic from the past could pounce on them and cut them in half. The old man called for help from members of his squad to deal with the remaining ones. Unfortunately, no one responded, and Chung Ho became afraid for the fate of his comrades. At this time, his comrades were not doing so well, and almost all of them were covered in blood. Of all the survivors, only Mike was there, but unfortunately, he was wounded. The enemy mercilessly stabbed him in all parts of his body. He said that he would deal with everyone here because no one would tell him where Jay Huan was now. This man decided that Mike would be his first victim because he could no longer waste time on empty fights. He swung at him and delivered a blow that seemed to end Mike's life. His squad mates came to his aid in time and eased Hong's blow. Suddenly, the brightest energy of the strongest creature appeared behind Hun. It was the 10 in his retinue who came to the aid of completely normal people. He greeted them and said that he would leave here as soon as he found the necessary product. He hoped that the factory owners would open the gates for him to achieve his goals. From the conversation, he realized that his product had escaped to the factory. He said that now was not the time to go to the factory gate, and Hong couldn't understand why. Hong became angry and insistently asked the factory owners to open the gates for him. The 10 subordinates informed the young man that monarchs were forbidden from entering the factory. Hong explained that the monarchies had not touched the factory all this time because the king of the dead was hidden behind these walls. According to him, the catastrophe can only be sealed by all 12 monarchs. It is also clear that the catastrophe is the most powerful god from the depths. Hong explained that time had passed and now catastrophe is a fallen god who transforms scum and ghouls. He believed that he and his entourage were much stronger than the monarchies of that time, and then the catastrophe is now. He said that as a great monarch, he would not listen to a pile of metal. Aias could not restrain himself and rushed towards the enemy. When he could no longer be stopped, Hong created the energy predator. At the place where Hong stood, a powerful explosion occurred, blinding everything around. Yun Hyun, who came to his senses after the battle, was completely blind. He asked the old man if they had a chance to win, but he said that if he had seen it with his normal eyes, he would have understood what madness was happening. If the young man had seen this energetic predator, he would not have asked such a stupid question. According to Chung Ho, such a serious opponent is impossible to defeat. At that moment, Jung Ho's entire body began to tremble with fear. He asked if the fortress caretaker had returned yet, and the old man said that he could easily have died. He thought about how Jae Hwan would never kneel before death, and at that moment he gathered new strength. He calmed Hyun down and told him that they still had every chance of winning. Bright rays of the sun appeared among the dark sky, which instilled confidence in these words. Jae Hwan's squad, which had recently been lying on the ground completely exhausted, stood united against the enemy. Old man Chung Ho, in the absence of his comrade, took on the burden of being the leader of the squad. Seeing this picture, he could not understand where these people got the strength to fight to the last. These people are not monarchs, but their eyes clearly show nobility and fortitude. These people choose their own destiny, and they are not at all embarrassed by the status of the opponent who stands opposite them. By their actions, Jae Hwan's squad seems to be asserting that no monarchs exist. If all the awakened in the tower are not like this, then they can easily be sold into the depths. Hong turned to his subordinates and said that their plans had changed. He gave the order with absolute certainty to kill all the awakened ones who were here. With his decision, he wants to leave only the tower and the product itself. The next moment, energy burst forth from the dragon he had created. A stream of fiery energy flew towards this energy flow. He did not expect such a turn of events and was quite excited. Taking a closer look, Hong saw the product he had been waiting and searching for a long time. It was the slightly crippled protagonist, Jae Hwan. Jae Hwan apologized to his squad for arriving too late. He focused his gaze on the enemy and asked his comrades to get out of here as quickly as possible, because it was his turn to fight. Seeing a very thin and not strong man in front of him, he began to doubt that this was the caretaker of the Gorgon fortress. He was upset that he had come all this way to meet this fragile man. And suddenly he felt that the dark energy of the King of the Dead was flying behind the main character. For a long time, Hong, looking at Jae Han, could not believe that he was shuddering at the name of this beggar man. The generals and lieutenants of the 9th Legion realized that they had been fooled with this product. He turned to his squad and said that everything was fine, and that it just needed to be done to make sure. He stated that they needed to penetrate the dead king to reach the depths. The strategist promised that if the catastrophe did not open the gates for them, they would do it by force, and then there would be a fierce battle. The protagonist activated his skill and asked his opponent to stop chatting. An illusion tree and an eye appeared behind him. Those present suggested that this eye was watching over a nightmare, and someone said that it represented Big Brother. Old man Young Ho knew that Jae Hwan had not yet reached the level to fight against the lieutenant generals. He assumed that his friend had his own brilliant plan. Looking at the illusion tree and the eye, Hong said that this was the most Jae Hwan could boast of. Naturally, the main character could still show his strongest attack. This attack did not affect Hong, and Hong said that Jae Hwan was nothing. According to him, the main character can only make noise around himself. At that time, Hong felt that he would definitely win this fight against the fortress warden. The beetle's subordinate asked Hong to be the one to deal with Jae Hwan alone. Hong gently pushed him aside and said that he would personally deal with this hero. Hong turned to the beetle and told him to hold back his subordinates, since only he could engage in combat with Jae Hwan. Beetle wanted to intervene and help Hun, and this angered the situation. He snapped his fingers and created a seal around himself. A predator had emerged from a similar seal before, and it was interesting to see what he had planned this time. It turns out that this seal restricts the emerald beetle and does not allow it to engage in combat with Jae Hwan. Hong had to go into a one-on-one fight with the main character. The opponent realized that the main character would only be satisfied if he fought him one-on-one. He finished the dialogue and suggested that Huang strike. The boy told Hong that he had just done something stupid and allowed him to attack. The blow seemed too weak to the opponent, and he demanded something more. Over the past 6 months, Hong has seen dozens of awakened ones. Jae Hwan seemed to him to be the weakest among the 4th stage awakened ones he had met. When Hong struck the boy, Jae Hwan realized that he was incredibly strong. Not a single sensible blow from the main character works against him. When the protagonist made another attack, Hong was forced to summon an energy predator. He promised that from this moment on the fight would be fun. The energy predator opened its mouth and released a powerful stream towards the main character. This stream was visible in distant corners of the city. Neither the enemies nor the protagonist's team expected that Hong's blow would be so powerful. After the blow, he told Jae-hwan that he was mistaken in thinking that he had obtained everything as soon as he began to generate. Hong suggested that they could end this fight since Jae-hwan had nothing interesting to show. He asked him what exactly he was trying to achieve, since he could have destroyed him long ago. Hong suggested that the protagonist go over to the side of the 9th Legion and take the Tower of Awakening with him. He snapped his fingers and said that Ja could not refuse under any circumstances. Energy cubes began to fall on the main character from above. There were so many of them that they filled the entire space around Jae-hwan. With these cubes, he intends to give the hero what he has lost during all this time. In front of Jae-hwan appeared young Jae-hwan, who was tied up in chains. Right here and now, Jae-hwan can make a choice and return to his old life, as well as receive the rank of Lieutenant General. John showed the planet Earth and said that he would return all the time that Jae-hwan had lost. Without thinking, the main character declared that he would never return. Hong had assumed that Jae-hwan was one of those who would never return to their roots. In his opinion, the main character constantly chooses to live in the present because he wants to find not the past, but the present that he lost. Hong looked at Jae-hwan's squad and asked if this was really what the hero was constantly striving for. He showed the young man pictures of the past and said that this was the present to which he was constantly striving and which he would never return. Seeing these pictures, Jae-hwan became a little angry. Hong asked his opponent to think carefully about his choice, because if he agreed, he could go to Earth at any time. The protagonist swung his arm and said that he would never go back and would continue moving forward. Blinded by the light, Hong said that Jia should not so easily get rid of the present that he had been striving for so long. As a human being, the protagonist also has the right to experience emotions and miss the past. He would be ready to see his past friends, family, and loved ones at any moment. He thought about these things many times and decided that neither the present, nor the past, nor the future mattered in this world. Because of the negative emotions, he made an even stronger attack. Outside, they noticed that his attack had begun to destroy the energy cube. Jae-hwan explained that even if he returned to Earth, nightmares would sooner or later cultivate the Earth. Hong agreed with him and said that cultivation is one of the main laws of this world. Here, the cultivation of people is the order of the day, and there is more than one person to blame for this. It's not Mike's fault that he forgot the days when he was a product. It is not the fault of Siren, who was born and raised with such a worldview in the tower. Even the angels and demons responsible for the cultivation process are not to blame for this. If anyone is to be blamed, it is the one who did not reject this way of thinking. In other words, the world is to blame for everything. That is why the main character must reach the end and destroy this world. Hong tried to dissuade him and said that with his actions, he would destroy what had always been dear to him. He said that in reality no system exists and it cannot be destroyed. Jae-hwan realized that he couldn't win on his own because he had too little time to gain strength. The protagonist took a crystal out of his pocket and realized that he would be able to do this only thanks to what brought him here. He bit the crystal and borrowed someone else's power. At that moment, from the outside it seemed as if a blue tornado had formed in the center of events. Old man Young-ho realized that if his comrade died in the fight with Hun, his soul would return to his real body. After all these events, the main character will have to be forcibly sent to the Great Lands. However, the main character did not think so, and he was confident that he would win the fight. After the young man bit into the crystal, everything around him took on the color of the crystal. The main character didn't look like himself, and his eyes were half black. Jae-hwan screamed in pain from the powerful energy, and a certain creature gradually recreated itself. In the most remote corners of the location, images began to appear, rather than silhouettes of the dead. Jae-hwan finished his transformation and became half one of those dead men himself. He greeted Hong, and the voice was no longer the main character's. This was the very descent of the true body of the King of Catastrophe. Then there was a funny picture. Huge creatures stood against one small Hun. It was not clear how the king was sealed by the supreme monarchs of the 12 regions. This was definitely stated in the Akashic records. That was why Hong thought that bringing 100 monarchs would be too much. Now, even the presence of the monarch of pitch darkness does not guarantee him victory. He said he wasn't going to fight him, and just wanted to get the product. Thinking of Jae-hwan, the king said that he would not give him up. According to Hong, the King of the Dead promised Big Brother not to interfere in the affairs of chaos. These words made the King of the Dead angry, and he shouted at Hun. He asked for forgiveness and said that this was probably why the king had not chosen a representative. The King of the Dead said that this guy is not his representative and just wants to protect his own world at the cost of his life. He told Hong that he had signed a contract with Jae-han. He did not go into details and said that this contract does not concern anyone. The King of the Dead launched the fire, water and air elements, and said that everyone would die right here. Hong reproached him for going to break the promise he made to his big brother. He said that this was the power of his forces and he had never done anything like that. Alarmed by what was happening, Hong shouted to his men to gather together. He said now was not the time to back down, and everyone needed to join forces. The young man announced that if he and his team could hold out for another 5 minutes, victory would be theirs. The Emerald Beetle pulled him away and said that they should not fight against this monster. The Dead King realized that it was the Emerald Beetle who had studied the world and created the Soul Stone. He struck him and said that he was a complete fool because he was trying to pretend to be God. In his opinion, none of those present deserved to even become dead. He spilled the waters of the river and promised that no one would get out of here alive today. Now Honggu was truly afraid for his fate. The King of the Dead smiled and told his opponent that they had caused this cataclysm with their actions. Some people decided to deal with the King of the Dead and rushed into battle. They believed Hong's words that 5 minutes would be enough to deal with this monster. Then Hong decided that it was better to lose a few people than to lose everything. With one wave of his hand, the King of the Dead killed all those who attacked him. Then Hong and his team realized that they had no chance of defeating the catastrophe from the start. He got down on his knees and admitted that they had lost this battle. The protagonist decided to deliver a finishing blow and pierced Hun through and through. After the fight, the protagonist could not understand how his soul controlled the powers of the King of the Dead. But it seemed to him that this was definitely the last stage of growth, because the King of the Dead was in charge of all the chaos. The protagonist asked the King of the Dead how many times he could summon him, and he said 3. The king was sure that the young man would have to call on him when he met his big brother and announced that Ju had only one free attempt left. According to the King of the Dead, due to the use of his soul, due to the use of his power, the protagonist's soul will lose its power, and soon he will turn into a dead man. Catastrophe hoped that the young man would still be able to keep his word and lead him to the depths. After the dialogue with the Catastrophe, the protagonist felt incredibly bad, and his mind was once again filled with memories of the past. The closer death comes, the fewer these memories become. Once the memories disappear from the protagonist's life, he will become a dead man. He feared that this was exactly the fate that awaited him. The protagonist lost consciousness and saw memories of the beginning of his journey in chaos. He saw the dialogue between Mike and Jung Ho when Mike asked what exactly the old man liked about Jae Hwan. At first, the old man replied that Jae was rude and unceremonious, who could only attack defenseless people. After thinking for a moment, he said that he had agreed to take part in the expedition, only because he did not want to leave this young man alone. After these memories, the main character came to his senses. The old man, with tears in his eyes, asked his comrade what would happen if he turned into a dead man after all his antics. The protagonist said that he was sure that the old man would be able to awaken him with a blow from a dead man. Standing up, Jae Hwan saw that all these battles were behind him. The detachment managed to survive considerable losses, but many members of the expedition still survived. Now the squad will always have new awakened ones, so after Jae Hwan leaves, everything will be fine. The balance of power in the Great Lands has been disrupted, so all monarchies will not stick their noses into the chaos and will direct all their efforts to solving the problems that have arisen. Chaos has finally found the freedom that has been talked about for a long time. When the main character was coming to his senses after the battle, one of the ill-wishers approached him, who was angry, and immediately returned here alive. Old man Jung Ho explained that the fortress caretaker risked his life for the sake of all the people. The man said that all the souls in the chaos were dead, and most likely, Jae Hwan used the last opportunity to bring himself back to life. Mike stood up for him and wanted to make it clear that he would never do such a thing for his own good. Then someone present asked where all the fruits had gone. Seeing the abilities of the fortress caretaker, people followed him in the hope of bringing themselves back to life. They were not at all interested in the world that Jae Hwan wanted to achieve. Everyone demanded an explanation from Jae Hwan about the lack of fruit. At this time, Hong was still lying on the ground and was conscious. He wanted to use his strength and anger to fight back and thwart Jae Hwan's plans. The protagonist grabbed his weapon and, without any fear, announced that he had destroyed all the fruits. The people became alarmed and concluded that the fortress caretaker did this because he was a human being. The protagonist understood that if someone managed to obtain true life with the help of the fruit, then a real war would break out in chaos. Nobody believed his words, and he decided to prove it to them. He made sure that everyone present could see that he had a connection with the mind. Everyone was worried that the protagonist was lying to them and using them just to get the fruit of the illusion tree. The main character said that he doesn't care what real life is like, because he's doing just fine in his reality. He swung his sword upward and cut off the connection with the mind. Hong couldn't be happier that the main character himself cut off the connection with the mind. He rejoiced until he completely disappeared from this world. Everyone wanted to get an explanation from Jae Hwan, but he simply walked away from them silently. He announced that he was going into the depths to finish what he had started. From the very first day in Chaos, the main character walked the path of the very first. No one said anything, but everyone understood perfectly well that soon there would be countless kings in Chaos. However, for the inhabitants of Chaos, there is only one king. The last king recognized by Chaos leaves these lands and his people. Looking at the new Chaos, one of the residents was surprised that it had become the way she remembered it. It was Sheena, who, as it turned out, did not die and was restored. 3 months after the protagonist's departure, she woke up thanks to Claire and learned about the changes that affected the lands of Chaos. The agreement between the King of Men and the owners of the factory, and the King of Disaster, secured the unification of Chaos. The United Chaos built a new fortress on the site of the factory. This factory was named after Jae Hwan's unit and became known as Seize the Moment. People, the dead and horned monsters, who were enemies in the past, now exist peacefully. At one point, prosperity began, and then hostile border troops began to emerge, and the 9th region of the Black Shadow Strategist suffered greatly due to the assassination of the monarch. Other regions took advantage of the opportunity and unleashed a brutal war. And now because of this, hundreds of monks die every day and are sent to Chaos. Fortunately, Jae Hwan left Chaos the Tower of Awakening, and Chaos used it to create Awakened who could oppose the monarchs. Major generals who possess power greater than that of a Tier 10 adapter still seem like tough opponents. Because of all this, the factory owners came up with a brilliant solution. When monarchs died, they were summoned to the Palace of Rebirth, but the factory owners changed this location. Now the dead monarchs began to be summoned to the fortress of Seize the Moment. Sheena thought it was absurd, but everything fell into place when she heard the reason for it all. When Sheena woke up, she was holding the hearthstone in her hands. She heard that on the day he left the factory, the main character visited her and put this stone in her hand. The girl didn't understand why Jae Hwan saved Chaos. He has no reason to be merciful, because you can't tell from his personality that he loves people. The girl became interested in what the real reason was. She decided at all costs to find out why Jae Hwan saved Chaos. She hoped that the answer to this question would be given to her by the tower that was left by Jae Hwan. She saw how some people were offered to agree to be summoned to the Tower of Nightmares. After seeing people's true emotions, Sheena began to understand them much better. She realized that with his words about the destruction of the world, the protagonist left behind a ray of hope. In the depths of her soul, Shin wanted to meet Jae Hwan again. She didn't know if there was salvation in his world, but her imagination painted an unrooted tree with bare branches. Thoughts about his world saved Sheena from loneliness. Even if peace is abandoned, there will remain only one who will defend it until the very end. The world saved by one man became known as the world after destruction. The depths are also called a branch of the Tree of Illusions, and the terrain there is divided into sides. Each country is a unique world and is ruled by 7 great gods. There were times when the carefree gods debated the question of what was the most dangerous corner of the depths. Some said that the most dangerous side was the one created by Big Brother. Others insisted that it was a 4th side created by a mad god. These gods are mythical creatures that are almost impossible to meet. There is another place that ordinary gods are better off avoiding. This place is the 8th side of the depths and is called the Blue Forest. Then they asked the goddess if there was a place for fishing here. She told this man that this place exists and he can be sure of it. He decided to go back, but he was worried that the dark side might appear. The goddess said that it is not easy to meet a soul because more than 100,000 years have passed since the fall of the 3 ancient gods. No matter how many followers these gods had, they should all be dead by now. The goddess asked the young man not to worry because he had her, but this was what confused him. He went to this dark place in order to meet these followers. In the depths, the number of followers determines the strength of a god. The more followers a god has, the greater he is. The more followers he has, the more rare items and events he will have. If a god has no followers, his world will begin to collapse and disappear forever. The young man decided to lure people with speeches, but the goddess reminded him that one of the newcomers, whom he had once attracted, robbed the entire cellar and ran away. Then another god declared a holy war against them because they had lured away all his followers. The young man realized that he would have to continue catching them, and the goddess agreed with him. Catching is a typical way to find followers of God, and the principle is incredibly simple. You just need to catch the souls of real people. Until the very end, the young man doubted that there was a place in this forest to catch followers. Usually public places are used for fishing, but sometimes you can find secret corners. The young man asked the goddess how she knew all this, and she said that she heard it in Minerva's shop. The conversation was about the goddess of fortune, Minerva, who owns a fortune shop. Minerva's cards told the goddess that she would find good fortune in the northwest of Caspio in the blue forest near the water. The goddess explained to the young man that this was the only suitable place for fishing, and the water gave a clue to find this place. The young man became angry that he no longer had any clues to search for, and the goddess added that according to the maps, she would meet someone significant in this forest. The young man suggested not to waste time and go back. It turned out that this goddess had no follower except this young man. This means that her world may soon disappear. After walking some distance, the young man suggested examining the area one last time. The goddess suggested finding a newcomer, because Minerva clearly had not deceived. Every time the young man hears her voice, he remembers his younger sister, whom he lost a couple of years ago. She is the only one he has left after losing his family, and he must help her. Suddenly the young man became alarmed and said that he could smell water. The goddess cried out Ronald's name, but he was already running without looking back. He knew that through a few dozen bushes and trees he would be able to find what he was looking for. After running a short distance, he saw a waterfall ahead of him. If the predictions are to be believed, this place should become a place for catching followers. Now Ronald and the goddess can only hope that they will be able to find a new follower. An hour later, Ronald, fishing rod in hand, was almost completely in despair. 24 hours passed like this, and Ronald looked like a tired skeleton. He became angry and suggested that the goddess give Minerva a dressing down for deceiving her. The goddess explained that against such a high-level god, a god without a name like her would not be able to do anything. While she was thinking, the float of the fishing rod twitched and encouraged the young man. The young man pulled on the fishing rod and realized that there was something large and heavy on the other end. The goddess exclaimed that something was wrong here, and this soul was not from the border, but from chaos. She told Roald to take off his clothes and immediately connect her story. With the help of the goddess's abilities and skills, the young man began to catch the newcomer. He was able to pull a fairly large man out of the water. The goddess had almost no words, and she only reported that this creature possessed incredible power. After thinking for a moment, she said that they had managed to catch the god himself. Ronald understood that this could not be, because there are no gods with souls. He explained that all gods exist through faith and can only manifest through an avatar or follower of the god. But the goddess stood her ground. Suddenly, the young man noticed a strange energy emanating from Jae-Hwan. If this god with a soul is from chaos, then all the accumulated knowledge about followers and avatars loses its meaning. The goddess remembered that there was a god in chaos, and a rather frightening one. But he couldn't have an avatar, so he could be ruled out. She swore on her name that this soul was indeed from chaos. Since this is not an avatar or followers, it means it is God himself. Ronald compared this to the principle that everything is a cat that is not a rat. The goddess decided to use history as an example to tell the young man what was happening here. Once upon a time, there lived a unique rat, and it was really very strong. This rat did not eat leftovers, but hunted and got its own food. Thanks to this, the rat learned its strengths and weaknesses, and realized that it could resist even its main enemy. She was still a rat, but inside she was something more, and when the other rats realized this, they began to fear her. The only animals that saw rats as equal opponents were cats. The goddess calls such rats awakened, and these creatures were able to surpass themselves and reach the rank of a god. These are creatures that go against the system, capable of resisting the main predators on their own, as well as creating and spreading their own unique world. The goddess explained to the young man that this was perhaps an awakened one who was able to gain divine power without losing his soul. In order to avoid unnecessary actions, she suggested first figuring out whether it was God or not. Either Jae-Hwan will become their comrade, or they will have to absorb him. They wanted to make sure before the main character came to his senses. Ronald hoped that this was not a god, because if he was a man, he could become a new follower. He decided to check whether he was a god or not. Ronald promised that if Jae-Hwan became an avatar, he would be his follower. He is sure that an avatar with such power would be chased everywhere. With both hands on the protagonist, fiery golden energy poured out from Jahan's body. The young man became alarmed and asked the goddess for help, because something was clearly wrong. The goddess did not respond, which meant that the connection with her was lost. The young man began to wander through the forest in order to establish contact with the goddess. Eventually, late at night, he realized that it was not just a disconnection, but that he did not feel the goddess at all. The protagonist, in an unconscious state, remembered that the king of the dead told him to follow the corridor to reach the depths. The depths into which the protagonist went are a place that monarchies fear so much because the gods live there. He remembered that Huang's entire team, except Mike, was with him. He stepped into the portal and immediately stopped feeling people. He realized that he was absolutely alone, and the energy of the disaster was also not felt by him. Suddenly Asura appeared in front of him and greeted him for the first time in a long time. The young man remembered that this was Asura, the captain of the rift, and her rank was definitely no lower than lieutenant general. The girl explained to the boy that she had deployed the barrier to meet him, and the assistant told her that it would not be for long. She watched with curiosity everything that Jae-hwan had done in chaos, but she never expected that he would contact the king and kill the monarchs. The protagonist asked the girl to get to the point, and she sharply suggested that he join the rift. The rift left the protagonist because they were going towards the same goal, but now Jae-hwan's technique attracted the rift. According to her, Asura said that this technique can only be used in the rift and only by someone with the rank of captain or higher. Until this moment, the protagonist never knew that this technique could be used by others. The girl said that this technique is very dangerous and can destroy the soul, and therefore it is used only in the rift. The protagonist refused this offer and grabbed his weapon. The girl did the same and said that this barely living body would not be able to resist her. Asura's assistant reported that the barrier would soon close, and if Asura started a fight, they would stay here. Asura did not like this phrase, and she realized that her assistant was hinting at defeat. The rift captain decided to pull herself together and head to the barrier. The girls left silently and promised that Jae-hwan would regret his refusal. The hero thought about his technique and concluded that in such a state, it was indeed dangerous for him to use it. He realized that the gates to the depths had already closed, and most likely the rest of the squad had entered there. The protagonist's body did not obey him, and he had a feeling that he was about to lose consciousness. The king of the dead told Jae-hwan to follow the light. According to him, if the hero is lucky, then when he wakes up, he will find himself in the depths. Soon, Jae-hwan's body weakened and he lost consciousness. He felt like he was underwater, but he felt completely at ease about it, as if he had turned into a fish. At some moments, from the very depths of these waters, he saw light. He remembered the words of the king of the dead and concluded that this was his last chance. The hero gathered his strength and firmly decided that he would get out of here. He woke up when some strange creature began to wake him up. This place was not like the depths, and Jae-hwan felt like he was in his own world. The goddess pounced on him, accusing him that all this happened because of him. The young man could not understand who this crazy woman was and asked her. The goddess introduced herself as the goddess of the depths, Anderson, and with tears in her eyes, she said that Jae-hwan had just absorbed her. She was angry at the hero and said that he had to deal with all the consequences himself, without her help. She calmed down her ardor and asked Jae-hwan to save her only follower. When the main character was still unconscious, Ronald saved him from the attackers. These people followed Ronald in the forest and demanded that he give up his catch. All this happened exactly when the goddess was not around. The chase led Ronald and the protagonist to a dead end far from the cliff. The researchers were confident that they had caught Ronald and would soon collect their catch. They clearly knew who the guy on Ronald's back was and demanded that he be handed over. In that dangerous man, Ronald recognized the Scythian Belkane. Belkane is the ruler of the Scythians and a mid-level god. He has traitors and villains on his team, and no one would have thought that they would reach the Blue Forest. The pursuers demanded that the young man let this guy go, and then they would leave him alive. Ronald understood that if he left Jae-hwan, he would lose the goddess. He who has lost his god loses his mind and becomes a monster wandering through forgotten places. The young man was very afraid of losing Anderson, because she was the only goddess who came to his aid in the depths. Then he stood up for Jae-hwan and told the scumbags that he would never give him up. The opponents decided to take this gentleman by force and threw Ronald back. The next moment, one of the attackers lost an arm and other limbs. The young man did not understand who did it, because he closed his eyes in fear. It was Jae-hwan who came to after being knocked out. The leader of the attackers gave orders to his subordinates to immediately destroy this man. Jae-hwan fought the haters while being completely naked. The goddess told him that there was one god who was cruel and merciless and hated clothes. None of the creatures were allowed to appear before him dressed and usually ran past him holding clothes in their hands. God believed that clothing breeds duplicity and spreads pretense. The most important thing is that a real god begins only when he takes everything off himself. Having dealt with the attackers, the main character asked the young man if he was a follower of Anderson. When he confessed this, Jae-hwan asked him to do him a favor and get her out of his head. After the goddess's words, it dawned on the protagonist that increasing power is the power of nudity. In this world, Jae-hwan doesn't feel spiritual energy at all, and he is very different from chaos. In chaos, spiritual energy was used to activate the skill, but in the depths, everything is ruled by the power of the world already hidden in the soul. Jae-hwan knows this from Mulark's notes, but in real life it feels completely different. Ronald asked Jae-hwan to become his follower, and the goddess did not like this. The young man was sure that Anderson would not be against his actions, but she forbade Jae-hwan to accept him as a follower. The protagonist got angry and asked them both to shut their mouths. He suggested that they understand this world and start from the basics. In the Great Lands, each monarch has his own region. In the depths, each god has his own land. The difference is that the gods in the deeps govern the lands much more carefully than monarchs. The gods call their lands pages. There are both huge pages ruled by high-ranking gods and small village-sized pages ruled by mid-level or low-ranking gods. Ronald listened to the main character's thoughts and said that everything was not like that at all. He explained that for the middle and lower gods it is the land, but for the high gods it is a sanctuary. This is because through the page, high-ranking gods can open their own world, and this is their weapon. Perhaps chaos was one of the pages of the disaster. The protagonist concluded that there were gods here who could use that powerful force, just like the king. Ronald said that it is difficult for high-ranking gods to spread their powers across the entire page, so most simply create some story. Stripping is one such story, he said. Ronald got distracted from the topic and asked the main character if he was going to kill Anderson. It was now clear to Jae-hwan that this young man had followed him because he was afraid of the death of his goddess. The goddess explained that she had been swallowed up by Jae-hwan's unique world, and he could destroy her at any moment. Anderson never imagined that Jae-hwan would turn out to be the famous killer of monarchs. The protagonist also has some memories of the absorption of Anderson. He remembered that she was one of the cultivators. The goddess did not deny the terrible things she had done in the past. In his memories, Mulark mentioned that higher beings, like angels and demons, are born to become cultivators. They may never have had a choice, but Jae-hwan decided that he would never forgive them all. Anderson said that he could kill her, but tearfully asked him to take Ronald as a follower. She asked not to spoil the impression of this boy because of her terrible past. During the conversation between the goddess and Jae-hwan, Ronald became ill and began coughing up blood. The goddess screamed that the soul of this boy was growing dark. Thanks to the strange factory, the protagonist knew that most dark souls simply become monsters, having lost their minds from despair. If you don't help Ronald, he too will become a monster. The goddess begged him to take the young man as her follower, and then he would feel better. In exchange for this, she offered that the protagonist would erase her from his memory forever, and she would not resist this. The protagonist waved his weapon and asked the young man to keep his promise. And soon Ronald came to his senses and realized that he was not in Caspian. Followers can see the world of their god, and how they see the world depends on their perception of God. The world of the goddess Anderson was like a fairy tale, and it turns out that this is the gloomy world of Mr. Jae-hwan. It dawned on the young man that this god had taken him as his follower and saved his life. Suddenly he raised his head and saw above him a tree of illusions and an all-seeing eye. The young man fell into a stupor from such images and later lost consciousness. He was still too young for such horrors. The goddess said that because of the huge eye, the crows and the graves, no one would want to adopt such a view of the world. The protagonist raised the young man to his feet and said that it was his own fault that he wanted to become his follower. He decided to go on a journey with him, and the goddess reminded him that he wanted to get rid of her. The protagonist told Anderson that he changed his mind about getting rid of her, because she might be useful to him. He turned to the goddess and said that she must prove that she deserved to live. The goddess promised him that she would soon prove it. The Caspian is part of the depths and is called the 84th Gate. On the way, Ronald told Jae-hwan that in the depths, any stories are respected, even walking around naked. Jae-hwan was glad that there was no cardboard Gordon here, who constantly inserted his laws into every dialogue. It was much simpler in this world, because everything here was within the norm. Soon the company found itself inside the building and entered into a dialogue with some strange man. The interlocutor said that walking around naked was a rather strange story, and the main character promised the goddess that he would kill her for deceiving her. Suddenly another man appeared in the room and said that the guest was telling the truth, and the story dated back 2,000 years. According to him, it used to be the story of a high-ranking god. After some dialogue, the group of young people somehow managed to get out. Jae-hwan thanked the young man for helping him get in and out without any effort. Anderson got angry at him and said that it was all done thanks to her, and without her help, Hwang would have simply disappeared. She said that he is not a real god, and that such gods are those who are not in Big Brother's Akashic records. Usually, after becoming a god, registration happens automatically, but Jae-hwan had a different case. A group of young people noticed that there were noisy groups of people walking ahead of them. Some of them started beating the man in the center and said that the slowest people would be sold into slavery. The young man asked who these people were, and Ronald said that they were caught fishing and would have to serve some time in prison. The goddess also added that if the newly captured souls do not find God, they will go crazy. Usually the souls that emerge are those who have been wandering around the illusion tree. In rare cases, souls that died in the Tower of Nightmares emerge. Jae Hwan stopped and remembered all those who died in the Nightmare Tower, including Kim Yun Hwan's suicide. In one of the people he saw Kim Yun Hwan. The other people were saying that all these people would most likely end up on the market at auction because they looked pathetic and no one would notice them. The main character asked Anderson how many followers he could take for himself. The goddess replied that the god could take as many followers as he wanted and immediately understood what Jae Hwan was getting at. She concluded that her master wanted to save his former friend. Yun Hwan couldn't understand why he was in the isolation ward, but he remembered that he had been there a week ago. He tried to figure out what had happened, but he couldn't remember anything. It turns out that the world was not destroyed. Yun Hwan was attacked by the cold of the depths and now he can't remember anything. Not even the name of his best friend Jae Hwan. The fragile anxiety in the air seemed to be about to crumble, and Yun Hwan was like an insect waiting to explode at the epicenter of chaos. He couldn't help but whisper Jae Hwan's name. He seems to be repeating the name of the god who can save him over and over again. Suddenly, a warden approached the young man and said that God was calling him. The girl who was sitting behind him was also invited to the conversation. When the young people were taken out of the cell, someone said that they had come here from the Tower of Nightmares. According to them, the guy got to the 99th floor and the woman only got to the 70th, but she was very nice. Yun Hwan felt uneasy when he heard talk of buying them. The buyer was hesitant to make his choice because only these two had memory problems. But he still approached the young man, said his name and invited him to follow him. Seeing this picture, the main character decided to take up arms and fight back his friend. The goddess asked him not to do this because she understood that with his actions he would now destroy the isolation ward. She explained that there were too many high-ranking gods here, and there was even a World Energy Suppression Bureau. This bureau was created to ensure the security of the pages. That is why no creature will be able to use their skills and strength in the center of the Caspian. The guards stopped Huang, saying that peaceful entry was prohibited. Jae Hwan had no intention of leaving and announced that he had come here for a friend. The warden realized that his interlocutor would only understand him in a bad way. The protagonist sharpened all his strength, grabbed his weapon, and asked the warden not to interfere with him. He explained to the goddess that Yun Hwan was his comrade who had reached the 99th floor with him. He wants to know why he didn't go back to the past like everyone else. Unfortunately, Jae Hwan was unable to feel the energy of the world, and this made him extremely upset. He assumed that someone was bothering him, but there was no one around. After seeing his antics, the warden thought he was another madman and gently asked him to leave. The goddess reminded Jae Hwan again that in this world, one cannot fight or use one's various abilities. If Jae Hwan tries to use the power of peace, the big story created by the Suppression Bureau will leave a seal of energy on his powers. Jae Hwan asked the goddess how to help his friend, and she found only one way. She suggested that they go to that big building first, and assured them that after that they would be able to save Yun Hwan. She believed that these actions would be clearly smarter than breaking into just anywhere. Meanwhile, the Caspian Suppression Bureau began to bustle. The assistant called the director so that he could see what was happening with his own eyes. When the director looked through the door, he saw that there were people lying on the floor who were completely immobilized. The assistant reported that more than half of the followers had disappeared, and strange energy had been noticed near the isolation ward. The Seal of the World's Energy is a story maintained by hundreds of followers serving various gods. Since the creation of the Bureau, there has never been a case where history has been so seriously disrupted. The assistant pointed out the danger level, which was at the extreme values. The system showed the 8th level and warned of danger. A month ago, something happened that caused half of the followers to lose consciousness, and it was a fight between the avatars and high-ranking gods. Things weren't that bad back then, but this time the director ordered reinforcements of an entire battalion. He explained to his assistant that help should be sought from the highest-ranking gods. The goddess, Ji and Ronald arrived at the building she indicated. She said that this was the auction house and most likely Jae Hwan's friend was there. In order not to attract unnecessary attention to himself, Ronald began to communicate with customers. It turned out that the company was banned from entering the building because the goddess's ID was out of date. The protagonist remembered the words of the security guard that gods without identification were prohibited from entering the auction house. The goddess told Jae Hwan that if he had 5 followers, he would receive a temporary certificate. In this situation, the main character realized that Ronald was much more useful than Anderson. The young man explained to people that if they became followers of this god, they would receive quite a lot of goodies. The interested people were confused by the fact that the avatar was completely naked, and Ronald could not explain it. In addition, one of the people asked what the history of this world was, and Jae Hwan decided to personally show him. He extended his hand to him, and at that moment they both found themselves in the unique world of the protagonist. The man, like Ronald, became alarmed when he saw graves, crows, and a tree around him. After traveling to a unique world, the man lost consciousness. The protagonist realized that they would definitely not be able to recruit followers this way, and would have to make their way by force. Anderson said Jae-hwan can't do that, and he just needs to change his view of the world. According to her, Jae-hwan's view of the world is too gloomy, and none of his followers would want to complicate their lives so much by getting into a unique world. Anderson asked the young man to make his world more joyful and offered her own view of the world. She calls her world the world of nakedness, and in this place all the followers are completely naked. Jae-hwan said that he would not change his view of the world, and it was clear that he would not gain followers that way. The main character decided to simply observe Ronald for now, and if nothing changes, break through by force. Suddenly, people came out of this building and discussed that the souls chosen as followers had disappeared. In their opinion, now is the week of the metaverse, and all souls will end up there. Jae-hwan followed these people so that they could explain to him in more detail where all the souls go. Soon, Ronald and Jae-hwan arrived at the right place and went inside the building. This must be the place those people were talking about. The goddess said that the depths are great and varied, and that they are full of those who lack intelligence. Among them, there are weirdos who want to feel the pain of the product. Having been among so many amazing worlds, you begin to miss something simple. The main character never thought to see a tower of nightmares in this place. On the sign were words he had seen in the records of the depths. These words meant that a tower had been built long ago, created with the purpose of reaching the top of the Tree of Illusions. It was created specifically to make the old nightmare challenge the end of the world. Jae-hwan asked Anderson what she knew about this tower, and she said that the worst gods live here. When Anderson went there, she lost everything she had before. Not far from him, the main character noticed a group of people who were tied up. The young man guessed that his friend Yun Huang might be among these people. The goddess told the protagonist that all these souls would most likely become puppets in the hands of the gods. Puppets are avatars that have lost their souls. All the puppets in this tower lose their minds and become toys of the gods. The gods that live in this tower simply cannot stand followers. The hero decided to use all means to save his friend, and the goddess said that he would die if he went there. Anderson said that Jae-hwan needs to take part in the events of the metaverse and reach the 7th floor, where the puppet auction begins. Ronald told the protagonist that he needed to buy a ticket to get there. At the entrance, Jae-hwan was told that he needed to buy a ticket for a week, and it would cost 250 currencies. Ronald explained that this is a special currency that only applies to the depths. Anderson shared all her savings with the main character, but it seems that this was not enough. With this money, Jae-hwan was only able to purchase 2 tickets for 2 days. A warning appeared that if the paid period comes to an end and is not extended, the visitor becomes a puppet. After purchasing a ticket, Jae-hwan was advised to go through the main gate, and if he tried to go through the upper gate, he would immediately be struck by lightning. Ronald was here for the first time because the goddess had always forbidden him to approach the tower. Among the crowd of people, Jae-hwan noticed a familiar face. The young man decided that he would compete against those monsters, but the goddess tried to dissuade him. It was unclear why the cultivator from the past, Anderson, hated this tower with all his heart. A moment later, he remembered that she had mentioned that she had lost everything because of that tower. He decided that the time had come to return the loot. The bureau director, together with his subordinates, arrived at the place where the energy was noticed. The reaction was subtle, but the assistants tried to track down the story they had noticed. They knew that this power belonged to the 8th level, but there were no traces around. One of the assistants reported to the director that he had brought a witness who was present during the incident. It was the guard who said that all he saw that day was a naked pervert. According to him, the pervert simply silently held his sword in his hands and tried to enter inside. The director decided that this might be a clue and asked to look at the video camera footage. On the recordings, he saw Jae-hwan, who was determined to go forward. The gentleman realized that the time on the video camera perfectly coincided with the moment of the incident. He realized that the warning of danger had only arisen because that naked man had picked up a sword. He didn't want to believe it, but the depths were a place where inexplicably strong people met. A month ago, an awakened child appeared, lured away the followers of high-ranking gods, and went missing. Everyone present noticed that the video was of poor quality. Only a high-ranking god could cause interference on the video, and it might be the work of a vassal of the 7 great constellations. Such power would have been noticed by the inspection center long ago, and the director ordered to contact it. One of the assistants immediately brought the captain of the inspection center. The inspector reported that he saw a naked man who kept talking about worldviews and was a follower of a low-ranking god. The director asked if his god's name was Anderson. When the inspector agreed, He said that Anderson's avatar was last seen entering the metaverse. If Anderson's avatar is really here, then disaster is approaching Caspian. The main character, together with Ronald, entered the metaverse. The goddess said that it could be dangerous and refused Jae-hwan's help. The main character was absolutely sure that he could cope without Anderson's help. After walking some distance, the hero came across a system screen. Some kind of message appeared, but unfortunately the young man could not see anything. The goddess said that he would not see anything because of the awakening, and shared her eyes with him. It was a normal greeting message, and Jae-hwan was informed that he had arrived at the metabase parking lot. It was the first floor, and the main character could not see anything around. Suddenly, the guy shouted that he saw something strange. At that very moment, the system notified Jae-hwan that he was a passenger on the first floor of the metabase. Everything around was covered in pixels, and then changed color. Now all people on this floor are in the safe zone. The power of the world is reflected in the real world, and is available to any person. The protagonist has not yet had a rank, and it is necessary to assess the strength of his world. The system reported that it was not possible to measure the power of the world, and most likely it was due to reincarnation. The metabase rules appeared on the screen, stating that the first floor was divided into 10 floors, and that the heroes could move to the floor above if possible. Everyone can earn and spend funds to buy items through quests, or by enhancing their worldview. Passengers can use the parking lots to move to lower floors, but moving more than one floor will incur a fine. Each floor has a boarding bell that can be activated by pressing, but using it below the 6th floor incurs a penalty. Only 9 people can be on the 9th floor, and only they will have the right to challenge the final floor. The passenger who reaches the top floor will be able to request anything from the owner of the metabase. There was nothing special about the rules for Jae-hwan, and he only had 3 important things to do. First, he wants to save his friend. Second, use the various techniques of the gods. And third, learn how to get to the top of the illusion tree. He will be able to find out how to get to the top of the illusion tree by finding the clue left by Mulark at the end of the tower. According to Mulark's notes, he had been here before. After the rules, the main character saw an overly active girl next to him. She announced into the microphone. Her name was Renee, and she announced to everyone that she was trying to climb to the top of the metabase again. She spoke to her followers, who said she looked a lot like a siren. She thanked them and said that she was a fan of the siren. She told her followers that she had a newcomer in mind for them today and pointed to Jae-hwan. They immediately caught her attention, and she decided to talk to them. When the girl approached him, the hero saw that she had given him 100 viras. She said that she would give him more money if he answered all her questions. Anderson told him to agree because he had to return the money to her. The main character was not interested in money, and he agreed only because it could help him find a friend. In an interview, the hero reluctantly revealed that his name was Jae-hwan, and that he came here to save his friend. This story touched Rennie's heart, and she offered to join forces with the hero, but was almost immediately refused. She said she could be useful because there were too many dangerous places here. Without seeking the protagonist's attention, she told him to be careful with weirdos who kill for pleasure. According to her, they are very dangerous and no one can stop them from killing. The main character asked the girl how she was different from others and why he could trust her. Rennie began to prove her identity and said that if the gods asked her to betray him, she would do it. If they unite, she will be faithful to him and help him find his friend. The tower notified that the first floor of the metabase would open in 5 minutes. The young man told his companion that his friend was on the 7th floor and had become a puppet. Then Rennie asked if Yoon-hwan was handsome, which confused the protagonist. According to her, beautiful puppets can break through to the 8th and even the 9th floor. She advised the boys to definitely take her with them on the team, because without her, they wouldn't be able to cope on the 8th floor. Jae-hwan asked Anderson when she was last here, and she said 500 years ago. Renee and Anderson discussed, and the girl gave Ronald a valuable gift and some funds. Anderson told Jae-hwan that Renee's energy was very strange, and that she was most likely a girl from another universe. Ronald begged the protagonist to take the girl into his team, because she could help them. A few minutes later, the system notified that the entrance to the first floor of the metabase was open. It was said earlier that this place is loved by all nightmares and it is a planet outside. Inside, everything seemed normal, as there were tall buildings and people around. The main character realized that this was ordinary Earth, and it became the setting for the first floor. Yoon-hwan had been to this place before when he was studying the world view, and he said that in this world, you become a hunter and exterminate monsters. It seems that the protagonist heard about such hunters from Yoon-hwan, but unfortunately, he doesn't remember anything. The difficulty of this location depends on the monster you encounter along the way. Everyone present in the location thought that this task was too easy. As the people rushed at the goblins, Jae-hwan simply looked at them silently. Renee suggested that the protagonist go kill monsters, but he said that he did not want to rush. He explained that he was on the same floor for the same reason as she was. The girl understood what Jae-hwan was getting at and advised him not to act rashly before the rules were announced, before the floor assignment was announced. The rest of the people killed goblins and spent the money they earned on various improvements. The system has informed us that the gods are enjoying this spectacle and are asking for more active action from the players. The girl explained to Jae-hwan that the goblins had caused trouble for everyone, and that was why people were trying to kill them as quickly as possible. Soon, the system notified that the first floor mission was ready, in which it was necessary to earn 10 tokens in 10 minutes of hunting goblins. Renee said that this was not what she expected, because previously such tasks had a trap behind them. She suggested that the heroes split up, because with such a mission it was better to hunt separately. They left the main character alone and wished him good luck. Jae-hwan was worried about Ronald, but the goddess reassured him, saying that he was an excellent runner. The main character decided to find the goblins as soon as possible in order to complete the task and go to the second floor. With the help of the awakening stages, Jae-hwan discovered goblins near him. He had to hurry because the active participants were killing everyone in their path. One of the participants received 10 tokens and completed the task. After that, the system notified that a goblin worth 10 tokens had appeared. A crystal appeared above the head of this participant, indicating that the youth had become a goblin. Looking at his reflection, the man saw that his face was a nightmare. The system said that if this goblin was killed, the participant would receive all the tokens that this hero had collected. The new goblin could do nothing, and all the participants went towards him. The system reported that some gods were smirking at the developments. There were many such human goblins, and they assumed that those who killed them would also become like them. One of the participants decided to hold out for 20 minutes until the end of the test so as not to harm himself. When another participant suggested that he kill the goblin after all, the goblin threw all his tokens at them. People, like wild animals, began to collect the fallen tokens. Among these people was Ronald, who was glad to see Jae-hwan. He said that he had managed to collect 9 tokens and only needed to find one. But suddenly a crystal appeared above his head, which transformed the guy into a goblin. After Ronald, all people who collected tokens also received special marks. It turns out that you can become a goblin without even collecting 10 tokens. The mission on the first floor was to kill goblins and collect tokens, and it was most likely designed to get participants to kill each other. People didn't understand why they became goblins just because they collected tokens. A group of people approached Ronald and asked for the tokens, but he, due to his greed, did not want to give them up. Jae-hwan came to the rescue, pushing the guy away and grabbing the weapon. The participants scanned the main character and saw that he had no rank. Jae-hwan realized that this group of people would help him test his strength in the depths. Ji decided to fight them, and even the goddess Anderson was not against it. The next moment, these people started flying around the location. The actions of the protagonist filled the entire location with the blood of these people. The protagonist remembered the words that there were a lot of weirdos here who kill others for pleasure. Apostles appeared before the young people, who were stronger than the followers, but weaker than the avatars. They used the token scanner and found that Ronald had 9 tokens, while Jae-hwan had none. They decided to throw this young man away and take the boy for themselves. They didn't expect the protagonist to use his weapon and resist it. His blow was so powerful that the enemy's weapon stopped. The apostles decided to test the power of the world. The system informed that it was impossible to measure the power of the world, and the protagonist did not like it. The boys concluded that this was one of the low-ranking followers that had been spotted recently. The main avatar, Cain, decided to engage Jae-hwan in a one-on-one fight. The system reported that the god Belkan was displeased with the participants. The goddess said that the main avatar can use 90% of his god's powers, and it is better to avoid fighting him. Anderson said she was eager to see Ronald's abusers suffer. Even more, she wants to see how strong the awakened one she has chosen is. Suddenly, a message appeared above the heads of the apostles that the new god was supporting Belkan. The leader of the group ordered his subordinates to kill Jae-hwan no matter what. One of the blows almost killed the main character. Diner is the avatar of Belkan, and people call him the avatar of advancement. He leads a death squad, and there are people there who are always out to kill. Renee watched what was happening and found these gods disgusting. The system told her that this guy was hiding his powers. She saw that Jae-hwan was surrounded and was about to die. Rennie decided that the time had come when her help was needed. But as soon as she approached the main character, he made his incredible attack. The entire location was covered in his energy, and everyone who was there was blinded. The impact sent Rennie flying backwards, and the glass of the buildings was blown outward. When the girl came to, she saw that all the apostles were lying on the ground unconscious. She couldn't believe that just one blow from the main character was able to hit them all. Both Ronald and Renee realized that Jahan had indeed been hiding his powers. There were 10 minutes left in the trial, and the battle between Jae-hwan and the apostles had only just begun. The chief of the gods present did not want to spend so much energy on the first floor. He was ready to retreat, but Belkane would not forgive him for this. The man asked the main character what he was doing on the first floor. He asked to tell him the truth, and then he would spare his life. The system notified that some gods were interested in Jae-hwan's identity. Jae-hwan asked his interlocutor how far one could go with such abilities, and he replied that he had reached the 6th floor. The protagonist laughed at the fact that his opponent had only reached the 2nd floor. Then the apostle became furious and rushed at Jae-hwan. Then there was a powerful blow that cut the building into 2 parts. The man promised that with exactly the same blow he would cut Jae-hwan's body into pieces. Jae-hwan wanted to see how strong someone was who could reach the 6th floor. He decided to wait until his opponent fully revealed his potential. Because the man could not leave even a scratch on Jae-hwan, the Scythian god was furious. The apostle grabbed his pendant and threw it into the air. He wanted to prove to Jae-hwan that there was a big gap between them. The system reported that Diner's avatar was using a skin. The skin increases defense, agility, speed, and attack power. The system reported that this is the skin of Sam Garam's secret scent. Jae-hwan became curious about how his opponent managed to take on such a form. He understood that he had no chance of winning. Goddess Anderson was angry and told Jae-hwan to use her power immediately. She believed that without her strength, the young man would simply lose to this Scythian. Ronald realized that this could have been avoided if he had simply handed over the tokens. The opponent made one hit and destroyed the building. He was sure that Jae-hwan couldn't survive given his skin and history. He decided it was time for him to move on to the next stage, because he had left too much energy here. Suddenly the main character called out to him, mocking his blows. Jae-hwan realized what level the 6th floor was. Diner couldn't believe his eyes as Jae-hwan rose to his feet as if there had been no blow. Jae-hwan announced that the major generals of the Great Lands had repelled his attack 4 times, and he wondered how long Dinar would last. Dinar became alarmed and decided to ask his god for support. With the support of the god Beeline, his subordinates are able to establish a sanctuary. Nothing stopped the main character, and he rushed towards his opponents. Then he launched a worldwide attack, the shockwave of which reached distant houses. The lunge was so powerful that all its power and strength was directed, reaching up to the heavens. The test time was up, and the system notified that several gods wanted to accept Jae-hwan as a follower. Goddess Anderson asked Jae-hwan how he did it, how he achieved such a result. It turned out that with his attack, the hero destroyed everyone who was standing nearby and fulfilled the conditions of the test, receiving 86 tokens. Thus, the young man took first place in the number of tokens. The girl didn't think that this man was just showing off and was worthless. She decided to stay close to this amazing man. Jae-hwan called out to Ronald, who had already forgotten about his existence. With his attack, the main character broke through to the 5th floor, and he realized that something was stopping him on the 6th. There is something on the 6th floor that can block his powers. He looked up at the hole in the ceiling and a bright flash came out. The system notified the protagonist that he had been called by the conductor of the 1st floor of the metabase. The protagonist and Ronald stepped into the elevator and followed the call. On the way, the protagonist saw the 1st floor of the tower, where everyone was fighting, and he realized that the nightmare that created this tower pursues the same goals as the Siren and Mark. On the 1st floor, everyone becomes a goblin, and no matter what, everyone sacrifices themselves for the sake of the tower. Jae-hwan heard that everyone who wanted to experience the pain of the product had gathered here. The souls of the deep have either never climbed the Tower of Nightmares, or they have tried and failed. If someone manages to see the end of the tower even once, he will never want to get there again. Soon the elevator with the heroes arrived at the right place and stopped. The goddess said that this location is a stop and is often requested by guides. The guides are located here. Suddenly, a strange stone with a golden glow appeared next to the heroes. The stone had a rating for the 1st floor, and the main character's name was not listed there. Ronald asked his god why his name was not there. A voice from the void replied that Jae-hwan's name would soon appear there. A goat-like creature appeared at the location and thanked Jae-hwan for setting a new 1st floor record. Ronald was stunned by the real goat, and the goddess asked Jae-hwan to use his body to talk to this creature. It was clear to everyone that she had already known him before. The girl turned to the goat named Virtus and asked how he was doing. From the aura, the goat Virtus realized that this was the goddess Anderson. Soon the young people went with the goat to talk. "Goat," Anderson said. He missed her and never thought she would come back here. The goddess asked him how he managed to become a guide, since he was previously an avatar of the god Savel. Virtus said that Savel is no longer alive, and it is not easy for an avatar who has lost a god. Virtus decided to become a slave of the tower. Otherwise, he would not survive in this world. The goat decided to change the subject and reminded the goddess that after certain circumstances, she should not have returned here. According to him, Anderson could die because she promised the association. The goddess became angry and said that the association also did not keep their promise, and she saw what they were selling during her ascent to the tower. She pointed to the screen and asked Virtus why these goods were being sold in the tower. The goddess pounced on the goat and asked what he had done to her followers. She remembered that he had promised to save them all. Virtus said that enough time had passed, and it was time to become a low-ranking god. Anderson became angry and used Jae Hwan's body to release her energy. She promised that she would immediately destroy everyone in this tower. She dreams of destroying this damned association of all traitors. The goddess overexerted herself, and soon Jae Hwan's body lost consciousness. The main character forbade the goddess to use her body and came to his senses. Due to the lack of peace power, Anderson overexerted herself and fell asleep. The main character asked Virtus how well he knew Anderson. He began his story by saying that 500 years had passed since they met. After the story, Jae Hwan asked him who was at the top of the tower. He said that at the top, there is a metabase driver who is the guide of 10,000 gods. According to Virtus, the tower's master is the only one who knows how to reach the Tree of Illusions. These words shocked the young man, and he remembered Mulak. According to the source, Jae Hwan might meet him if he reaches the top floor. Virtus begged Jae Hwan not to destroy the tower. According to him, the hero will pay if he destroys the playground of the unfortunate gods. At the end of the conversation, he mentioned that he heard that Jae Hwan came to save his friend. He said that the gods above must know where this man is, but they will not approve of Jae Hwan's actions. Virtus said that the hole in the ceiling would indeed surprise everyone, but something like this had already happened a couple of 100 years ago. He said that the Rift did the same thing here as Jae Hwan. He heard that someone from the Rift squad was involved this time. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of Virtus's face that the god had paid for everything and was asking the main character to go upstairs. Jae Hwan was of interest to many gods, and he received an offer from his superiors. They want to use Jae Hwan for advertising so that he becomes the symbol of the gaming season. Young people are offered 2 million for advertising the company, but the main character doesn't think to agree. According to Virtus, dozens of depth souls flock here because of Jae Hwan. He said that the Flame Union is introducing various products, and there is currently an event for obtaining skins. Skins are costumes, and the appearance changes according to the skin you choose. The owner of the skin can use the abilities embedded in it. Virtus showed a card of a skin that is currently popular. This was the ugliest king, Kim Dokja. At that moment, the goddess Anderson woke up and realized that something monstrous was happening. She insisted that they did not need the help of these creatures, and that she could earn money with her own mind. The main character announced that he would not buy anything and would simply leave here. The goat agreed with Jae Hwan's opinion and asked him to at least not destroy the tower. The young man agreed to this, because it was not worth incurring the wrath of the gods until he knew where his friend was. Virtus decided to thank the player for being the best at level 1 and give him a reward. As he held out the card, the hero's appearance began to change. It was a level 5 combat uniform set. As an additional reward, Kozel sent 2,000 up. Since some of the gods bought passage for the young man, he can go straight to the 6th floor. At parting, Virtus asked the guest to take care of the goddess Anderson. After the young people left, the one who sponsored Jae Hwan's arrival came into the hall. The goddess said that all the events reminded her of the events of 500 years ago. That day, the rebellion was suppressed, and the tower system was not shaken. Virtus remembered how many high-ranking gods had died that day. This time, the girl decided to try something different, and that's why she helps Jae Hwan. The goat told the goddess that Jae Hwan had no chance of reaching the top floor. However, the girl did not think so, because this young man set a new record for the 1st floor. This record remained unchanged for hundreds of years after Declan set the record. Kozel said that the young man managed to do this only because he is Anderson's intermediary. According to him, if the player really is Anderson's intermediary, then he will definitely not be able to cope with the top floor. The protagonist and Ronald arrived at the 6th floor using the elevator. A task has appeared, according to which you need to select 3 doors and complete a task for them. The goddess wanted to warn Jae Hwan about something important, but he did not listen to her and opened one door. He saw in front of him exactly the same people as he was, with whom he had to fight and survive. The main character decided to complete this task because it seemed easy to him. Stepping through this door, he found himself in darkness. Ronald asked the hero if he had a special plan to pass the test, and he said that everything would be fine. At that moment, a pack of unknown predators was already moving towards them. Jae Hwan decided to fight them with just one lunge, which had never failed him. He will cut the predators with a lunge until there is not a single living spot left on them. The next moment, the heads of the predators separated from the body and flew in different directions. Ronald was surprised by such power, because he had never been able to see it before. But soon the doors of the location opened, and Ronald flew out, and the main character calmly followed him. He did not find the ordeal difficult, but all his clothes were torn. The young man doubted that they had carried out this mission correctly, and could not find a place for himself. He knew that the first map was a normal survival, and it was pretty easy to handle. On the second map, you need to deal with an approaching crowd of monsters and survive. The condition for clearing this location is the death of half of the passengers or the death of the strongest participant. At the moment, the main character is the strongest passenger in this location. He swung his weapon and was confident that he could easily destroy this world. Then all the players rushed at him, thinking that they could kill him with numbers. Everyone rushed towards Jae Hwan, and he used his attack, blinding everyone around him. The mission ended with the deaths of 50% of the passengers. For this test, the young men received a reward in the form of money, and the system reported that many gods were angry with Jae Hwan. The system notified that the god Ignis was interested in which door Jae Hwan would choose next. The goddess knew this god, and concluded that he was most likely an imposter. This time the protagonist decided to enter the door that Anderson would choose, but all the unclean doors were closed. The young people agreed that the updates here have different versions. Ronald went to look for the very first version in order to enter the third door. His attempts to find the third door ended in failure. While the protagonist was looking for the third door, the goddess told him that she was here for the same reason as he was, and also wanted to find her friend. Jae Hwan came to one of the signs and suggested going there. Upon entering, the young people felt an incredible coolness. Next to them was a magical lake that glowed in the dark. Jae Hwan realized that these were traces of his blows from the first floor. There was no visible rift in the sky, and someone above must have blocked his attack. The task for this floor is to destroy something, but it is unknown what. At the end of the location, the hero saw lights and assumed that there was a village there. Ronald remembered that the reviews said it was better not to go into this village, as it could be dangerous. Jae Hwan decided to visit the village and deal with the dangers on the spot. At the entrance to the village stood guards, huge in stature and armed with sharp weapons. They saw a couple of young men approaching them. The guard tried to stop these people, but the protagonist asked him to step aside. Suddenly, the protagonist's sword began to shake, and Jae Hwan realized that this was the work of the goddess. After this, the young man was completely covered in blue, and everything around him began to shine with different multicolored lights. The guard felt a familiar energy and recognized it as the goddess Anderson. The girl also knew this man, whose name was Hans. So the group of young people and Anderson went to visit Hans. The man immediately realized that his old friend had found herself a new avatar. Hans became alarmed and said that everyone would be back soon. He explained to the guests that Christian and Marianne would return, and the others were here too. The old man said that at midnight everyone went to work, and the goddess could not understand who was forcing them to do this. The man said that they are doing this themselves in the name of saving the world. Looking out into the street, the man saw that his assistants had returned. They said that these people were carrying ore found in the ruins, or the corpses of monsters that were nearby. While he was telling his story, something strange and mystical happened. It was a portal from which an angry man emerged. The goddess told Jae Hwan that these people were above the 7th level, and it was unclear why they came here. These people went to Hans's assistants and demanded that they give him the entire catch. The Reapers were angry at the people because they had little ore. The old man went to their rescue and tried to explain to the guests that monsters had not appeared for a long time, and that the ore reserves were also gradually disappearing. One of the ill-wishers said that the deficiency would have to be made up for with something else. He chose the first victims he came across and ordered them to follow him. The comrade of this ill-wisher said that they could not take people away from here, but he did not care at all. The old man demanded that the Reapers stop immediately, but they said that scum like the old man could do nothing to them. The old man didn't like this phrase, and then the ill-wisher used his skill on him and burned his hand. Jae Hwan came to the defense of the weak and stopped the skill's effect. The goddess told Jae Hwan that she would use his body to prevent injustice. When the main character dealt with one of the Reapers, other Reapers came to his aid. The young men rushed towards the main character and said that they would soon open the sanctuary. According to Mark's notes, all the gods of the depths have their own unique worldview. The worldview exists thanks to believers. In the worldview, avatars have virtually unlimited power. Sometimes strong gods use their worldview in battle, and this is called the opening of the sanctuary. Then the Reapers were absolutely serious and opened the sanctuary of their god. Ronald was worried about Jae Hwan and Anderson. It turned out that the main character did not die and, with the help of the sanctuary, simply found himself in the center of the battlefield together with the old man. The Reapers attacked and Hans covered Jae Hwan with his body. Goddess Anderson apologized to the young man and said that she could resolve such consequences by spending several faiths. The girl, using Jae-hwan's body, bit off several pieces of money, and music began to play throughout the entire location. Hans noticed that the fire that had been burning his body had gone out. With her actions, the girl changed the unique Jae-hwan. Seeing the music, the Reapers could not understand how the young man did this without opening the sanctuary. The song said that the girl Anderson walked around naked her whole life, and this is something higher. Anderson, with the help of Jae-hwan, said that this world is her sanctuary. If Jae-hwan were asked to voice his greatest regret after visiting the depths, he would say that he did not meet a god who inherited the history of the ancient deity. This god is one of those who is closest to the 7 great gods, and his name is the god of nakedness, Anderson. The girl asked the opponent to tell the alliance that Anderson had returned, and her strength and power made the attackers feel uneasy and made them tremble. The Reaper wanted to run away, but the goddess understood that she would catch up with him anyway. Hearing that the goddess Anderson had returned, people gained hope for a bright life. The main character was interested in what happened in the past that made the goddess's followers unhappy. By asking himself this question, the main character saw Anderson's memories. It feels like the balance of the world has been disrupted, and the memories that flood Jae-hwan's mind are actually Anderson's emotions from 500 years ago. The girl lost her temper and felt uneasy about the way her followers were being treated. 500 years ago, the goddess fought to protect this world. Anderson wanted to know who dared to turn her people into puppets. An addition to the mission appeared, in which the hero needs to destroy the world in 14 days. After this fight, the goddess Anderson became tired and fell asleep for a day. She asked her comrades not to be stupid without her, and promised that after waking up she would tell them something interesting. It turned out that the old man, the main character, and Ronald took the Reaper hostage. The old man said that Anderson always spared these people, and they couldn't just kill him. The protagonist decided to leave this young man as he was, and he was escorted to the bedroom and went to rest in the bedroom. The next day, Jae-hwan remembered that somewhere here was the one who stopped his attack. He looked around and realized that this creature could be hiding among ordinary people. He decided to immediately find his ill-wisher, and noticed something strange among the crowd of people. Jae-hwan had never seen anyone with such a level of energy. Finding nothing interesting, he went back to the room with Ronald. The main character had no sleep that night, and it was all because of Anderson's memories. Suddenly, memories of the time when Jae-hwan climbed the Tower of Nightmares appeared in his head. Back then, he fought for survival every day. The young man became interested in what he looked like during that difficult period. People from the past, including Yun-hwan, appeared in his memories again. The main character tried to save the young man, but he disappeared without a trace. He thought that tomorrow, he would practice lunging again in this world. A new day dawned and Ronald woke up completely alone. At this time, Jae-hwan was already practicing his lunge as he had planned. Once he got into the depths, his choice became not just a technique, but a personal story. Seeing the main character practicing his technique, Ronald asked to teach him the lunge. Jae-hwan explained to him that he had been training for thousands of years, and it was not a skill that could be learned in a few days. Ronald just realized how weak and worthless he was, and didn't want to just get in Jae-hwan's way. Ronald has a strong desire to become as strong as Jae-hwan. Soon the protagonist began training this young man in the lunge. He believed that any training would be better than none. Even the first trainings can lead to good results in the future. Ronald, the old man, and his assistant also asked to be taught the lunge. The main character did not expect this, but a girl came up to him and apologized for their behavior. She introduced herself as Marianne and said that she was Anderson's 4th follower. She explained that all these people came running to see the new avatar of the goddess, that is, Jae-hwan. The young man said that he was not her avatar, and that the goddess had simply gotten into his head. For the girl, these words did not matter, because Jae-hwan arrived here with Anderson, and this is a huge gift for the residents. When evening came, the old man called his subordinates to go to the appointed place. Jae-hwan asked where they were going, and they told him that they had a special day today. There is a celebration at the temple today, and Marianne invited Jae-hwan to go with them. She insisted that he should go with them because it was a special holiday for the villagers. Jae-hwan refused, but suddenly Ronald began to beg him to go. This situation ended with the main character still going with Marianne and Ronald to the celebration. Along the way, Marianne explained that Anderson is a unique goddess because, despite this, there is a lot of humanity in her. According to her, Anderson called other gods friends, and this village was created by one of her comrades. Here the main character remembered that, according to Marianne, they were followers of Anderson. He wondered why they couldn't become her followers again. But Marianne told him that they could never be anyone's followers again. Soon a group of young people came to a huge palace. At the entrance to the palace there were various statues that represented the gods and their followers. Only one god had no intermediary, and his name was Eden. For the main character, it was a surprise that there were gods in the world without intermediaries. When the company entered the palace, everyone saw the image of the goddess on the wall. There were quite a lot of half-naked people near this image who were praying to it. This is why Ronald concluded that this temple belongs to the goddess Anderson. Jae-hwan decided to show respect and take off his clothes. When everyone was naked, Jae-hwan turned to Hansu, who was supposed to show them their place of prayer. Hans began to scold the main character for completely undressing, because in this place people were in their underwear. According to him, Anderson has a naked worldview, and you just need to have a naked soul, but not strip naked. Jae-hwan was so angry that he wanted to kill Hans. Ronald changed the subject and said that he had not been to a temple for a long time, and according to him, in his homeland, he was forbidden to visit any temples. He is glad that in the depths, everyone can believe in their own god. Unfortunately, the main character knows little about Ronald's past life. Ronald was wanted for stealing bread and was being protected, and so he found himself in trouble. Caught in a sudden tower of nightmares, souls striving for the unattainable eventually despair, and are left to rely only on God. It was strange that Ronald used his faith in God for selfish purposes, and asked God for a new skin. He asked Jae-hwan if he ever prayed, and he remembered a man from the tower. This man had a special device that could read prayers even if the owner did not know the language. Ronald said that this was not quite the right prayer, and that it was unlikely that its words would be heard by God. Jae-hwan wondered who these people were praying to if Anderson no longer existed. As an experiment, he decided to try praying to her image once. Marianne came to the podium and told the worshippers that a stranger with the goddess Anderson had come to visit them. She asked Jae-hwan to give a short speech, and the young man immediately felt eyes on him. People looked at him like dolls and waited for his words. Faith in a bright future and hope that their prayers would be heard appeared in their eyes. Meanwhile, Rennie reached the 6th floor of the metabase and informed her subscribers about it. Over the past floors, she has received several awards and changed her outfit. The gods began to ask her how she managed to reach the 6th floor. She said that, whatever the case, she was there for the sake of the newbie from the last stream. She said that it was this man who took over the meta-universe of both Big Brother and Little Brother. The girl said that she simply followed Jae-hwan, who has a rather interesting view of the world. With the help of her little friend, she managed to track down the location of Jae-hwan and his assistant. When people saw Jae-hwan in the temple, they asked him to pray for everyone sitting there. Looking at these people, the main character realized that they did not understand the whole situation and lived only with memories of the goddess. The protagonist immediately remembered the believer who died in the Tower of Nightmares. He then asked Jae-hwan to at least occasionally turn on the box after his death. For the protagonist, it seemed like a waste of time, because God would never hear this ridiculous melody from the box. When the owner of the box died, Jae-hwan could not understand what the box and God had to do with it. Now in the temple Anderson, it became clear to him why all the worshippers live for God. The young man realized that the gods exist only thanks to the prayers of the believers, and that is probably why they have been praying for 500 years. All these people want their God to continue to exist and for them to be able to remember him. Jae-hwan turned to Hansu and asked him to stop praying. He announced that after much effort, it was time to take a break. The old man had no face, and he asked the main character to be sure to pray for them. Then the main character was probably embarrassed by this situation, and he grabbed his weapon. Anderson got in touch and asked him to stop. She explained that the believers around him were no longer the same as those he remembered, and it was time to grant them freedom. Jae-hwan called the goddess selfish because she continues to hold them. Then the girl gave a great example, and said that Jae-hwan would have done the same thing if his friend had turned into a puppet. The young man said that if this happened, he would finish her off with his own hands. The goddess said that he could not kill someone whom he could bring back to normal life with his own hands. She wasn't entirely sure of her words, but she said that the creator of the puppet was capable of such an act. As she finished talking, an unknown figure entered the temple. She glanced at Jae-hwan and said that strangers had not come to this temple for a long time. Then all the praying people began to tremble, and their eyes became filled with devilish energy. She was a girl with quite a lot of energy, and an ugly raven was sitting on her shoulder. She turned to the main character and asked who he was and what he was doing there. Jae-hwan remembered that he had seen this face somewhere before. He claimed that she was Anderson's former avatar. Her name was Rachel. The girl, in turn, also felt a familiar aura from Jae-hwan and realized who it was. She turned a different color and greeted Jae-hwan. The protagonist grabbed his weapon and wanted to stab Rachel, but the goddess tried to stop him. She promised that if he laid a finger on Rachel, she would destroy him. It turned out that Anderson wanted to carry out this attack and promised Rachel that she would kill her. She in turn said that over 500 years, the goddess had become greatly weakened and could not harm her. Anderson began to shout the unfamiliar name Eden, and ask him why he turned Rachel into a puppet. Aiden is the Lord of the Ravens and is also a god without avatars who created the puppets. Rachel calmed down and asked Jae-hwan if he was Anderson's new avatar. The protagonist began to threaten Rachel and asked her to immediately turn these puppets back into people. 500 years ago, after Anderson's revolution failed, the gods from the same faction as Anderson were either killed or exiled. Eden is the only one who was not captured, although there are rumors that he defected to the Alliance and betrayed Anderson. He is now the most powerful god in the metaverse, and unlike other gods, he still has the power of a supreme god. When the protagonist asked the girl to bring the people back, she said that he could not achieve this by force. She has more than 2,000 years of countless battles and unbearable difficulties behind her. In the girl's body was the same god Eden, who said that in his time he had seen quite strong fighters. Eden had a unique skill, Raven's Eye, which only a god without followers has. This skill allows you to display the abilities of all followers in numbers to find the best abilities. Many followers fell under the eye of the raven and were turned into dolls. When Eden scanned Jae-hwan, he saw an infinite number above him, which confused him. He asked Anderson who she had brought here with such abilities. The protagonist realized that it was this god who held back his attack. The marks on Eden's blade could only have been left by Jae-hwan's blow. The main character heated up his weapon and decided to kill this god and immediately move on to the 7th level. Eden laughed and said that this young man would not be able to resist the power of the world. At that moment, the entire palace lit up with Jae-hwan's energy. The protagonist warned Ronald to be careful because he was still too weak. Eden asked Jae-hwan to attack immediately and not be afraid that his strike would be blocked again. When the situation escalated, all the puppets fled the temple. Eden concluded that Jae-hwan was simply waiting for the moment when only the two of them would remain in the temple. Before he could think about it, Eden received an incredible flow of energy directed at him. He couldn't believe his eyes that someone like a human had such incredible power. When the protagonist was about to attack, Eden asked him to stop to talk. The main character did not stop and made a series of powerful attacks towards Eden. His blows created such a powerful explosion that it seemed as if the palace was about to collapse to the ground. After the attack, Eden used the Raven Armor skill and asked Jae-hwan his name. When the protagonist introduced himself, the goddess warned him that Eden rarely asks the names of his followers. According to her, when Eden asks for a name, it means he wants to take possession of a new puppet. Eden thanked Anderson for bringing a beautiful avatar, but the protagonist immediately denied this fact. He proudly announced that he was an ally of Anderson. Then Eden shouted Anderson's name to the whole world and asked her if she really still had allies. He knew that all her allies had died 500 years ago. He was clearly angered by the fact that an ally of someone he didn't like was standing in front of him. Anderson told Jae-hwan that the person standing in front of him was a real psycho, but the main character realized that he was just pretending. It seemed strange to him that Eden had led all the people out of the temple because he was standing in their defense. The protagonist told him that he was doing complete nonsense, and that creating puppets would not bring back the old world. Eden shed a few tears and said that these people's prayers were always sincere. The main character immediately remembered the people who believed in the tower. Then Yunhwan said that the people who came with them would remember all these events, even after their death. Only the main character was able to reach the end of the tower and retain all his memories, and all those days of fighting for the present finally went into oblivion. Eden also remembers these events, and this is probably why Eden still cannot leave this world. The energy at his location changed, and Eden asked Jae-hwan to prove that he was indeed Anderson's ally. Then a pair of energy wings appeared behind his back and he was ready to attack. Sensing danger, Jae-hwan shouted at Ronald to hide immediately. Luckily, the boy heard the scream and ran away. Eden tried to use his powers to make Ronald a puppet. He released several ravens from himself to help him with his plan. Despite the flying ravens, the main character decided to go to the end and kill this god. Seeing that Eden had opened the shrine, the goddess warned Jae-hwan that he was about to be provoked. At that moment, the hero saw the bodies of his loved ones under his feet, asking for salvation. They tried to go with him and begged him not to go alone. Eden laughed and said that at this moment, Jae-hwan was seeing his most intimate memories. The entire space around the main character was filled with these people from the past, from whom it seemed impossible to escape. The protagonist used the awareness technique and tried to get rid of these visions. It was not so easy for him to interpret what was happening, because this worldview has existed for 1,000 years. He then applied the technique of self-denial and grabbed the weapon. He didn't know what to do to get rid of this problem. And then the goddess Anderson remembered the financial issue. She said that the only thing that would work in this situation was a shrine that could be purchased with faith. The only difference between the sanctuary and the world is the use of physical force. Jae-hwan realized that if he added a little embodiment to the world, everything would work out. Incarnation is the fourth stage of awakening. When the protagonist used all 4 stages of awakening, Eden saw a bright flash of light. He became alarmed when he realized that his sanctuary had been destroyed. All of Jae-hwan's memories that were everywhere gradually began to disappear. Eden told Jae-hwan that the shrine was only accessible to the gods, and this shrine was not like Anderson's shrine. Eden asked what kind of trick this was. According to Eden, this sanctuary is God's view of the world. In other words, the sanctuary is influenced by history and the imagination of God, and this world is an early figment of Anderson's imagination. The protagonist discovered a new sanctuary called the world after the destruction. Enormous trees appeared throughout the area, and Eden was transported to the unique world of Jae-hwan. Seeing the illusion tree above his head, Eden became alarmed. As the protagonist rushed towards him, Eden gently agreed to accept defeat. After the fight, Eden was restricted in his outlook and was attached to a restraining chair. The protagonist wanted to kill him immediately, but Anderson insisted on listening to him. She explained that Eden is not so simple, because he is the 6th god of the metaverse. It was difficult for the young men to guess Eden's intentions, since he gave in so easily. Marianne entered the destroyed temple together with her entourage. She asked not to kill Eden, and the protagonist did not understand why she was asking this, because he turned them into puppets. She explained her request by saying that this god had done them a favor. Hans intervened in the conversation and said that they themselves asked Eden to make puppets out of them. Anderson said that it was most likely done in the name of saving her, because all forgotten gods die. The support of any god is an idea. Any forgotten idea disappears, but Anderson did not disappear. According to the goddess, all believers were afraid of becoming puppets, but Eden did not force anyone. Anderson added that Eden only transforms those puppets who are about to die. The main character did not understand why Anderson then rushed to kill Eden. The goddess said that Eden had crossed the line by contacting her avatar. Hearing this, Ronald said that it was not Eden who attacked, but Jae-hwan. The tied-up Eden said that they could ask him any questions, and Jae-hwan remembered Yun. Eden said that creating a puppet was a completely normal thing, but Jae-hwan insisted on finding his friend. The 6th god of the metaverse explained that he does not buy souls in order to make puppets out of them. She said that if he didn't find Yun, he would kill him. Eden said that when he died, his dolls would die too. Suddenly, the men shouted that a fire had broken out nearby. Everyone moved to put out the fire, presumably in the warehouse area. Even the puppeteer found the appearance of the fire strange. When everyone arrived at the scene, the heroes saw charred bodies. Jae-hwan asked Anderson if she had any guesses on this matter. The goddess was absolutely sure that this was the work of the Union. She confirmed her suspicions by the fact that one of the injured men was wearing a Union sign. This sign means divine punishment, and Anderson saw it half a century ago, when all the marked villages burned down. She said it was punishment for daring to challenge the Union. Eden became angry and blamed Jae-hwan for almost destroying his village. According to him, the Union will arrive here within 2 weeks, and then the village will end. The protagonist interrupted him and remembered that Eden was one of the strongest in the tower. Jae-hwan concluded that this god would help win the fight with the Union. Eden said that he would have been in the Union long ago if he were so strong. Suddenly, he changed the subject and said that he had found Kim Yun-hwan's archive. He confirmed that the young man had been transferred from his original place of detention. If nothing has changed, then Yun-hwan should be sent to the tower. The protagonist was worried that Hwang was no longer there, but Adan said that he had become just a doll. Toys from the higher floors still have a soul. Eden looked through the archive and said that apparently Yun had not yet become a puppet. He showed Jae-hwan a list of all the puppets, but he couldn't find Kim Yun-hwan's name there. The hero calmed down, but Anderson returned him to his previous state, saying that Yun-hwan would no longer remember Jae-hwan. Jae-hwan thought about it and decided that he did not live to remain in someone's memory. The main character and Ronald decided to leave. Eden tried to stop him, but Jae-hwan still had something to do. He must destroy this place, because that is the task of the 6th floor. Eden asked Anderson to get out of here with her assistance, because she herself knows very well the strength of the Union. Anderson did not answer him, and Jae-hwan said that she could only speak with his permission. Eden completely agreed with him, because the main character is not its representative. Especially for Jae-hwan, he took out the item he had created, the cute crow. According to him, this crow will help the young man not to give up his body to Anderson. To set it in motion, it was necessary to wind it with a special key. The connection was established, and Anderson is now sitting in this crow. The goddess and Eden were glad to see each other after so many years. On the 7th floor of the metaverse sat one of the main people, whose name was Barris. He observed the various skins of the participants, and noted that legendary skins have not been released for a long time. He decided that he would destroy everyone who got the best skins. The gods asked this young man to spend as much money as possible on new skins. Barris had already given up hope of getting the legendary skin. The gods told him that there was one who struck without clothes. Barris was sure that this man would not be able to defeat him. One of the gods sent him an offer, and he accepted it. He saw Jae-hwan's face in front of him, and it surprised him. The god of flame asked Barris to find this naked man. The young man agreed to do this for a fee. It seemed strange to him that a naked man could strike such blows. What caught his attention the most was Jae-hwan's attack. He wanted to get the same skin as the main character to throw back enemies in droves. Because of this video, some gods asked Barris to take off his clothes. Barris was also worried that Jae-hwan had many more views than him. The young man's phone rang, and it was Gallatin on the line. After some conversation, the gods who were watching Barris's broadcast turned away from him. After this conversation, Barris was sure that the list of gods on the 6th floor would soon change dramatically. Meanwhile, Eden sat alone and drank coffee. Anderson flew to him for a conversation and told him about her life story. She said that when everyone in the tower was already dead, she managed to meet Ronald. Thanks to him, she managed to survive, and then she met Jae-hwan. Together they wandered everywhere and suddenly found themselves in the metaverse. Eden was not interested and simply asked what happened to his village. Anderson did not understand the gist of the question and said she had nothing to do with it. To declare war on the Alliance, Anderson sent the puppet back. She asked for help with a mandatory task she was about to complete. According to the assignment, she needs to destroy the world in 2 weeks, and for this she will be given 10,000. Eden was not happy that Anderson was shamelessly asking him for help. The goddess asked him how long he was going to stay in this world. The young man thought and could not answer his old friend's question. Anderson thanked him for taking care of her former followers and not letting them disgrace themselves. She informed him that he should understand perfectly well that he cannot hang around in this world forever. Eden asked the goddess to abandon the mission and leave the tower, and he in turn would help her do this. The goddess said that she was not going to leave the tower yet because she needed to help that strange guy find his friend. After these actions, she plans to take revenge on the Alliance. Eden reminded her of the previous defeat and said that even the two of them would not be able to defeat the Alliance. According to him, no one in this metaverse can defeat that guy from the Alliance. The leader of the Oblivion Alliance is the strongest of the 6 gods of the metaverse. After his appearance, the place of the strongest man was never taken away, and it was the same as being at enmity with one of the 7 great gods. Anderson asked if it was possible to turn all of her previous followers into puppets, but Eden said it was impossible. She insisted that in the metaverse everything is possible, because everything is in the hands of the driver. The rules of the passengers state that there are things that are known to everyone, but they are impossible, and therefore useless. According to the 7th point of the rules, passengers who reach the top of the tower can ask the driver for one wish. Eden told Anderson that times had changed, and now she had no allies or believers. The goddess assured her old friend that she had one ally and pointed to Jae-hwan. Besides Jae-hwan and Ronald, she has an ally in Eden. Jae-hwan didn't understand where his friend got such a positive attitude, and why she believed in ghostly changes. He didn't understand how a goddess could look at the world with such pink eyes. Anderson said there are people in this life who dream of more absurd things. After thinking for a bit, Eden still agreed to help Anderson. Now Jae-hwan, Ronald, and Eden were sitting at the negotiating table. A notice has been issued that the metaverse is currently owned by the Alliance, and all passengers are advised to leave the map within 3 to 5 days. This news did not please Eden and Anderson at all. Everyone was worried after the news, and Eden originally planned to make sure that Anderson was alive and wanted to leave this world with the puppets. Now that his girlfriend had really upset the Alliance, his plans changed. Eden believed that if they fought against the Alliance right now, they would definitely lose. He announced that before the Alliance arrived, they needed to complete the task and advance to the 7th floor to have any chance of winning. There are gods on the 7th floor who remember Anderson, and we need to enlist their support. The main character came up with a plan in his head and announced that they would destroy not only the world, but everything around them. Eden said that the world would not be destroyed if only one village was eliminated. Jae-hwan didn't care about these words. He took the weapon and said that he just needed to destroy everything that was there. Eden asked him not to hit the ceiling anymore, otherwise he would have to block them. Eden is the only person who can block Jae-hwan's attacks. Eden said that after the 6th floor the structure is so strong that it cannot be destroyed by a lunge. It was at this moment that something happened that shocked everyone. The protagonist did not listen to Eden and made his attack. Looking up, everyone saw that several floors had been pierced through. Eden said that one blow would not destroy the world. Despite the force, the hole created by the protagonist quickly closed up. The young man needed to find another way to destroy the world as quickly as possible. Eden said that this world was destroyed 500 years ago, and in the center of the map there is a volcano. Simply put, if the heroes can awaken this volcano, the world will be destroyed. According to Eden, there is a possibility that an entire chunk of the world's power could fall into the crater. Jae-hwan looked up and saw something incredible happening in the sky. Eden exclaimed that this young man had managed to break through the ceiling after all. At that moment, Barris finally recognized the naked destroyer. Then all his close associates moved from above towards Jae-hwan. The main character was already ready to meet them with his weapon. He used his history and strength and pushed back the first attackers. Those who were thrown aside could not understand the power of this destroyer. Eden informed his partner that his strength was running out. Despite this, he was able to open the Raven's grave and also open the shrine. The attackers saw that Eden was transforming an entire village and decided to rush towards him. The main character had no choice and decided to use the last option. Barris went on stream with the gods and announced that his opponent was a naked destroyer. He reminded them that Anderson, who had killed 6 gods in the metabase, was also present. According to Barris, the naked destroyer is now her avatar. He revealed rumors that the Raven King was in cahoots with Anderson and Jae-hwan. The gods were confused that this evil gang was once again plotting to plunge the meta-universe into chaos. In reality, everything was far from the nonsense that was spread by rumors, and the Alliance does not consider the situation serious. The Alliance did not see Jae-hwan as a true enemy, and believed that only the Raven King was to be feared. The leader of the Death Squad managed to warn Barris and sent troops to the Raven King to avoid a repeat of the revolution. The gods considered Barris's actions ridiculous and thought the Alliance was behaving pathetically. Barris ended the stream in anger because the gods were acting too powerful. He asked his assistant if the man with the diamond spear, the avatar of the god of the whirlpool, had come to their aid. Khan said that he was meeting with the other 6 gods. The assistant added that for the gods, the name Anderson sounded too strange. Anderson killed 3 of the strongest gods in the metabase and almost passed through the gate of the 10th floor, guarded by the Alliance. If Anderson returns with her former strength, even the Death Squad won't be able to stop her. Barris was alarmed by this story, but the assistant said that Anderson was now just a low-ranking god. After some time, it was reported that the Diamond Spear said to wait for its arrival. It seemed to Barris that everything should happen in 5 days, because the day of the attack had already been predicted. However, he decided to launch the attack earlier, as that gang had been given a warning to leave this world. Barris has prepared countermeasures that will help him achieve the desired success. Anderson sensed their combat skins and told Jae-hwan and Aiden to leave immediately. The main character's company rushed forward, and the enemy barely managed to catch up with them. Suddenly, Ronald informed Jae-hwan that they were almost caught up. Without thinking, the protagonist turned around and fought off several attackers with a normal blow. Eden became alarmed and told the boy that they had a plan in which they would not kill everyone they met. Anderson asked him not to worry, since there were still too many attackers. She realized that they had all come running to catch her. Soon the main character's company arrived at a place from where the volcano was visible. Aiden believed that they needed to lure the enemies to the crater. But Jae-hwan understood the seriousness of an accidental volcanic eruption. On the other hand, he understood that if the volcano suddenly erupted, Jae-hwan would be able to instantly destroy this world. The pursuers noticed that the company was running towards the volcano and followed them. At that time, they did not yet understand that a trap awaited them. Having climbed the volcano, Eden began to open his sanctuary. The unique world of Jae-hwan and the Eden Shrine repelled the attackers. Noticing their actions, Barris said that they did not have long to live, as a cleanup squad would soon arrive. He didn't understand what Eden and his assistants were counting on when they jumped into the volcano. He was sure that there was not a single place on this map where this company could escape. Barris's friend said that we need to call on as many helpers as possible, and not be afraid of their death. Suddenly everyone heard something strange. The system notified those present that a volcanic eruption had begun. It then became clear to the attackers that Eden's company wanted to use the volcano against the Alliance members. The protagonist used the attackers as a catalyst for a volcanic eruption. By working together, Eden and Jae-hwan caused the volcano to erupt. Ronald had a hard time dealing with his pursuers, as there were an incredible number of them. Everything was happening much faster than Jae-hwan expected, and the volcano was about to erupt. Having secured himself, Barris used the skin of the ugliest king. In addition to Barris, Khan also joined the main character's company. Eden never thought that his alliance would be the one sent to solve this problem. Khan's entire entourage was ready to deal a good blow to the enemy. Barris reproached Eden for constantly contradicting the alliance. He threw his power towards Eden's company and promised that she would die at that very moment. Luckily, the protagonist managed to make a light lunge and push back quite a few of the attackers. Barris couldn't understand where this idiot got such strength and speed from, because he didn't have a single skin. When Jae-hwan attacked him, he said that he had a legendary skin that could not be destroyed. However, the main character was not so simple, and he grabbed the guy by the mouth and threw him to the ground. The system notified the young man that his durability had been reduced to a minimum. One of the aides reported to Han that the reinforcements had run out and the alliance had become much weaker. At that very moment, a real war broke out between the Idan and the assistant. Not only they themselves suffered from their actions, but also the remaining support. Khan betrayed the one for whom he was a beloved follower. During their actions, the young people did not notice how the Raven's sanctuary opened. From this sanctuary emerged a huge creature that made the enemy fearful. There were so many of these creatures that the enemy was unable to escape from them. Khan decided to counter this and took out his props. One of the ravens shouted to the main character's company to be wary of this cube. The main character did not understand what these experiences were connected with, and at that very moment he lost his hand. An incredible energy was coming from Khan's cube, destroying everything around it. Khan said that even the sixth god of the metaverse would not be able to escape from this time cube. Ronald was left alone with Khan and didn't know what to do. Then Barris ran up to him and dragged him along with Anderson. Having grabbed Anderson along the way, the assistant reported to Barris that everything had gone successfully, and it was the cube that had helped them defeat Anderson 500 years ago. He said that Anderson would be absorbed by the Alliance's higher gods. He asked to kill Ronald and turn him into a puppet. Barris changed his skin to demonic to destroy this kid. Anderson bit Barris's finger and thus freed Ronald. She knew they had to hold out a little longer to be saved. Barris managed to hit Anderson and knock her to the ground. Several more people approached Ronald and Anderson and surrounded them. It turned out that everything that was happening was on Barris's stream, and the gods were ready to abandon him if he killed Ronald. Barris used a new skin with a special knife, and this interested the gods. Ronald rose to his feet and grabbed his only weapon. He shook and begged Jae-Hwan for help. Rennie decided to volunteer to help Ronald and called upon the gods to help her. The only one who agreed to help was the Siren. Serena tried to find her man, who was lost in an accident, and 2 years after the expedition, she became a pirate. In the 5th zone, she sat on a luxurious chair and watched the events taking place. She was informed about the problems that had arisen, but the girl was only interested in when the old man would return. She was worried that if they hung around here for too long, they would be caught by high-ranking gods. According to her, her company is constantly running away from pursuers, and therefore she cannot even broadcast. She decided to spend a little time and see what streams are currently on top. On one of the streams, she saw Rennie's channel, which copies her manner of speech and clothing. The lady finally decided to watch her stream, and saw that the main character was looking for a naked destroyer. Among those fighting, she saw a familiar silhouette from the past. Both Cardboard Gordon and Siren instantly recognized him as Jae-Hwan. Old man Jong-ho burst into the room and watched the video with tears in his eyes. Gordon said that they can't interfere with Jae-Hwan because he started a war with the Alliance. At that moment, Rennie asked the gods for help to save Ronald. Siren told her friends that they had to get there immediately and save the boy. The company had only one problem: they would not be there for at least 15 days. It turned out that Siren had been looking for Jae-Hwan for 2 years. She stole the treasures of the 7 great gods, created an airship, all in order to find Jae-Hwan. She was glad that she had found her friend, but she was sorry that she could not do anything to help him. Suddenly Chung-ho said that he knew of a place where they could help their old comrade. He took out a coin with a scale depicted on it. This symbol belongs to the most terrible squad, which is called the Rift. At this time, Ronald continued to fight with Barris and was all cut up by his knife. All his attempts at attack ended in disaster, and Ronald was barely breathing. Barris' assistants had already captured Anderson and placed her in a cage. It was incomprehensible to everyone present how God could choose such a weakling as Ronald. Ronald was always so weak and defenseless. Ronald himself believes that his weakness does not mean anything, and he is able to prove his strength. He lunged towards Barris and cut him. He did this only because his God, whom he serves, believes in his powers. Ronald performed a light lunge that Jae-Hwan himself had taught him. The cut on his body sent Barris into a wild rage. After a short fight, Barris threw the boy to the ground and was about to kill him. He wanted to cut off his limbs, but suddenly something from the side interfered with him. Someone's voice interfered. An unknown guy approached Ronald and said that he had come to save him. It was Jin Si, who belonged to the Rift Squad. After the appearance of this character, all the gods were confused. Khan shouted to his subordinates to prepare for battle immediately because this guy was strong enough. As he screamed, Jin appeared next to him and struck him. Barris and Khan's subordinates did not understand what the people from the Rift were doing here. The young man used some of his best skills and significantly reduced the enemy's combat readiness. He believed that the Alliance did not pose a threat to the Rift in any way. Khan believed that he could handle genes quite well. Genes said that even the 12 monarchs and the 7 great gods fear them. All of Khan's attempts to strike were immediately stopped by Jeans' skills. According to rumors, he heard that Khan had betrayed God and had become quite strong. He confidently declared that he would never become a real god because he was too weak. An enraged Han told his subordinates to attack Jins immediately. There was real panic in the eyes of the subordinates, and they did not know what to do. However, they rushed at the Rift representative, but were immediately thrown aside. The volcano's readiness for eruption has reached 90%. All the losers were routed and Ronald was out of danger. Ronald couldn't believe his eyes that such a follower had managed to single-handedly take down an entire battalion. Suddenly the sky became cloudy and a special sign appeared. A shining spear appeared, whose name was Galatine, and he is the sixth god of the metaverse. He wanted to grab Ronald and Jeans, telling him to run away. At the same moment, the volcano became active and an eruption began. Ronald and Anderson tried to escape to safety. Jeans asked Ronald to run to the 7th floor and call Black Moon for help. The god of the Alliance noticed Anderson and informed him of the reason why he was here. He said that he needed a time cube, and then all the followers of the goddess would remain safe. Barris tried to intervene in what was happening, but the god of the Alliance destroyed him. He said he needed the guy who was here. He wants to absorb him and become a new follower. He said that earlier he learned from the Raven King how to create puppets and more. He assumed that the follower was in the cube, and that in the cube was the follower he wanted to absorb. Jeans tried to intervene, but the god threw him back. He realized that this young man was trying to buy time for Anderson to escape. He added that he was not the only one of the 6 gods who had arrived here. Suddenly, an energy flow appeared behind the god, which confused him. The arriving gods realized that Gallatin wanted to get rid of the puppet Barris and hide the Alliance cube. It was the god of murder, Rake, and he is one of the 6 gods of the metaverse. He realized that he would no longer be able to hide anything, because 2 commanders had arrived. The main character did not know how to get out of the room where he was with Eden. Eden said it would take them 10 days to get out. The main character understood that during this period there would be nothing left of Anderson or Ronald. Eden told him not to worry because time flows differently in the metaverse. During the conversation, Eden told the protagonist that he was betrayed 500 years ago. Khan stole his method of creating puppets and then abandoned him, going to the Union. According to him, Khan was too determined, and this determination led him down the wrong path. According to him, the gods in the tower create puppets because they want to become gods without the intervention of intermediaries. According to him, all the gods hate Jae Hwan for only one reason, that he can follow alone. Eden suggested that Jae Hwan was simply an ordinary believer who lived by his worldview. Yum Garam himself once said that the difference between an adapter and an awakened one is that they simply believe in another world. Garam was a slave to his system, and so others may find themselves slaves to their own world. The protagonist invited Eden to look into his inner world. A tree of illusions and scary trees appeared before the boy's face. Eden said that the man who passed the last level of the metaverse 700 years ago had a similar eye rising in the sky. The main character became interested in who the god with a similar worldview was. Eden said that this man is Huang San, who is the commander of the Rift faction. Sansong San had the same outlook on the world as Jae Hwan, but unlike him, he was not so lonely. Eden didn't understand why the hero was trying to save his friends if the world would still be destroyed. It was strange to him that a man who wanted to get rid of the world was trying to save someone. By concentrating on his unique world, the protagonist finally found a way out. As they headed out, memories from the tower entered his head. The protagonist remembered how he promised Yun Huan that he would never give up and would definitely destroy this world. Eden couldn't stand the emotions and passed them on to the puppets, and he was surprised that Jae Hwan had created a tower inside himself. He understands that this young man lives his memories alone and does not try to transfer them to others. If he had let go of all these memories, he would not have had to go through so much suffering. Now Eden understands where a god with one follower gets such enormous power from. Jae Hwan remembers his nightmare down to the last detail, and these horrors feed him strength. It felt like Jae Hwan was already a god. The protagonist announced that he was witnessing the end of this world. He felt that something terrible had happened outside. Anderson and Ronald were out of sight of one of the main gods and tried to escape. As they ran, the entire location lit up green. It was one of the 6 gods, the leader of the Fire Union, who instilled fear in Anderson. It was the one who betrayed her 500 years ago. The goddess tried to attack him, but to no avail. Ronald took the time cube and talked to it as if he were Jae Hwan. He threw this cube towards the enemy, and the goddess reproached him for it. Khan caught the cube and tried to escape. The power of this cube tore off the fingers of the nearest gods. The entire location lit up with incredible energy emanating from the cube. Even Ronald became scared, and he grabbed Anderson and rushed to run. The freed Khan promised that at that moment, he would get rid of everyone. Those who rushed to attack him were destroyed by his energy beams. The gods lost their limbs one by one. The entire location was gradually covered in the blood of all those who decided to attack Khan. Khan, having absorbed the power, realized that the Alliance was no longer his enemy. One of the gods used regeneration and attacked Khan. He threw the guy straight down and he hit the ground head first. Khan believed that he had just awakened, and he did not understand why God was still stronger than him. God took the time cube from his body and asked him to wake up. He wanted to crush Ronald, but at that moment an eye appeared in the location. The light of this eye blinded Ronald and the goddess. The god who just regenerated and took the cube lost his limb. When the time cube fell to the ground, it once again released energy from itself. At the last moment, Jae-hwan came out of the cube. 500 years ago, this god was able to kill other gods that appear once every decade. When new skins came out, he would occasionally hold giveaways to attract attention. Several hundred years of the reign of the 6 gods have already passed. During all this time, the only thing that can interest this god is the King of the Ravens. But seeing the head of the destroyer before him, the god said that now he was interested in another. In a place where no one dared to challenge him, he waited for someone like Jae-hwan. He was attracted by Jae-hwan's strength, which was incredible by nature. He was already anticipating the pleasure of Jae-hwan's disappearance. He opened a sanctuary called the Shadow of All Ailments. God decided to taste Jae-hwan's soul alive. God used a technique that blocked Jae-hwan's vision. The protagonist could not use the skill of doubt, and he could not even see himself. He couldn't figure out where to move or what to look at. In this difficult situation, the main character could at least feel the pain from the blows. For the first time in a long time, he feels like a living target. He decided to explore this pitch darkness at any cost. At one point, he felt like he was being attacked, and one of the swords was about to plunge into him. Without looking, he deflected these swords with his great sword. God couldn't understand how Jae-hwan could do this, since he couldn't see anything. He began to respect Jae-hwan for his excellent reflexes in fighting. He had fun chasing such talent. He believed that Jae-hwan was his most worthy opponent. He released a couple more swords and wondered if Jae-hwan would block them. During this attack, the protagonist's sword was transformed and increased in level. This sword has become alive and absorbs any weapon of the god. With a new attack, the protagonist lunged and released energy into the ceiling. The god lost interest in the battle and was very alarmed by what was happening. Ultimately, the protagonist managed to defeat the god and see his Ronald. Most of the gods were watching this stream, and they were wondering what would happen to this 6th god now. They decided that the god of murder was so pathetic that all respect for him was lost. God wanted to open the sanctuary, but it seemed to be afraid of this guy. Suddenly, he remembered the words that once every few years a real monster appears in the metaverse, shaking the tower. The legendary nightmare appeared here 900 years ago and destroyed the 9th floor, getting rid of the 6th god. The leader of the Alliance created it after receiving support from the 7 gods of the metaverse 600 years ago. He thought that no one would appear in 2,000 years, because 3 such monsters had already appeared in 2,000 years. Now he understands that in front of him is a real monster, and not a toy for fun. The defeat of one of the 6 gods by a newcomer means the further collapse of the Alliance. 5 of the 6 current gods are members of the Alliance. The stream host announced to viewers that something incredible was about to happen. Jeans continued to fight his opponent and completely forgot about the volcano. The system notified that the destruction of the 6th floor was beginning, and the world would soon disappear. Jeans decided to give in to his opponent only because of the volcanic eruption. Rennie told followers that she had discovered a crack in the crater. She understood that if an eruption occurred, the outcome of the entire battle would be terrible. The gods announced to Jae-hwan that they had returned with renewed strength, and the battle was just beginning. From some tremors of the earth, the main character realized that an eruption would soon begin. The heroes realized that Jeans had lost to these people. During the negotiations, Jae-hwan asked the gods to bring his puppet friend to him. He said that if the gods did this, he would spare their lives. The gods were interested in this proposal and asked for the name of Jae-hwan's friend. Unfortunately, Yoon-hwan was not on the list, and the caller said that perhaps he was already registered as a puppet or was waiting for his turn. The protagonist realized that he was being deceived and declared battle. He promised that he would go up to the floor himself and find out what happened to his friend. For his purposes, he only needs to conquer the tower with one lunge. A real fight took place between the opponents, in which all the best skills were used. To protect themselves from Jae-hwan's attack, the gods used prayer. Despite this, the main character grabbed his weapon and walked towards them. The gods did not understand how this was possible, because the Awakened One is not able to resist prayer. The Awakened One either gets lost and perishes in the flow of prayers, or closes himself off from the voices. The endless stream of voices pierced Ja's skull with pain. Unlike other gods, Jae-hwan does not know the main theme of his prayers, but he hears all the cries. His spirit is so strong that even the loudest screams will not break it. In the fight, Jae Hwan spent too much strength and peace, and his mind was split from prayers. If all his friends were around, maybe he would improve. It wasn't the people he thought came to his aid, because Ronald and Anderson arrived. The goddess decided that if they were destined to die, they should do it together. The protagonist decided that this time he would borrow some power from Anderson. He used Anderson's story, the story of nudity, and parried his opponent's blow. Eden also came to the rescue to stop the god. Even though he had no followers, he had quite a lot of power. Eden, in the form of a raven, clearly frightened the attacker. Eden announced that he had been collecting funds for all 500 years. He has accumulated a fairly large sum and will now turn it into a force for peace. It seemed as if his energy of peace covered the entire planet. God ordered his subordinates to catch Anderson and get rid of the awakened one. Eden opened the shrine and called everyone who was in the village. Together they almost overpowered God. 10 minutes before the volcano erupted, God confessed that Eden had been taken from him by Anderson. Long ago, he was a loser who was exiled to the metaverse. He dreamed of returning here with the remaining believers. When he was offered to create his own worldview, he agreed. All these naive people were waiting for the reality of the metaverse. Due to the reality of the metaverse, God Justice lost everyone he cared about. When he began to turn into a forgotten god, he was accidentally saved. These were his comrades with whom he had to share a piece of bread. With them, he experienced injustice and other miserable feelings. The young man often wondered where he would have been if Anderson and the other goddess had not saved him. He wondered what would have happened if he hadn't met Eden on the maps that damn day. Justice thought that Eden was always laughing at him. After all these events, he declared himself the god of clarity. Without a trace of regret, he swung his weapon and plunged it into Eden's arm. He used the boost to his abilities, which lasts exactly 10 minutes, just like the countdown to the volcano's eruption. Despite the endless stream of prayers, the protagonist still followed justice. Jae Hwan ordered the god to release Eden immediately. The system has notified that Jahan is currently weaker than Justice. Despite this notification, the protagonist was still able to strike the young man. It turned out that Justice's skill was broken and didn't work in Jae Hwan's presence. Anderson asked Justice to help them in the battle with the Alliance. Justice wanted to explain himself to the goddess, but at that very moment, the volcano erupted. The system notified that this world was about to disappear without a trace. Every second, the volcano ejected burning lava. Justice told his companions that they would die if they went any higher. Eden told the heroes where they could get off this floor to survive. The main character didn't like this idea and announced that they were going to the very top. All the gods believed that Jae Hwan would not be able to do this and ordered him to run away. Eden decided that at this crucial moment he would lend his worldview to Jae Hwan. Using the Eden Shrine and his own abilities, the protagonist summoned a stream of flying crows. He also opened his sanctuary, which is called the World After Destruction. The unification of the shrines made the opponent tremble with fear. At this time, the protagonist's friends were on their way to help him. Looking through the screen at Jae Hwan's unique world, Young-ho realized that his world had changed. Siren announced that this was Mark's second creation, which was the Tower of Nightmares. The gods asked Justice to think about the consequences, because their leader would be unhappy with what was happening. Justice needs to destroy Jahan and Eden here and now. The Alliance representatives decided to attack the heroes simultaneously and all together. Eden asked the protagonist to return his body, but he asked to hold on for another half a minute. He decided to attack 3 gods at once with one blow. Ultimately, the main character, Ronald and Anderson, managed to destroy their opponents. A group of young people arrived on the 7th floor. After the 7th floor of the tower, the territory of the strongest players begins, and it is noticeably different from what the heroes have seen before. The goddess said that they should now side with the Alliance because the leader of the Alliance would not be so easy to fight. According to Anderson, there is no god in this universe that could resist him. Eden was delayed, and the goddess suggested that they enter the 7th floor without him. The main character needs to find his friend, and he decided to go looking for him. He assumed that Justice might have lied to him about not finding Yun Hwan on the list of puppets. The system informed the heroes that they could enter the 7th floor one at a time. This created certain difficulties for the main character. He saw a message that the system was asking him what he was looking for in the metaverse. The main character thought about his friend, but suddenly moved into the natural world. He had with him the sword with which he entered the tower, and the tree that was on the 50th floor. Suddenly someone called his name, and Jae Hwan looked back and saw his friend. Besides Yun Hwan, the protagonist saw all those who were with him in the tower. Also, there was that same friend who helped him in every possible way. The main character calmly told people about his life, and they thought it was all a fantasy. The period that became a nightmare for everyone became the warmest memory for Jae Hwan. Jae Hwan went crazy and lunged towards Yun Hwan. He realized that these were all illusions that the metaverse was sending him. It turned out that he was absolutely right, and someone was hiding behind it. Behind him, illusions appeared again, trying to talk to him. They asked him to stop his intentions because it was not too late to do so. The system informed Jae-hwan that his friend was most likely already dead. The protagonist hit the ground to stop this madness and moved to one of the rooms. He couldn't figure out where he was, and the goddess told him to follow her to find Ronald. There were cocoons everywhere, most likely containing passengers from the 7th floor. Anderson said it is in this room that the tower produces money, using it as currency. The system uses passengers to drain energy from them. After walking some distance, the heroes saw Ronald, who was in one of the capsules. Without thinking, the protagonist grabbed the capsule and freed Ronald. The goddess said that this could not be done, because it could damage the soul, but fortunately everything worked out. When Ronald came to, huge wasps appeared in the location. They tried to attack Jae-hwan's company, and he was unable to attack them. The heroes managed to find an exit to the safe zone. Since the company couldn't run far with Ronald, they had no choice but to fight. All these wasps were attacked by strange rays, after which Rennie appeared. The girl said that she kept her promise and would help Jae-hwan find his friend on the 7th floor. I didn't introduce the company to my companion. It was Godray, and he is a fan of Jae-hwan. He said that there are guys who want to escape from the 7th floor, and they are waiting for Jae-hwan to come. They all gathered at the Black Moon Tavern, which Jeans had once told Ronald about. The heroes went to a safe zone where people were waiting for them. All these people were incredibly happy about Jae-hwan's arrival, because they thought that he could get them out of here. The system notified about a new mission in which the main character belongs to a company of terrorists. All of them need to take part in the game, capture the plant, and declare themselves to the residents of the 7th floor. The more factories Jae-hwan liberates, the higher his reputation will be among the people. A day after the start of the game, elections will begin, and if the main character wins, the team will win. The goddess summed it up briefly and said that they needed to take over the plant, free the residents, and win the elections. She recalled the previous location and said that the residents are the passengers who are inside the capsule. We need to capture the plant and free these passengers from the capsules. The whole team put on their combat uniforms and waited for the game to start. Rennie filmed everything that was happening and was live on air with her subscribers. Suddenly she started talking to Serena, who was watching her stream again. The siren asked to show her Jae-hwan, and the hero immediately realized that this was the same girl he knew. She announced her tactics, in which her team occupies factories on the edges, and then the central territory. To capture the plant, you need to occupy all 5 points located in it and turn off the power. The protagonist's world power has been restored, and they can continue on their way. Seeing the head of the destroyer in front of them, the other teams rushed to run. The protagonist's reputation was much higher than that of the 6 gods in the metabase. Jae-hwan decided to take a 12-hour rest to restore the power of the world. The goddess asked him not to rest, because they had to capture the plant in 12 hours. Otherwise, they would be kicked out of the metabase. The main character's team had an unbearably hard time capturing the plant and freeing the residents. Previously, they tried to reach people, but they did not want to change anything. The gods who were watching what was happening asked the girl to leave alone those who did not want to change anything. Her team immediately realized that the Alliance was going to expel her from the tower. The girl filmed broadcasts for a long time in order to expose the Alliance. Now that she had a naked destroyer next to her, they had every chance of taking the 7th floor. If the heroes capture this place, then the extermination of the Alliance will no longer seem so unrealistic. The system notified that there were only 10 minutes left to capture at least one plant and remain in the metabase. One of the players suggested killing all the inhabitants since they do not want to wake up and be freed. Previously, this was forbidden because if they hurt the gods, all the forces of the 7th floor would move against them. If they turn all the gods against them, they will not be able to win the elections at the end of the game. Ray said there was one way to avoid exile. He noticed that there was some small text next to the game notification. Anderson checked this text and noticed that with additional means they could increase the time by 12 hours. The Alliance is convinced that no one can change this place, and it looks like they were making money in extending time. This has been the Alliance's strategy for the past 500 years, as the Alliance has used the tower to delay the revolution. Eventually, the gods simply grew tired of it, and so the Alliance took action. Suddenly, Anderson saw a notification that her team had managed to capture the plant. This notice was followed by several more notices of factory seizures. People who weren't even planning on leaving the capsule didn't understand what was happening. Coming out of the capsule, they saw in front of them a naked man who was obeying someone. There were several such people, and they all obeyed Jae-hwan. The protagonist gave these freed people 3 seconds to join their team. The excited people realized that they had no other choice. The conditions for freeing factories for the elections have been met, and the number of residents supporting Jae-hwan's group has exceeded a certain mark. The team moves on to the second phase of the trial and participates in the elections. The system offered Ronald to become a candidate because he had shown himself to be quite good. Terrorists who gain enough influence during the first stage can participate in the elections for the king's place. The whole team headed to the large podium, where the candidate's election speech was to take place. One female candidate, whose name was Arterina, said in her speech that she would turn the 7th floor of the metabase into a real paradise. For gods who do not wish to work, she will provide excellent service. Those who have worked all their lives for the sake of their followers will be able to find what they lost on the 7th floor of the metabase. Anonymous gods began writing on the airwaves and said that the king had already been determined. Rennie also gave a similar campaign speech. Other players believed that one should say what people want to hear, because all the gods could turn away from the truth. The speech was not so truthful as to cause discussion among the gods. The pilgrim player now has a speech that will lure the gods to their side. His speech was not to the gods' liking, and Ray spoke next. He didn't say anything important and just stuttered. All the candidates had spoken, and the last to speak was Ronald, who declared that during his reign he would give the gods 1,000,000 faiths. The election speech was over, and all that was left was to wait for the results of the gods' vote. She did not suggest that they could combine their votes in the elections. The first results were announced with Arterina winning, which meant that the gods did not want changes. The system notified that another candidate had appeared, and everyone saw Jae Hwan. The main character had a cube that made him look like a tower of nightmares. The ratio of time in this cube is 10 years for every 10 minutes. The main character destroyed the 7th floor, which was created by Arterina. Through his actions, he gradually rose in the election ratings.